This story begins in a whimsical world full of magic, in which a mother and her daughter are having an intimate conversation on an aristocratic terrace. The daughter asks her mother that if she suddenly gets the opportunity to be reborn in her life, not to give birth to her, but to live her life by herself. The young woman's mother is surprised by such an unexpected request and asks her why she suddenly started talking about it so suddenly, to which she replies that stories about rebirth are very popular now in magic classes. The woman laughs and says that these mages should study more diligently, and adds that for so many years they haven't been able to graduate from this academy. The daughter continues developing her idea, saying that if her mother is reborn, nothing will essentially change, because she will still be her daughter, and adds that in the current world she is not destined to receive a status higher than that of the countess. She states that, apart from some minor details, her life is unlikely to change in any way in this regard. She says that if she had the opportunity, she would give up this life so that her mother could finally live for herself. The mother looks at her daughter in surprise, and then asks her with a smile if such a possibility could really arise. The daughter tells her mother that, despite her modest appearance, she is a mage, to which she reminds her that she graduated from the academy with a 6th grade. The girl looks at her mother with disgust and laughs sincerely, after which she jokingly promises not to give birth to her if she is given that opportunity, and adds that she won't want to go through all this pain and torment a second time. The girl asks her mother to keep her word and marry not her father, but someone else who is more worthy of her. She adds that her chosen one must be tall, handsome, and cool, and also understand the beautiful paintings that her mother painted during her life. The woman looks sadly at her teacup and tells her that her paintings are no different from her magic grades at the academy. The girl suddenly remembers old stories from her mother and reminds her that she told her more than once that she had her first love. She asks her mother not to hesitate and to confess her feelings to that man if she can suddenly be reborn someday. The woman, not taking her daughter's words seriously, laughs cheerfully and tells her that she will definitely do everything she asks. After some time, on a rainy night, an irreparable disaster occurs, as a result of which the carriage transporting the protagonist overturns on the road. A woman, seriously wounded and mutilated by a collision with a curbstone, lies on the wet stones, bleeding and barely moving. With great difficulty, she manages to look up, fixing her gaze on the merciless black sky, from which large drops of stormy rain fall on her, after which she hears the shouts of people calling for help. After some time, they pick her up and take her to the family estate. However, according to the servants, even if the healing mage arrives here this very second, he will not be able to heal such severe wounds, and the only thing the mistress can count on is just to reduce her suffering. The woman is getting worse by the hour, and her daughter, constantly on guard by her side, leans over her to wipe the sweat from her brow and cheeks. She approaches her dear mother and whispers in her ear not to forget the promise she made just a few days ago. And the protagonist realizes that she can barely make out her own daughter's voice, after which she loses consciousness. After some time, the main character named Ingrid regains consciousness, but she is not in her estate, but in her parents' house. She sits up in bed and remembers that this room became her niece's bedroom, after which she wonders why she ended up here. Ingrid assumes that the entire carriage accident was just a dream, but her thoughts are interrupted by the servant's shout, who tells her it's time to wake up. Ingrid turns her head and focuses on the nanny, who tells her that today is Monday, and if she doesn't hurry, she will be late for class, after which she points out that her dear nanny died 6 years ago. The nanny notices Ingrid's extremely surprised expression and asks if everything is all right with her, and if she feels normal. Ingrid says she is fine, after which she tells the nanny that she died 6 years ago, to which she asks if she had a nightmare. Suddenly, Ingrid begins to realize that her daughter was talking to her about rebirth for some reason a few days ago, and looks around in surprise. The nanny cannot comprehend such sudden changes in Ingrid's behavior, and asks if she is definitely not sick, examining her with concern. Ingrid realizes that the only way to know if she has really returned to the past is through her diary, and runs to the open cabinet of her personal desk. She frantically opens her diary and flips through it to the last page, realizing with horror that the last page is dated the year she is only 19 years old. She freezes in place and falls into a stupor for a moment, trying to grasp the depth of the event that occurred, after which she only lets out an exclamation of surprise. The protagonist looks at herself in the mirror and observes the 19-year-old version of herself, after which she mentally reaches the conclusion that she has indeed traveled back in time to the days of her youth. Ingrid asserts that she returned to the distant October, when she did not yet know all the difficulties of her life, and lived a carefree life. She recalls that at that time, she had not yet graduated from the academy and still had to learn all the hardships of aristocratic life. She approaches the window and realizes that, after graduating from the academy, she married Harold Hadley and gave birth to a beautiful daughter, who was the only happiness in her future life. She points out that the Copeland Viscounty was particularly wealthy and not simple at all, but despite its traditions, they failed to create a great story. Ingrid nostalgically recalls everything that happened to her during this time and points out that, unfortunately, the same can be said of her, as she was not extraordinarily beautiful and had nothing extraordinary. The protagonist remembers that her parents adored her and her friends valued her as a person, and in the end, they matched her with the eldest son of Baron Hadley, named Harold. Ingrid points out that married life, as she expected, turned out to be quite boring. Even though Harold was an honest man who lived according to his conscience, who did not waste money, he loved his daughter and was a source of pride for his Baroness mother. The Baroness believed that nowhere in the world could one find a husband as good as her son, and added that another would have already taken a mistress and started gambling. Ingrid also remembers that despite all his advantages, Harold was not the ideal husband, since he saved jewelry for his daughter's dress and did not enjoy the simple pleasures of life, pointing out that they were the same height as him, so she had to wear wedding shoes without heels so as not to spoil the image of a royal couple. She recalls that her family life was quite boring and without much color, but one event forever changed the perception of everything that was happening. To Ingrid's great joy, her daughter was born with a talent for magic which, despite its ambiguity, infused warmth and hope into Ingrid's heart. Ingrid rests her head on the table, thinking that she cannot sleep as all the memories of her life, the birth and raising of her daughter, remained with her. She points out that she is now 19 again, and her body is once more pure and innocent, which means this is definitely not a dream, as dreams are not so detailed or colorful. Suddenly, the words of her dear daughter are clearly heard again in Ingrid's head, and she remembers how she begged her for something on her deathbed. She dives into recent memories and seems to truly feel the warmth of her daughter's hands. Grasping her palm, she looks in the mirror and quietly repeats her daughter's request, as if in some kind of trance, and noticing nothing around her. After repeating these words several times, Ingrid regains consciousness and waves of shock once again permeate her body, persistently forcing her to accept the reality of what is happening. Having put all her thoughts in order, she rushes out of her room, now clearly understanding that this is not a dream and that she has truly returned to the past. Ingrid runs past the windows, through which the estate hallway is flooded with bright morning sunlight, and calls out for her mother, remembering that her daughter once told her a story. The nanny runs after Ingrid, excitedly shouting at her to stop, and adds that she forgot to put on her robe and other clothes. Memories of her youth flood the protagonist, and she realizes that before her dear mother left this world, she never told her how much she loved her. She recalls that after 70 years, her mother became deaf, and shortly after she suffered an illness that caused her to die soon. Ingrid also points out that during this time, whenever she spoke with her, it bothered her that she couldn't hear her, but she kept doing it anyway, as she didn't like being alone. Ingrid finally gave up and switched to sign language, but this didn't help, and she became even more irritated. With bitterness in her soul, Ingrid recalls that this was also the last day when she saw her alive. Under the weight of these memories and regrets, Ingrid decides to correct the mistakes of the past, and fearfully calls out for her mother, running through the estate hallways, catching the attention of one of the maids. The maid turns around upon hearing Ingrid's cry, telling her that the lady of the house went to the garden to look at the flowers. However then, seeing the main protagonist running through the house in a nightgown, she freezes in place, speechless. Quickly regaining composure, the maid shouts at Ingrid that she cannot afford to run into the office in her pajamas, and leaves her behind. Upon reaching the main hall, Ingrid opens the door and sees her surprised father, who looks at her inquiringly and asks what happened. Seeing her young father, tears of happiness well up on the face of young Ingrid, who freezes for a few seconds, looking at him. Unable to bear it, Ingrid throws herself into her father's arms, causing him a little embarrassment. and incomprehension of her strange behavior. Ingrid, in her father's warm embrace, recalls that this man, whom she previously thought was always so strict, contracted dementia shortly after her mother's death and began behaving like a child. Meanwhile, Ingrid's father hugs his beloved daughter tightly and again asks her what happened, and if everything is all right with her. He turns to the man behind him, calls him Sir Stern, and asks him to wait a moment, to which he calmly replies that there is nothing wrong and that he understands everything. Upon hearing the familiar name, Ingrid instantly comes to her senses and quickly looks down, remembering that she didn't bother to put on normal clothes. She looks at the floor and her dress and realizes that she burst into her father's office, where a stranger in a nightgown is present. She lets out a cry of embarrassment as she hides behind her father and enthusiastically realizes that she has never been in this situation before in her life. Meanwhile, Ingrid's father's guest turned out to be a tall and majestic man, with long blue hair and a calm gaze, who didn't seem at all embarrassed by Ingrid's sudden appearance. Ingrid looks at him confusedly and remembers that he was the first person who won her young heart. Ingrid's father takes his daughter to another room and asks the nanny who just arrived what happened to her. The nanny, surprised, tells the protagonist's father that she herself doesn't understand anything yet, adding that Lady Ingrid doesn't seem like herself from the moment she wakes up. Ingrid quietly replies that she suddenly wanted to see her father, as she had a very terrible dream, after which she wipes the remaining tears from her eyes. The father says that Ingrid started acting like a child again, after which he asks a nanny named Stella Rode if his daughter is sick, to which she replies that she will see Dr. Norman to examine her. The nanny leaves the room and Ingrid's father leans towards her, telling her that unfortunately he has a very important conversation left, so she must return, adding that he will definitely visit her a little later. Ingrid tells her father she will look forward to seeing him and then asks him for one more small favor. Her father asks what she wants, to which Ingrid, embarrassed, asks him to tell Sir Sternraft that she is very sorry that he saw her in such a shameful way. Ingrid's father surprisingly asks her how she knows Sir Stern, but quickly assumes that he became famous after graduating from the academy last year, mentally reasoning that even if Ingrid knows him, then he can really be an influential person. She points out that although Sir Stern is the illegitimate son of the Raft family's daughter, he has never lost first place in the academy. Ingrid tells her father that she does not personally know Sir Sternraft, and he calmly tells her that he did not think anything of the sort. Miss Rod tells Ingrid that she needs to change clothes and start preparing to go to the academy, to which she stubbornly asserts that she will probably miss today. She says that when her mother returns, she would really like to see her, and then asks if she can skip a day at the academy, to which she replies sternly that such antics are unacceptable. Ingrid thinks about it, considering that now that she thinks about all this, studying at the academy doesn't seem to be the most important thing for her, since the most important thing at Elda Kingdom Academy is having talent for magic. Mages have the greatest power in the country, and those who have broken free from state control are the most dangerous creatures in the world. Girls also enter the Academy for Magic, but their lot is quite difficult, because talent for magic is very rare. Mages who have uncommon talent cannot go to places where there are boys, and aristocrats who have no talent for magic are also forced to enroll in the academy. Girls did not want to receive the same education as boys, since talented students dreamed of becoming great mages, and they did not want to compete with boys. Therefore, the academy taught incoming girls a variety of sciences and skills, some of which were quite unusual, given the specific characteristics of the institution. For example, one of these subjects was teaching art and etiquette to raise noble ladies among the students. The teachers told their students that they would do everything possible to become worthy members of high society and faithful wives of their husbands. After graduation, many girls hoped to get married, and for them this was much more important than the education received at the academy. That is why, when Ingrid's daughter grew up a little, she told her one sunny day that it was much more important to study what was interesting and do what she wanted. While braiding her little daughter, Ingrid conveyed an important thought to her. Grades at the academy are not the most important thing in your life, and you should treat them more casually. The protagonist lies on the bed and reflects on the fact that her daughter had far fewer restrictions than she did, and that she often had to skip classes secretly, after which she concludes that she herself has no intention at the moment to go to the academy. After thinking about this, Ingrid decides that one lost day will not bring her any special trouble, and settles down in bed to sleep a little longer. A while after her arrival, the protagonist quickly managed to calm down, as she had gradually gotten used to the reality of what was happening, and decided to ask her mother if she managed to find suitable flowers for the banquet. Mother Ingrid sadly asserts that this autumn was colder than usual, so there were not enough flowers, and she adds that apparently Countess Auden used them for her banquet. Ingrid says they could use a trick and adds that they can put the flowers in small jars instead of large vases, and in that case, they can have enough flowers from the greenhouse for small bouquets. Ingrid decides to demonstrate her idea and assembles a small bouquet, saying it would be great to start the bouquet with ranunculus, roses and sprigs of eucalyptus, and then add daffodils and jasmine flowers. Lady Ingrid's mother, impressed by this idea, says enthusiastically that this bouquet is very beautiful and looks much better than she thought, adding that she didn't know her beloved daughter had such talent, to which she only mentally notes that this talent is why she had been married for over 20 years. Once the bouquet was settled, the woman asks Ingrid what problem she had in the morning, to which she replies that nothing happened to her and adds that she just really wanted to talk to her. The mother smiles and tells Ingrid that she had told her before that she wouldn't talk to her because she didn't like being scolded, and adds that she hasn't spoken to her in a long time. Ingrid sincerely replies that she just wanted to talk properly with her mother for a long time, pointing out that they haven't communicated from the bottom of their hearts for a long time. With these words, Ingrid runs into her mother's arms, and she happily replies that Ingrid is definitely right about this, while Ingrid admits to herself that she hasn't heard her mother's voice in a long time. She hugs her mother tighter and reflects on the fact that she had something she really wanted to do, and since she was reborn, she will be kind to her parents so as not to regret anything in the future. Ingrid admits to herself that before pessimism and life's difficulties take hold of her, she wants to tell her parents how much she loves them and hug them tightly. She understands that even in the future, when her memories become blurred, she still wants to be sure that they will know how she feels about them. From Ingrid's point of view, if she manages to correct her past mistakes and give her parents all the love they deserve, it will forever remain remembered in their memory. After this, Ingrid decided that if she could go back in time, she would make some small changes, but very important ones. Ingrid decided to make peace with her childhood friend Polana, with whom she had a fight in a past life, and soon stopped communicating completely. She also chose a different dress for the graduation ball, replacing the unsuitable pink color with a violet satin one with trimmings. Ingrid expresses confidence that even though her personal maid and all her friends were against the changes, upon seeing her in this dress, their doubts would instantly dissipate. The protagonist has set another rule for herself, according to which every morning she tells her family how much she loves them. Warm words of love were also directed to her younger brother Macaulay, who initially behaved very cautiously, not expecting such an attitude from his older sister. However, after a few days, Ingrid was struck by the idea that, even despite her rebirth, she did not become a great person overnight, since she still had the same face, ordinary family, intelligence, and talent. She realizes with great regret that soon her father will introduce her to Harold as a suitable husband, and she will marry again and live as before. She continues painting on the canvas and firmly declares to herself that, in any case, she has already decided not to meet the Harold in this life again, as she will manage better without him. And her family, Ingrid recalls her daughter's words, pointing out that she now understands why she said it is not necessary to give birth to her if she returns to the past. And she does not become a completely different person, since even if she were reborn, she will not be able to radically change her life. She recalls a fragment of her life where she was raising her little daughter, and notes that here everything takes on a completely different character. Ingrid admits to herself that this daughter is everything in her life, as she is, above all, a mother, and she cannot give up her beloved and precious daughter. The weight of a painful choice begins to slowly hang from the protagonist's soul, and she slowly paints over her daughter's portrait, realizing that it will be very difficult for her in the future. Trying to distract herself from sad thoughts, she decides that this time she must continue drawing, noting that she was satisfied with almost everything, except for one important point. Her thoughts are interrupted by a young woman named Deborah, who asks her if she has chosen a date for the graduation ball, to which she politely greets her, telling her that for the moment she has no candidates except her own father. Deborah gives a loving and cheerful smile and tells the main character that she really wants to go to the graduation ball with Lawrence. Ingrid smiles awkwardly, thinking that in the past she would have even been jealous, however, knowing the future. She would never have agreed to go with Lawrence, since before the age of 50, he had a bad habit of looking at girls barely under 20 years old. However, she decides not to spoil her friend's vacation and only gives her advice not to stray too far from her partner, to which she surprisingly asks why she talks just like her aunt. After which, she again asks if she is the one she likes and deserves to be her partner at the ball. Ingrid says that she has not met that person yet and adds that her father will have the final say anyway, to which Deborah replies that there is nothing wrong with meeting someone and adds that if Ingrid is lucky, she definitely will meet the right person or even her destiny. In a great twist of fate, just a few hours later, due to heavy rain and the absence of her maid, Ingrid finds herself alone with Sir Stern. She recalls the embarrassing details of their last meeting and realizes that he definitely saw her in that ridiculous nightgown the moment she burst into his father's. She looks timidly at Sir Stern and thinking that she doesn't even know how to address him, she decides to start with a simple greeting and greets him politely. Stern calmly replies to Ingrid that his name is Stern Raft and adds that she can simply call him Stern, examining his interlocutor's face with his cold gaze. Ingrid looks timidly downwards and greets Stern once more, formally introducing herself and saying that her name is Ingrid Copeland. She says that last time, everything turned out quite awkward, and she apologizes for having seemed ridiculous to him, to which he replies that he has nothing to apologize for and adds that the Viscount seemed agitated. Ingrid politely thanks Stern for his concern for her father and adds that he is fine now and that nothing bad happened that day. After that, they remain silent for a while, trying to find suitable topics for conversation, and their silence is only broken by the rain constantly hitting the roof. Ingrid glances at Stern and reflects that the Mage's Tower is located at the academy, so their meeting is not something incredible, after which she observes that, among other things, he is a true genius. However, from Ingrid's point of view, few people know it yet, and he is still an almost unknown graduate of the academy. Ingrid recalls that the world will learn that Stern is a powerful mage who masters 2 elements of water and wind at the same time, only 2 years after it is revealed that his father is King Bjorn. However, until then, he remains the illegitimate son of Cyrional, that is, the Marquis's grandson, but not an honorary and highborn aristocrat. But after the queen dies, King Bjorn will officially marry Cyrional, and Ciri's Turnraft will take his father's surname. Born illegally, he will not be able to inherit the rights to the throne, so the king, with the queen's consent, will grant him the honorary title of Duke of Sagna. Ciri's Turnraft, as a great mage and young bachelor duke, will quickly gain popularity in the secular strata of society. However, several years are still needed for this high-profile event, so for now he remains a gray mouse in high society. Ingrid reflects that Sir Stern is too much for her anyway, so she expects nothing, even though he was her first love a long time ago, after which she admits to herself that she had an interesting conversation with her daughter, but she never thought seriously about it. She also points out that now Sir Stern is a very young man and is very different from Duke Sagna, whom she used to only look at from afar, holding her breath. However, Ingrid realizes that despite all his current flaws, Sir Stern is still a little older than Ingrid, which could pose a serious barrier to communication between them. She continues to look at Stern, admitting to herself that her young heart still beats wildly when she looks at him. No matter what, Ingrid stops noticing the sound of the rain and completely focuses her attention on her beloved, fascinated to note that he is exactly the same as she remembered him. She examines Stern's face, who is immersed in his thoughts and notices almost nothing around him, and observes that his gentle and calm behavior, which creates this cold atmosphere, distinguishes him from all other men. Ingrid points out that in the future, Sir Stern has not changed at all, and has always given the impression of being an extremely calm person. And cold, warm sensations filter into Ingrid's soul, and she feels as if she has returned to her old memories. But suddenly, she hears a question about whether she has an umbrella. She quickly regains her senses. Ingrid looks inquiringly and incomprehensibly at Stern, and he asks her if she is standing here because she is not carrying an umbrella with her. Ingrid tells her beloved that this is true, and adds that if she walks in the rain, Her dress will get wet and be irreparably damaged. Stern calmly notes how fragile dresses are now and asks Ingrid if she will stay here until it stops raining. Ingrid, with a sincere smile, replies to Sternraft that if he waits a little, her maid will meet her, since she knows that Ingrid is returning right now. Stern asks Ingrid if she is cold, to which she replies that she is only a little cold, but there is nothing to worry about, and adds that if she is completely cold, she will warm up in the studio. Sir Sternraft looks inquiringly at Ingrid and asks her what kind of studio Ingrid is talking about, to which she replies that we are talking about the Drawing Circle studio, located in the main building. Sir Stern notes that he has never come across this studio before, and Ingrid asks him if he knew about the existence of a drawing group here. He calmly replies that he knew about the existence of the circle and saw the exhibitions that are held from time to time in the main building of the academy. Ingrid looks down sadly and says that normally no one comes to these exhibitions, and that the exhibition hall is empty most of the time. Sir Stern notes that this is indeed the case, but he is always among the few people who attend these exhibitions. The protagonist looks at Sternraft with an embarrassed expression and says that the low attendance might be because there are practically no people at the academy interested in drawing. She raises her hand towards the falling raindrops and says that most people like to attract attention, and adds that those who study stand out through their studies, and those who focus on relationships show themselves there. Ingrid points out that all mages want to reach the top, and adds that those who will lead their families in the future also learn everything they need. So drawing remains a hobby for shy people who have a lot of free time. And she adds that she is such a person. 1. Sir Sternraft turns his head towards Ingrid and looks at her attentively, after which he calmly realizes that Ingrid does not seem shy at all. Ingrid smiles awkwardly, timidly thinking that Sir Stern thinks this way solely because of a recent incident he witnessed. Suddenly, the cold is felt, and Lady Ingrid sneezes silently, covering her mouth with her hand, attracting Sir Stern's attention even more. She notices Stern's attentive and scrutinizing gaze upon her, and mentally wonders why he looked at her so strangely because of a simple sneeze. After a few seconds, Sir Sternraft regains his composure and says that he has completely forgotten his manners, and points out that in such rain, Ingrid must be frozen. Frozen, Ingrid quickly tells her beloved that she will be fine, and adds that it is time for him to go home. However, Sir Stern decides not to leave Ingrid alone in the rain and extends his hand to her, telling her that if she allows it, he can accompany her to the carriage. Ingrid is surprised to tell Stern that he was there so long because, apparently, he is also not carrying an umbrella, to which he simply snaps his fingers silently and begins to cast a strange magical spell. At the same time, an arc of bright energy appears in the sky above them, and the rain stops completely, after which Sir Stern asks her if she knows about magic. Ingrid enthusiastically watches the beautiful lights in the sky and tells him that she knows very little about magic, and that mostly it is common rumors. With these words, Ingrid dives back into memories, realizing that all her knowledge about magic came from the fact that her daughter studied magic at the academy and constantly spoke of it with pride. Sir Sternraft tells the protagonist that he is a wind mage and that, therefore, he can easily cope with the weather on days like this. With these words, Stern extends his hand to her again, and Ingrid mentally wonders if she will be able to accept his kindness. She recalls everything she knew about Stern in the future, and reflects that he had a firmly established reputation as an extremely calm person who treated no one coldly, but that he never showed interest in anyone. Ingrid points out that Duke Sagna was not the type to use magic, and dismiss a strange girl he met for the first time in his life. However, Ingrid sees Stern's perseverance, and deciding that perhaps luck has finally smiled upon her, she accepts his invitation. Sir Sternraft casts another spell, and Ingrid is also enveloped in a strange glow that shines in many cold shades. Ingrid steps onto the grass and is surprised to notice that the ground is completely dry, to which Sternraft replies that all this is because he can control water a little. Ingrid is very impressed by Stern's talent and, smiling slightly, tells him that this is simply incredible, which confuses her lover a little. Sir Stern notes that, despite her words, Ingrid does not seem very surprised, to which she replies saying that she is indeed very surprised. Ingrid says that it feels like she is inside magic itself, and adds that, if you think about it, that is exactly what it is, to which Stern says that he understands that the magic Ingrid talks about is pronounced in the sense of a fairy tale in which there is magic. Upon reaching the carriage that awaited Ingrid, they see a maid running towards them with a very worried look, and with an umbrella in her hands. Ingrid politely greets her maid, calls her Penny, and tells her that she is fine, and that she is not wet at all. With these words, she addresses Sir Sternraft and thanks him for deciding to accompany her, to which he replies that she has nothing to thank him for, recommending that she quickly get into the carriage. Since it is colder outside, Ingrid quickly gets into the carriage. She reflects on the fact that she now has a new unique memory with Sir Sternraft. She notes with joy that this is a great success, and then decides to tell her daughter about it in the future. She recalls her daughter's smile and her request that if she were reborn, she would confess her feelings to her first love, adding that they could have a great family life. Ingrid sadly admits that this will never happen because he is the future Duke of Sagna, and also the greatest mage. But despite all these sad thoughts, her heart does not stop beating wildly. Ingrid decides that even if she musters up courage, the world will not change or collapse so easily. After which she pauses briefly and turns to Sir Stern. Sir Stern asks Ingrid what he can do to help her, and she catches her breath from excitement, but she tries to compose herself, thinking that she wants to become a person who can break anything with her courage, and not someone incapable of saying a word. Looking for pathetic excuses for this. Having gained mental strength, Ingrid, blushing with embarrassment, asks Stern if he would like to make her his date for next year's graduation ball, if he has not promised it to anyone else before. Such an unexpected proposal surprises even a bastion of equanimity and calm like Sir Sternraft, and he remains motionless briefly, saying nothing to her. After a while, he regains his composure and says that he is extremely surprised by Ingrid's request, and adds that he absolutely did not expect to hear it now. After hesitating a little, he adds that this will most likely require the permission of Viscount Copeland himself. However, he decides not to bore Ingrid with his answer, and declares that if her father doesn't mind, he will gladly accompany her to the graduation ball next year. Ingrid, already completely desperate, listens to Sternraft's reasoning and, realizing that he gives his consent, bursts out in an exclamation of joy and again blushes, with happiness and embarrassment. However, after a while, Ingrid decides to tell her mother what happened, and she, with surprise and anger, tells her daughter that this is simply unthinkable. She asks Ingrid if she thinks with her own head, and adds that everyone knows very well that Sir Sternraft is an illegitimate son, and therefore he is not suitable for Ingrid and never will be. Ingrid's mother loudly declares that her daughter has always been decent and discreet in secular society, and then asks why she suddenly decided to be so capricious. Ingrid reflects on the fact that Sir Sternraft is the illegitimate son of the Marquise Raft, and realizes that an illegitimate son is a symbol of immorality and a stain on the reputation of his parents. Although Stern was born into a noble family, he cannot inherit his parents' title, no matter how great a mage in charge of the Mage's Tower he is. Ingrid bitterly admits that it would be much better for Sternraft to be of common stock, as then his talent for magic would be recognized much faster, and thus he could obtain a new title and surname, and then he could create his new family. However, unfortunately, Sir Sternraft is the illegitimate son of very famous aristocrats, and everyone knew his name. Ingrid realizes with bitterness that even if Sir Sternraft wanted to hide his origin, he would not have succeeded under any circumstances. The reason for this was that the family of the Marquise Raft was a very noble family that immediately followed the imperial one, and just 100 years ago, the Rafts were the ruling dynasty of an independent state. However, now, after so much time, their status is also different from that of the other two Marquis families who are part of the empire. All this has a direct relationship with Sir Stern, as this is a major obstacle to their marriage, since no matter how many girls he charmed, there was never the slightest rumor about a wedding. Ingrid decides that it is time to take matters into her own hands, and tells her dear mother that it was not Sir Stern who asked her for an escort, but her, and adds that she should not blame him. Mom, worried, tells Ingrid that no one has accompanied her before besides her father, and her own grandfather, to which she replies that Sir Stern cannot be interested in her. The protagonist lowers her eyes and quietly states that Sir Sternraft only did her a favor by agreeing to accompany her to the graduation ball. The intensity of Mother Ingrid's emotions slowly subsides, and she exhales, saying that she now understands where her dear daughter is heading. With these words, she approaches Ingrid and takes her hand, saying that at first she terribly scared her with her words about Sir Stern. Ingrid smiles sincerely, declaring that it will only be for the graduation ball, and adds that she never thought of asking her mother for permission to marry him. Mother Ingrid takes a few more steps towards her daughter and hugs her, telling her that she has already started talking like an adult, to which the protagonist replies that she has truly grown up. She sincerely hugs her mom and tells her that she would never want to worry her, and adds that there is nothing to worry about. Once mother and daughter resolve their differences, Ingrid says she will send a letter to Sir Stern, and adds that it is not because she does not trust you, to which the mother comments that this can only scare him. The mother tells Ingrid that she perfectly understands that Ingrid really wants her graduation to be remembered, and then asks her if she will really be bored going to the ball accompanied by her relatives. Ingrid laughs sincerely, with feigned annoyance asking her mother why she inspires no confidence in her, to which she replies that all this is nonsense, and she is sure that Ingrid is very kind, expressing confidence that her daughter will not have someone without her. Permission, Ingrid enthusiastically asks her mother if she also had a strong desire for her ball to be remembered forever, to which she replies that it was because of that desire that she went to the ball with Ingrid's future father. Ingrid chuckles, timidly replying that her mom and dad are very lucky, to which she shyly replies that she shouldn't take it like that, since she disobeyed her father. Ingrid sinks back into difficult memories and points out that she would really like Harold to be like that, and adds that it is extremely rare to find couples as happy as her parents. She points out that her family life was completely devoid of feelings and emotions, but the main problem was not only him. After which she points out that this time she will definitely be able to live much better, since she now knows Harold very well. She turns to the large window and looks outside, thinking that even thinking about the Harold while asking permission to go to Sir Sternraft's ball is very strange. She lowers her gaze and reflects with inspiration that the best solution now would be to forget about everything related to the Harold for a while and enjoy this precious time. After some time, the maid Penny enters her room and tells her that she can try to get Ingrid some medicine from Dr. Norman that will calm her anxiety. Ingrid, smiling, tells her that she will only go to the ball with Sir Stern, to which she replies that she knows him very well and that she can give her some advice. When Ingrid asks how Penny knows Sir Stern, she replies that Lady Ingrid used to walk in the garden to meet him. She enthusiastically adds that she admires Ingrid's amazing courage, to which she replies that they will go to the ball together, and adds that that will be all. Penny, caught up in romantic thoughts, reminds Ingrid of the moment they walked together in the rain, surrounded by magical protection. She enthusiastically notes that he held Ingrid's hand so tightly that she wanted to run away from her worries, and adds that Sir Stern used so much magic so that Ingrid's dress would not get wet, to which she points out that Sir Stern is an ordinary person who manages magic. Penny happily tells Ingrid that she is being too pessimistic, and adds that if Sir Stern really didn't like her, he would not have accompanied her to the carriage and would not have agreed to be her date for the graduation ball. Ingrid smiles timidly, blushing a little, and coquettishly asks Penny if she is sure that Sir Sternraft really cares about her. However, composing herself, Ingrid, with an important look, tells Penny not to tell anyone about this, since after the ball, she and Sir Stern will never meet again, and adds that the most interesting thing in secular society is the rumors about who is seeing and who marries whom, and after 2 innocent dances, different stories will already emerge. Penny smiles sincerely and tells Ingrid that she is very aware of this, and that she will be as silly as a fish. Ingrid puts the pen on the paper, and Penny notices that her beloved seems to have a lot of free time lately, and adds that she laughs much more and acts much more bravely. She smiles sincerely. She looks at Ingrid and honestly admits that for a long time she has been dreaming of seeing her happy. Ingrid looks at her maid in surprise, speechless with shock, after which she again plunges into difficult memories of her past life's fate. She recalls that one day Penny suddenly quit and left the palace, marrying a man who was 8 years older than her, and after some time, through the nanny, she found out that the reason for such a hasty marriage was Penny's pregnancy. Deciding to avoid such an outcome if she has that opportunity, Ingrid says that in any case, her parents will select a suitable partner for her, after which she asks how things are in her personal life, and adds that she will definitely tell her if her lover suddenly appears. Penny, immediately blushing with embarrassment, quickly denies it and tells Ingrid that she doesn't have anyone, and that it is unlikely anyone will appear in the near future. The protagonist, with responsibility in her voice, asks Penny to turn to her in the same way if she suddenly has problems, adding that she values her greatly and wants to help her if she suddenly finds herself in a difficult situation. Penny smiles widely and tells Ingrid that she had no idea she thought so highly of her, adding that she was very touched by Ingrid's words, to which Ingrid tells her that she will always worry about her, since she is her closest person. Ingrid adds that if Penny suddenly gets married and leaves her, she will be very angry, after which she decides to sit at her desk and write a letter to Sir Sternraft. She politely addresses him and describes how immensely grateful she is for his help on that rainy day, after which she thanks him again for happily accepting what she considered a thoughtless offer. She adds that, fortunately, her dear mother gave her permission to go with him to the graduation ball. After some time, Sir Sternraft, after receiving the letter, carefully studies it with his eyes and reads that Lady Ingrid eagerly awaits his visit on the appointed day, and adds that he will definitely prepare hot tea for her. He carefully reads every line and finally reaches the last part of the letter, where the name is clearly written and surname of the sender. He carefully examines the envelope and notices that Ingrid has put flower petals in it, and decides to examine them closely. With these thoughts, he takes the petals out of the envelope and begins to influence them with magic, inhaling the scent of the flowers. After some time, Sir Stern unequivocally determines that these petals belong to lavender flowers, and behind these reflections, he doesn't notice the guest who has approached him. A young man, quietly approaching Sir Stern, asks him if he received this letter from his beloved, after which he immediately changes his expression and turns back, as usual, indifferent and calm. The young man tells Stern that only single women write these kinds of letters, and adds that perhaps Sir Stern did not know it. He wonders why such significant changes suddenly occurred, and adds that it seemed to him that he was not interested in girls, and he couldn't even distinguish their faces without counting his mother and his cousin. Stern says that all this is complete nonsense and fiction, to which his assistant replies that it is true, and adds that he sheds bitter tears as soon as he thinks of all those ladies he rejected. He observes with tears in his eyes that, to his regret, he didn't even look at the heiress of Earl Melland, and adds that Sir Stern pretended not to know Earl Wayne's daughter, who is the #1 beauty, to whom he replies that he doesn't have a second in his life. I didn't intend to live. Sir Stern's assistant asks him if he really hasn't heard anything about her, to which he replies that he knows very well what Earl Wayne's daughter is like. He adds that, however, he had never heard what kind of person she was, and mentally noted that the only thing they told him was that the young woman was crazy about him. He states that he knows very well how reckless feelings can cause trouble, and even ruin an entire life, and his assistant says that rejecting such a beautiful girl is still a mistake. The young man adds that last time someone said that since he is a water mage, his soul will also be incredibly cold and inaccessible. Stern replies impassively that the soul has nothing to do with magic, and asks him whose letter he received, adding that he would never accept a message from an unknown person, to which he replies that he should not worry about that. He adds that he simply agreed to accompany Viscount Copeland's daughter to the graduation ball, to which the assistant exclaims with incredible surprise that he cannot believe it. Meanwhile, Stern irritably waits for the assistant to stop bothering him with his questions, and decides to reread Ingrid's letter again. He continues studying the letter carefully and mentally notes that her handwriting is very clear, and that she wrote only to the point. He reflects that even if this 19-year-old girl is interested in him, this is clearly not visible in the text of the letter, since there is no indication of concern in it. He reflects that if the Viscount's wife allowed such an event, then everything will be fine, and a slight smile appears on his face, while his assistant asks in surprise why Sir Stern will suddenly accompany his daughter without any reason. Viscount Copeland, he adds that he knows the main beauties of secular society very well. However, from his point of view, Lady Copeland is very simple and ordinary, after which he asks Stern if his taste has really changed. Sir Sternraft tells the assistant to stop thinking about it, and adds that he will only keep Lady Ingrid company for once, to which he replies that this information gives him no less questions, after which he is interested in knowing why Sir Stern suddenly decided to go to those banquets. He asks why he was so attracted to Lady Copeland, and Sir Stern falls silent again, thinking about why he really agreed to this. He decides to ignore the assistant, saying that he cannot refuse and offend the lady who mustered up the courage and invited him to the graduation ball. The assistant asks Sir Stern if he has always been like this, to which he calmly replies that there must always be a reason to refuse. The assistant looks at Stern suspiciously, speculating about the possible reasons for his master's consent to accompany Lady Copeland. Making a brief pause to think, he asks Stern when Lady Ingrid Copeland became so fond of him. Stern, clearly having heard enough questions, addresses his assistant named Gerald and tells him that in 3 days they need to present a project to stabilize the world climate, after which he asks if he has solved the boomerang effect problem. Gerald, crushed by Stern's cold tone, understands his insinuation and leaves silently, leaving him alone with his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Lady Ingrid gets out of bed with a heavy head, saying that she was so worried that she couldn't sleep, and adding that she still doesn't want to lose face. Suddenly yawning and drowsy, Ingrid is distracted by Penny's cry, asking for a few minutes of all her attention. Penny, exuding incredible confidence, takes out a tray of red fish and enthusiastically states that Baroness Belita said that red fish would have a surprising effect, and adds that she should quickly apply it under her eyes. Ingrid sadly replies that such manipulations will not produce any effect, and adds that she can only smell like fish blood. She reminds Penny that she asked the butler to leave honey there, and asks him to bring something better than that, to which she replies that she understood everything, and adds that she will be back soon. At this moment, the protagonist approaches the mirror and observes that even without honey, she doesn't have a single wrinkle, and concludes that youth is still the most beautiful time of life. She firmly decides, despite her limited knowledge, to start taking care of herself from a young age, so that, even considering that she is not a beauty, in 10 years she will look younger than others. After this, she decides to enter her wardrobe because she wonders why in her youth she liked dresses and cute outfits. She looks at several dresses and thinks that since all the clothes have lace, the hair will have to be done luxuriously, adding that, in general, the clothes look a bit rustic. Ingrid suggests that it is better to look soft and vulnerable at the ball, and decides to opt for a discreet outfit. As Penny enters the room, she says she finally got her honey and asks if she needs anything else. Ingrid hands Penny her dress and tells her that if anyone sees it, they will think Penny is receiving guests, after which she asks if she can quickly remove the lace from her neck, to which she replies that she understands everything and adds that these are the duties of a maid who knows her mistress's anxiety well. She examines the dress carefully and says she is not sure she will do a good job, and adds that it will take time if Ingrid wants to fix this dress, to which Ingrid replies that she agrees from her point of view. She asks Penny if she can go borrow her mother's scarf to cover the unnecessary places, and then they can smear honey on their faces together. Penny is surprised to notice that honey is very valuable, to which Ingrid says that her house will not be ruined if Penny gets a spoonful of honey on her face, and adds that she will stir it well while Penny is busy. While Penny is taking care of her business, Ingrid recalls a proven recipe and mixes 2 tablespoons of honey with fresh wine. She continues preparing the mixture, reflecting on how in the past she and her daughter applied this mixture to their faces to rejuvenate their skin. She recalls that as soon as her beloved daughter went to bed, she wiped the honey off her face so as not to stain the pillow and the bedding. With these thoughts, she realizes again that a strong longing for her daughter is overwhelming her once more. And with sadness in her soul, she continues preparing the rejuvenating remedy. Time passes, and Ingrid's mother, instead of borrowing the scarf, sent her a box containing a brand new scarf. Ingrid's mother tells her that she only made such a fuss because she wanted to decorate her dress, to which she replies that it had too many ruffles. Ingrid states that she will later remove this scarf and make a summer outfit from this dress, to which her mother says that she came up with a very good idea. She looks at her daughter and says that although it looks a little old-fashioned, the look suits her very well, and adds that when she was young it was fashionable to wear one's hair this way. Ingrid tells her mother that the fashion for these types of hairstyles is finally coming back, and her mother takes out a beautiful ring and asks Ingrid to wait a moment. Ingrid looks at her mother's gift in surprise and asks why she decided to give her this ring right now. Ingrid's mom says that her husband chose this ring for her before the wedding, and adds that lately she hasn't had a reason to wear it, so Ingrid can take it herself. Ingrid happily tells her mother that in the future, she will definitely pass this ring on to her daughter. To which she tells her that it is not a particularly precious thing. With these words, Mother Ingrid looks at her daughter and tells her that her daughter has become an incredible beauty. A few seconds later, the butler of the co-planned estate enters the room and tells Ingrid that a guest has already arrived at her house. Ingrid goes out to the second floor of the estate and sees Stern Raft standing on the first floor, calmly looking around. Stern notices Ingrid and looks at her with his calm and cold gaze, inviting her to come down. Ingrid comes down the stairs, and Sir Sternraft greets her with a bouquet of flowers bought as a gift for his companion. He hands the protagonist a luxurious bouquet and tells her that he has prepared a small gift for her. Ingrid accepts the gift and reflects that the day has finally come when she received the long-awaited flowers from Sir Sternraft's hands. Stern carefully observes Ingrid's reaction and asks her if she likes the flowers, to which she thanks him for the gift, saying that they are very beautiful, after which she invites him to follow her, telling him that the tea is ready. Sir Sternraft extends his hand to Ingrid, and the two walk through the halls of the co-planned estate. Upon reaching the room, Ingrid tells Sir Stern that this room was previously used for music lessons, but now there are no people left in the house who play musical instruments, and her family uses it for small tea ceremonies. They sit down at a table, and Ingrid continues her verbal tour, saying that if you open all the windows, you can see the garden, adding that she thought that since it was so hot today, it would be a good time to spend time here. Cyrus Sternraft carefully examines the trees in the windows and tells Ingrid that they are ginkgo trees, to which the protagonist replies that these trees were planted by her mother. Ingrid says that her garden is not particularly beautiful or unique, but compared to others, they have many trees whose leaves fall differently, and adds that walking around the estate during the falling of the leaves makes the atmosphere surprisingly romantic. Cyrus Sternraft says, with slight enthusiasm, that he now understands what Ingrid means, and adds that walking on autumn leaves is much more pleasant than walking on a stone path. With these words, he addresses Penny and asks her to bring him a small crystal vase for the flowers, to which she confidently replies that her wish will be fulfilled immediately. Penny leaves, and Ingrid says that, as she already wrote, inviting him to the ball was a rather frivolous idea, and adds that she is still very grateful that he came. Ingrid sincerely smiles at Stern and tells him that she will do whatever is necessary to avoid causing him any possible inconvenience. Stern frowns slightly and says that he is the one most likely to cause her trouble, and adds that their agreement even forced him to ask his mother for permission. Sir Stern adds that he thinks Ingrid asked him to be her companion at the ball, because she knew nothing. He adds that this is why he thought that she definitely would not contact him, nor would she send him some kind of standard apology letter. Ingrid looks closely at Sir Stern's face and mentally notes that he is different from the illegitimate sons of other aristocrats. She recalls that when his mother, Lady Serianal, was abandoned by the man she thought she would marry, she was already pregnant. Malicious gossip immediately began to discuss how such obscenity could have happened to the daughter of a highly respected marquis. And honorable, everyone around them began to criticize Lady Serianal for giving birth to a child out of wedlock, and bad rumors began to swarm throughout the family, turning Stern's mother into a small fish in an ocean of predators. Ingrid says that both Stern and his dear mother have no reason to worry, and adds that in this case, she will also be calm. Sir Stern is very impressed by his interlocutor's speech and looks at her surprised, briefly destroying his usual mask of equanimity and calm. He looks away with a slight smile, embarrassed by such an unexpected show of concern, and decides to cover his embarrassment by taking a sip of tea. Ingrid realizes that with her words, she embarrassed her lover a little, and her cheeks immediately blush, and her conscience is immediately constrained. She hurries to apologize to Stern for her words, to which he does not immediately respond. As he is engrossed in thoughts about the protagonist's words, he adds that even if he thinks so, there are really not many people who would stay by his side for such a reason. And then he thanks her for those kind words. Ingrid, embarrassed, says that Sir Sternraft did not understand her quite correctly, and adds that this is not exactly the reason, to which he asks her what the real reason is, while their sweet conversation is interrupted by Penny's appearance. Noticing the sweet and embarrassed faces that Ingrid was sitting with, and Sir Sternraft, she blushes and shuts her mouth, looking closely at them. She quickly places the vase on the table and leaves, enthusiastically apologizing for the trouble. adding that she brought the vase Ingrid asked for. Ingrid examines the bouquet of flowers given to her by Stern and asks why he bought her asters and not other flowers. She inhales the scent of the beautiful bouquet and adds that these flowers are quite rare and are not often used for gift bouquets. Stern intently tells Ingrid that these flowers immediately caught his eye, and then asks her if she really liked these flowers, to which she replies that, on the contrary, she likes these flowers very much, and adds that she loves those flowers even more than luxurious roses or lilies. She states with a sincere smile that she placed them in her room as decoration, and adds that they are simply beautiful, so they would be a good addition to the interior. Stern looks at the protagonist in surprise and asks her if they will really be in an empty vase without water, to which she, laughing, replies that, of course, a little later she will pour water into the vase. Stern asks the protagonist in surprise what kind of water is usually used, also wondering if something should be added to this water, to which she replies that sugar should be added to the water, or a copper coin should be put in it. Cyrus Stern Raft enthusiastically states that there is sugar here and adds that Ingrid can use it with confidence. With these words, he raises his hand and begins to utter a strange spell, creating dark water the color of the sea that begins to bend around his palm. Under the influence of Stern Raft's will, the water surrounds the flower vase and pours into it, after which he says that he added a little magic to this water, so that these flowers last longer. Ingrid watches Sir Stern's actions fascinated, reflecting that now she understands how spells sound, and noticed that the sounds of her daughter's spells sounded more like the sounds of a xylophone. Ingrid sincerely thanks Stern for his gift, and adds that this is the second time she has seen his magic, to which he replies that there is nothing special about it, since water mages learn these things in the first stage of training. Ingrid smiles sincerely and says that his skills are very impressive, and adds that she finds it incredibly beautiful. Stern looks away, boasting a little, saying that it is certainly not easy to maintain magic for a long time, and Ingrid reflects that he is definitely embarrassed, noticing that he even made a characteristic facial expression. After a while, Penny re-enters the room, bringing several paper cards with photos of ball gown options on a wooden tray, saying that she brought what Ingrid asked for earlier. Cyrus Stern examines the cards and is surprised that Ingrid decided to choose a purple dress, and adds that it is far from secular society, but he knows that at such events, brightly colored clothes are usually worn. Ingrid says that red does not suit her very well, and adds that in such matters, it is better to choose clothes that suit her, and not what is currently fashionable. With these words, she hands Sir Stern a tie, asking him to accept this gift as thanks, expressing the hope that this gift will not be a burden to him. She says that since Sir Stern Raft prepared a softly colored suit for the ball, then this tie will suit him perfectly, and she asks if he can accept this gift, since he accepted her invitation to the graduation ball. Sir Stern examines the tie, notes that it is made of high-quality velvet, and thanks his interlocutor for such an expensive gift. He indulges in momentary reflection and notes that he accepted Lady Ingrid's invitation and followed her with a small gift, but from his point of view, all this should end there. Suddenly, Sid Stern falls silent for a few seconds, thinking about something, and then he asks Lady Ingrid if she can help him with another problem. He asks the protagonist if she can help him with something else and adds that, since she chose his tie, she can help him create cufflinks for his holiday suit. Ingrid is surprised by this proposal and feels her heart begin to beat faster and faster with every minute spent with her beloved. He shows her the cufflinks on his sleeve and tells her that unfortunately, he has nothing that matches her dress except these cufflinks. Ingrid says that these cufflinks are the basis of her everyday attire, to which he replies that he has never had a reason to wear a tailcoat and, in principle, he does not appear in public often. He adds that if you wear cufflinks that are too simple, it will be due to etiquette, and in his opinion, they will not look good with Ingrid's holiday suit. In Ingrid's head, the assumption that Sir Sternraft wants to meet her again is firmly established, and from this thought, her heartbeat begins to accelerate again. Due to these thoughts, she falls silent for a moment, leaving Sir Sternraft's thoughts unanswered. Sternraft looks closely at his interlocutor and asks her once more if this task will be difficult for her. Ingrid tries to gather strength and squeezes his hand. She barely looks up at Sir Sternraft and tells him that it will not be difficult for her to help him. She blushes again and tells him that she will be very happy to spend a little more time preparing for the ball with Sir Stern. After a while, Sir Sternraft leaves for his estate, and Penny approaches Lady Ingrid and asks her if she should leave the flowers here, to which she thanks Penny, telling her that she cannot touch them. She tells her dear maid that she wants to think alone for a while now, asking her if she can clean the other room, to which she replies that she will gladly fulfill her request. Penny tells Mrs. Ingrid that she is deep in thought, that she will call her when it's time for dinner. Penny takes care of her business, and Ingrid plunges into thoughts, a large part of which is occupied by her beloved Sternraft. She brings her hand to a bouquet of flowers and touches them gently, noting that these flowers look simply perfect. The protagonist looks at the flowers and inhales their aroma, thinking that she promised Sir Stern that she would see him again. And these thoughts excite her soul even more. She admits to herself that previously it seemed to her that she could easily survive this meeting, hiding behind the observance of etiquette, but if they meet again, it will be much harder. Ingrid reflects that even if she sees him again, there is unlikely to be much progress, after which she realizes that there is another serious problem on the horizon that will not be so easy to tackle. Lady Ingrid wonders what she should do with the herald, given that their meeting will still be inevitable. Without making a quick decision, Ingrid decides to put these thoughts aside and adds that she is too worried about a meeting with Sir Sternraft. She tries to overcome the tremor in her heart and convinces herself that the reasons why she is so worried are unimportant. But this does not help her much, and she realizes that she misses her dear daughter very much. After a while, Ingrid tells her friend Mariella about her adventures and plans, and she asks her with youthful delight if Ingrid really has a date today with her future boyfriend. Sternraft, Ingrid feels embarrassed by her friend's reaction and asks her to be quieter, which makes her look around fearfully and cover her mouth with her hand, making sure no one hears them. Mariella enthusiastically says that there are demons in still waters, and adds that, of course, if someone else had told her this, she would have been very surprised. But hearing such a story from Ingrid's mouth is triple incredible. Ingrid looks down embarrassed, admitting to herself that this also surprises her, since she recently thought that she would marry whomever her father chose. Ingrid says that she will simply go with Sir Sternraft to buy something, and adds that this is not a date, to which she informs him that cufflinks for the banquet are not just anything. Mariella grabs Ingrid by the shoulders and persistently asks her how this could have happened, and she wonders if Ingrid will go with Sears Turnraft, just the two of them, and adds that Ingrid's mother would not allow them to be alone without an escort. Ingrid laughs and tells Mariella that she won't go to this meeting alone, and that she will be accompanied by her nanny. Miss Roth, having learned even more details, Mariella excitedly asks Ingrid if she thinks Sears Turnraft likes her. Ingrid quickly replies that this is impossible, as they have only seen each other a couple of times, to which she replies that everything seems very logical if you think about it. Mariella says that even if Sir Stern really couldn't refuse her request, just because he is her father's friend, then his offer to see her one more time destroys this theory. She continues making inquiries and asks Ingrid if she likes the atmosphere that prevails when they are alone with Sir Stern, to which she timidly asks what she means. Mariella replies that Ingrid perfectly understands what she means, to which she timidly says that the atmosphere of their meeting was truly very good. Mariella happily says that this is irrefutable proof that Ingrid and Sir Stern get along well. Ingrid shamefully listens to her friend's thoughts and realizes that it is becoming increasingly difficult for her, because months after graduating, she will meet Harold. Ingrid plunges back into anxious thoughts and realizes that dating other boys before getting married is not strange. But her case is very different. She grips her dress and thinks that she must marry the Herald to be able to meet her daughter again. Meanwhile, another friend named Polana approaches Ingrid and Mariella and asks them what they are talking about so seriously. And Mariella, hearing her friend's voice, tells her that she arrived just in time. Mariella says that Lady Ingrid said she would go to the graduation ball with Sir Sternraft, to which Polana surprisingly asks if she is joking, while Ingrid vainly asks Mariella not to talk about those topics so loudly. Suddenly, a cold voice is heard in the hallway, calling Lady Ingrid, which destroys the warm atmosphere established between the two friends. Turning around, Ingrid realizes that a tall and majestic girl, surrounded by two friends, who is the daughter of Count Wayne, has addressed her. Lady Ingrid, surrounded by her friends, looks appreciatively at the daughter of Count Wayne, and a deathly silence falls in the hallway for a while. Mariella and Polana hide behind Lady Ingrid and tell her that Wayne's daughter is approaching them, and asks for forgiveness for causing such a fuss. Ingrid reflects that she really liked Lady Wayne, as she seemed like a very beautiful girl, confident and mature. However, from the height of her age, she understands that now she feels as if Lady Wayne is only trying to act like an adult. And if you compare her to her daughter Ingrid, she will only look like a small child. Lady Wayne asks Ingrid in a cold tone why she was laughing a moment ago, to which the protagonist replies that this is the first time Lady Wayne has shown interest in her. She adds that although they are the same age, they have never been connected by anything before, after which she says that she is very happy that they were able to talk like this. Lady Wayne does not reply to these words and immediately changes the subject, saying that she recently heard that Lady Ingrid recently talked about Sir Stern Raft, and asks her to tell her the details. Ingrid hesitates a little and thinks about how to get out of this situation, while her friends tell her to scold Lady Wayne, and not to tell her anything. Ingrid decides that telling the truth would be the wisest way out of this situation, and states that her father is friends with Sir Stern, and that is why he decided to accompany her to the graduation ball. She examines Lady Wayne's face and reflects that no matter how Lady Wayne expresses her feelings for Sir Stern, he still ignores her, and adds that, unfortunately, this is a very well-known story among the girls. Lady Wayne looks down with barely concealed annoyance and declares that now she understands why they behaved with such joy. She says that Lady Ingrid is a very kind and caring girl, and therefore, she certainly will not be an obstacle for Sir Sternraft. She fans herself and tells Ingrid that she really hopes Ingrid will not waste Sir Stern's favor. With these words, Lady Wayne turns around and walks away, while Ingrid sincerely tells her that she will do everything possible to prevent this from happening. Meanwhile, Polana's attention is focused on something strange and odd, and she asks her friends what it is. Ingrid and her friends look up and see a magic bird flying towards the academy window, beginning to descend next to Lady Ingrid. The bird, with its characteristic ease and grace, lands on Lady Ingrid's palm and politely addresses her, greeting her in human language. Ingrid is surprised to greet Sir Stern and asks him how he could create such a bird. Madigu, to which he replies that for true mages, this is not a big deal. Ingrid leaves her friends and sits on a bench, while they watch her enthusiastically from afar, indulging in their gossip. Stern, with hints of admiration, says that he immediately suspected that Ingrid knew a lot about magic, to which she replies that she only knows the basics and has never seen the distinguished Madoga live. She adds that she has never met such incredible mages, which makes Sir Sternraft sincerely smile. That he is in his office. He thanks Lady Ingrid for the compliment and asks if her classes are over, to which the protagonist tells him that she will leave the academy soon. Ceres Sternraft says that he is also leaving and adds that they should meet near his building, to which Lady Ingrid replies that they can meet in the main hall. Ceres Stern says he will get to his building faster and adds that it would be extremely rude of him to make her walk so far. He tells his interlocutor that they will see each other soon, and Lady Ingrid says goodbye to him, wishing him a good trip. Ingrid's friends, with their characteristic sarcastic intonations, say that all this is incredibly exciting, to which Ingrid declares that they will simply go to choose some cufflinks for Sir Stern. With these words, Ingrid says goodbye to her friends, telling them that she and they will see each other tomorrow, after which she heads to the academy gates. Suddenly, she notices someone's hard gaze on her and turns aside surprised. Turning around, she realizes that Lady Wayne, who apparently overheard the entire conversation between Ingrid and Sir Sternbraft, is drilling her with her cold gaze. Ingrid leaves the academy, grabbing her books and thinking that Lady Wayne seems quite angry, and she wonders if everything will be fine, adding that she really doesn't want to get into more trouble. Her foot starts to hurt, and she admits to herself that she will never wear such terrible high-heeled shoes again, and she stops for a while to give her feet a rest. She stops dead and reflects on the fact that these heels are very high and thin, and it is extremely difficult to walk in them without company, and notes that this is why she hasn't worn them before. Suddenly, Ceres Turnraft emerges from the crowd and approaches Lady Ingrid, carefully examining her with his cold gaze. And calm, he greets his companion, telling her that he is very happy to see her on such a sunny day, and asks her how she feels. Ceres Turnraft looks closely at Ingrid and invites her to give him the books so he can carry them, to which she thanks him, adding that it is not difficult for her anyway. Sir Sternraft says it would be better if she carried something heavy, and adds that these books may be thin, but together, their weight can be quite significant. The crowd notices Sir Stern and starts whispering as he turns to Ingrid. He asks her where her maid is, and then says that when they met here, Ingrid said the maid would come for her. Ingrid affirms that this is true, and adds that today she will be accompanied by a nanny, pointing out that a surprisingly large number of people have gathered here. Sarah Stern says that she now understands that Lady Ingrid's nanny will act as her guardian, to which she replies that everything is exactly as Stern says, and adds that the nanny must be waiting for them in the carriage. Sir Sternraft finds out everything he needed and extends his hand to her, inviting her to follow him and show him where the necessary cart is. Ingrid blushes and offers her hand to Sir Sternraft, allowing him to accompany her, and noting that even though it was a simple walk, her heart was still beating fast. She points out that when she married the herald, she was also excited. However, this was due to the anticipation of the future that awaited them. Ingrid looks at Sir Sternraft and timidly notes that, although she wears high heels, Sir Stern still seems quite tall to her. She thinks she looks like a fool and wonders what she should do if she suddenly falls in love with him. Sir Stern examines Ingrid and tells her that she seems uncomfortable walking and asks her to notify him immediately if she suddenly dislikes something, to which she replies that everything is fine and that this is the first time. They approach the carriage, and Ingrid happily tells Sir Sternraft that she will introduce him to her nanny, Miss Rod. The pair gets into the carriage, and Lady Ingrid introduces her nanny to Sir Sternraft. And Miss Rod, with manifest suspicion, tells Stern that it is a great honor for her to meet him, to which he calmly replies that he is very happy to meet him, and thanks him for his help today. The wagon starts moving, and all passengers fall silent due to the heavy atmosphere floating in the wagon. Ingrid decides that maintaining such a difficult atmosphere is simply unacceptable, and asks Sir Stern where they are going today, to which he replies that it should be a nice surprise for her. Ingrid admits that she has no idea where they are going now, and mentally notes that they are definitely not on their way to the jewelry store. The carriage turns a few more times through different streets and arrives at its destination, after which it stops. The driver opens the carriage door and asks Sir Stern if they arrived exactly where he asked, to which he replies that they arrived exactly where he wanted. He offers his hand to Lady Ingrid and tells her that they have finally arrived, after which he helps her down, to which she sincerely thanks him, stepping onto the ground. Ingrid looks up and opens her mouth in surprise, looking at the place where Sir Sternraft took her. She steps forward and smells the strong odor of paint, realizing that they have arrived at the famous street in Sola, famous for its artist shops. She asks Sir Sternraft if they came to choose cufflinks, to which he replies that he remembered their conversation about the drawing club and decided to bring her here. He adds that if they walk a little further, they will find a good art store, and if she finds it hard to walk, they can go elsewhere. Ingrid declares that Sir Stern should not worry, as she has been dreaming of visiting this street for a long time, after which she looks around with delight. She reflects on the fact that tools and canvases are displayed here, and adds that this street is the place she dreamed of in her most pleasant dreams, since the street in Sola is where all the art stores gather, and all the artists from the continent come. Here, Ceres Sternraft asks Ingrid if she has ever been here, to which she replies that it is not a place to go alone, so the butler usually buys her everything she needs for painting. Ceres Stern says that since they came here today, it would be fantastic if Ingrid tried to choose something for herself, without worrying about an extra escort. Ingrid sets off with a sincere smile and thanks Ceres Sternraft for his generosity. Ceres Sternraft looks at Ingrid with surprise and realizes that she once again managed to break his mask of equanimity with her sincere smile. He approaches her nanny and tells her that if she doesn't want to go shopping with her, then she can stay in the cart, to which she replies that this simply cannot happen. Meanwhile, Sir Stern reflects that he thought it would be better to ask her in advance. However, he expresses his joy that she liked everything and adds that next time he would still need to get her permission first. He immediately recovers, surprised to be thinking of a future meeting with Ingrid as if this were a given. And Ingrid asks him why he is smiling. Sir Stern says that he is very happy with what he finds here with her, and adds that the whole secret might be that Ingrid has the ability to make people around her feel comfortable. Ingrid laughs and tells Sir Stern that he is a true master of compliments, to which he replies that this is the first time he has heard of something like that. They enter one of the stores, and the salesman greets him, surprisingly noting that a nice lady is accompanying him today. After which he asks what he wants, to which Sid Stern replies that they came to look at the painting. He introduces the owner of a store called Cardle to Lady Ingrid, and tells her that in this store you can find a variety of paintings and other drawing tools. Cardle kisses Ingrid's hand and tells her that meeting her is an honor for him, to which she replies that she is also delighted to meet you, and notes that there are many beautiful pictures in the store. The young store owner tells Ingrid that the authors of most of the paintings on display are young artists, and notes that aristocrats, who usually look for masterpieces by masters, do not perceive this style at all. Ingrid looks at the paintings and admits to the store owner that they are all drawn in an incredibly amazing way and seem skillfully made. Ingrid continues to admire the products and paintings in this store, and Cardle tries to contain his pride. Silently clearing his throat, Cardle turns to Lady Ingrid and asks if she would like to go upstairs, and adds that special drawing materials are sold on the second floor. Before starting the tour of the second floor, he tells her that in Cardle's store she can find blue dye, which is brought across the sea from the south, and a charcoal pencil, which is supplied from the Principality of Frozen from the same north. Ingrid notes with surprise that she has never heard before that even pencils are made in the Principality of Frozen, to which he replies that this is not the most important thing he wanted to say. He approaches Lady Ingrid and whispers to her that pencils are called frozen, those made from wood that comes to them from the Principality. Ingrid begins to laugh sincerely, asking him if this is really so, to which he replies that formally there can be no complaints about this. And Sir Stern reflects that Ingrid, apparently, is very cheerful, which means his idea was true. Cartel invites Lady Ingrid, and Sir Sternraft extends his hand and offers her help to get up, to which she thanks him and accepts his hand. Lady Ingrid's nanny remains in front of the stairs and looks irritably at Sir Stern, who once again managed to drag Lady Ingrid away with him. She sighs sadly, noting that she was very interested in who Mrs. Ingrid was interested in, noting with disappointment that it turned out to be Sir Stern Raft. She reflects that, although Sir Stern is the grandson of the Marquis of Raft, he is still an illegitimate son. She watches him and seriously wonders why Mr. and Mrs. Copeland allowed them to meet. Miss Roth turns her gaze to Lady Ingrid and notices that she looks quite happy, and reflects that some things are still unclear to her. Ingrid goes up to the second floor and looks with genuine delight at all the products located on the second floor of Cardle's store. She looks at the new instruments and thinks that she never thought instruments could look so beautiful and colorful. She turns to Sternraft and asks him if he paints on canvas or perhaps makes sculptures, to which he replies that he has never painted anything and is not interested in this topic. Sir Sternraft says that he came here to look at the paintings located on the ground floor, and adds that this is why he was interested. Ingrid asks why Sir Stern came here then, to which he replies that he was terribly interested in magic, which is why he was a frequent visitor here. He says that among water control practitioners, there are those who are unable to recognize their own power, especially if they have more than one stream of water. Sir Stern adds that if you add dye to one of these streams beforehand, it will be much easier to distinguish them. Cardle interrupts Stern's story, saying that Sir Stern Raft is also interested in painting, adding that he remembers that last week he came here to buy an album and pencils. Sir Stern says embarrassedly that he then thought he would simply make sketches that would help him improve his knowledge of magic. Ingrid enthusiastically asks Sir Stern if she can look at these sketches, to which he replies that this idea is not successful, since he has no talent. He adds that, unlike him, Lady Ingrid goes to a drawing club, adds that she must be good at drawing, and asks her if she will show him her work, to which she timidly replies that she is also not sure about her work. Cardle pours freshly brewed tea into a cup and asks Sir Stern if a mage shouldn't simply be good at magic. He adds that if you capture the water flow that appears when using magic on a canvas, people will line up to buy these paintings. Sir Stern, unexpectedly for everyone, briefly loses his composure and says that these will not be considered ordinary paintings, since the random mixing of colors without any intention cannot be called art. Cardle says that Sir Stern immediately gave himself away, because even though he is not interested in drawing, he knows the philosophy of art very well, and then asks him what they came for today. Sir Stern says that he wanted to observe some purple dyes to see how the color would react with water. Sir Stern takes out a cufflink and Lady Ingrid asks him if it is a cufflink without precious stones, to which he replies that instead of jewels, he inserted magic stones into it. He adds that last time he lost everything he created, so this time he was about to insert new precious magic stones here. Sir Sternraft says that the magic stone is the main magical tool of the mage, since it stores his mana. He adds that this works differently for every mage, and they usually use things from which they can immediately extract as much mana as possible. He recalls that his daughter also created a magic weapon from a pocket watch, but she didn't use it very often, as she didn't have much mana. Ingrid dilutes the paint, saying that she has several shades of purple and wonders if there will be enough water for those colors. She asks Cardle if she can use brushes and paper, and adds that she will buy them a little later, to which he replies that he will immediately bring everything she asks for. Cyrus Sternraft looks closely at Ingrid and tells her that he wanted to buy her a brush as a gift, to which she replies that he shouldn't worry so much about that, since she must choose the tool herself and buy it. She cheerfully turns to him, holds a container of water in her hands, and tells him that she had never personally bought materials for herself before, so she really wants to experience it for the first time. With these words, she turns to the canvas and spreads some paint, trying out several brush options, while her companion watches her with a slight smile. After trying several colors, she settles on one that is lighter than amethyst and brighter than purple jade, and decides that it will be perfect for her plans. She reflects that if she searches long enough, she might find jewelry of a similar color, but they will be extremely rare. She turns to Sir Sterndraft and tells him that he had previously said that paint changes color when mixed with water, but that she has no idea which one would be good for creating magic stones. Sir Sterndraft, thoughtfully, scratches his chin and tells the protagonist that he would really like to show her a couple of examples, adding that, unfortunately, there is not enough material here. He says that this requires a lot of clean water, so starting this process is not so easy, and adds that he will be happy to show her tomorrow or the day after if she comes to the Mage Tower. Ingrid enthusiastically tells Sir Stern that she will gladly come to see this wonderful process, after which she pulls a magic bird out of her purse and says that she almost forgot about it. Sir Sternraft smiles at the protagonist and declares that she can keep it, as this bird now belongs to her. In response to Ingrid's surprised question, he replies that it is created from crystal, so that she can use it as decoration or as a paperweight. And Cardle, coming up respectfully, says that he has not seen such a beautiful magic weapon in a long time. He says that magic objects created by water mages are very beautiful, but it is rare to meet someone who creates such exquisite things, to which Ingrid asks Cardle if he has any magic items. Cardle states that he is more interested in jewelry than in magic, and asks Ingrid if they usually buy magic items for decoration. Cardle says that some of them have reached the end of their service life and could be used as parts for something else, adding that in that case, they would be very useful. He asks Ceres Stern if he has considered handing over several magic items to him, adding that in return, he would even ask permission to sell in the Tower of Mages, to which he asks Cardle to stop talking nonsense, adding that he is a mage and not a jeweler. With that, he leads Lady Ingrid aside and tells her that he would rather tell her how to use magic. While Cardle retreats disappointed, he tells her that she can roll up the note, open the bird's beak, and put it there. With these words, he demonstrates what he said, and the bird, which is in Lady Ingrid's hands and held in its beak, it begins to shine and starts to move. After a few seconds, it flies into the air and quickly lands in Sir Sterndraft's arms. He tells Ingrid that when she starts it, it will immediately return to him, and adds that short messages can be transmitted this way. Miss Rode, observing this from afar, realizes that things are taking a completely unexpected turn. Ingrid expresses shame, because she really cannot accept something so incredible as a gift, and looks away. Sue Stern says the bird is too flashy to be used for anything important, and adds that while the bird may look very beautiful, it is practically useless in practice. Ingrid says it is still too expensive, to which he replies that he won't give her any incredible magic weapon, and adds that this bird only has one function, so as long as she doesn't use it, it will just be a nice decoration. He asks Ingrid if she likes the bird, to which she replies that she really likes the bird, but that it is something very valuable. Ceres Sternraft says that if she doesn't use it, then Lady Ingrid can simply return it to him, since he will simply use it as paper. Ingrid accepts Sternraft's gift and reflects that later, after a few months, she will be able to return this bird to him, thanking him for such a valuable gift. With these thoughts, they clutch the bird closer to them and realize that their heart begins to worry again and flutter. After a while, they leave the store, and Sir Sternraft says he is very happy to have been able to buy everything he needed. Cardle says that since they came to the street in Sola, they should take a walk down it, adding that at the end of the street to the east, there is a Rosenthal gallery, after which he says that Ingrid and Stern should look there because there is incredible work there. He adds that there is currently an exhibition on the myth of Andor, winking at Stern as a sign to take his companion there. Sir Sternraft says that then they will have to walk, and adds that most likely Ingrid is tired, and that Miss Roth will not be happy about that, to which Cardle affirms that nothing bad will happen if they walk a little. With these words, he approaches Miss Roth and tells her that she can stay with him, offering her to try some tea, noting that his collection contains the most exquisite flavors. Miss Roth asks Cardle if this tea is too expensive, to which he replies that that is the reason he offers it to her. Miss Roth decides to accept such a proposal and turns around, telling Ingrid and Stern not to go too far, and adds that if they don't return in an hour, she will come to look for them herself. Ingrid and Sternraft leave the store, and Ingrid says that Mr. Cardle knows how to converse, adding that her nanny is also stubborn and is always very attentive, to which he replies that Mr. Cardle is like a friend who knows well what the other person needs. Ingrid laughs and flirtatiously replies to Sir Sternraft that this may not be the only thing. They move forward and watch how the lemon trees wonderfully bloom and enjoy the lively noise of the crowd and the shouts of various merchants. Ingrid walks down the street and reflects on how much she enjoys walking down such a bright street and colorful. She turns toward the small exhibition and reflects on the fact that all the paintings sold in varnish were painted by simple, enthusiastic artists. Cyrus Sternraft turns to his companion and invites her to stay a while longer, looking at a few more shops, to which the protagonist happily agrees. Ingrid approaches the sketchbook with the sketches and examines it, saying that she likes these drawings much more, since the paintings of the masters can always be seen in the gallery, and she adds that they hang in the most visible place in every aristocrat's house. Suddenly, the protagonist stumbles upon the signature of a familiar artist, which she did not expect to see in a simple sketchbook. She realizes that in front of her was a painting painted by an artist named Rodrigo, who became very popular in the future. Ingrid decides to make sure she found the work of the same Rodrigo and flips through several pages again, carefully studying the artist's signature. Realizing that this is the same Rodrigo in front of her, Ingrid remembers that in 20 years he will become a world-famous master, and because his works will gain popularity only after his death, they will spread all over the world. Lady Ingrid looks surprisingly at the sketches of the future great artist and is amazed that his works are being sold so easily in a normal store. The merchant says that this is just a sketch that cannot be hung in the house, so they brought it here, and he adds that this painting is not worthy of the attention of such a noble lady. Ingrid looks at the merchant and asks how much this book costs, to which he replies that the book is sold for 1 silver coin, although for such a girl, he can reduce the price to 50 bronze coins. Ingrid carefully examines the book and notes, with surprise that a painting that in 20 years cannot be bought for money is now sold for a pittance. Cyrus Sternraft approaches Ingrid and tells her that she can buy it, and adds that she can consider it a souvenir from the street in Sola. He explains his point by saying that if Ingrid considers it a gift for a lady, then her mother will not suspect anything and will not get angry. Ingrid says that in that case, 50 bronze coins would be too cheap, and asks him if she could buy it back for 2 silver coins, to which he replies that even that would be too little for a gift for Ingrid. Lady Ingrid hands the coin to the salesman, asking him not to tell the artist that she wanted to sell it for 50 bronzes, asking him to divide what he received equally with the author of these sketches, to which the merchant replies in a trembling voice that he will fulfill Ingrid's request, noting that Rodrigo will be very happy. However, another idea occurs to Ingrid, and she decides that leaving the artist, whose work inspired her in a past life, in such a situation, is simply unacceptable. She tells the salesman that she wants to meet the author of these sketches, and asks him to convey her request that he come to the house of Viscount Copeland. The merchant looks stunned at Lady Ingrid and asks her if she is sure about her request, to which she replies that Rodrigo should tell the servants that he has arrived to meet Ingrid Copeland, adding that she would inform the butler about the artist's visit, and after meeting him, he will receive a monetary reward. The merchant starts bowing quickly, thanking Ingrid and saying that Rodrigo will be incredibly happy about such wonderful news. With these words, he quickly runs off in search of Rodrigo, and Sir Stern asks the protagonist if she really wants to sponsor this artist. Lady Ingrid says that she thinks it will be very interesting, to which Sarah Sternraft merely smiles. Lady Ingrid reflects that it would be simply terrible if a person, who will become incredibly successful in the future, died in poverty without receiving the honors he deserves. She supposes that, although she cannot completely sponsor him, she can at least help with the costs of the necessary materials. Sarah Sternraft says that if it brings her pleasure, then everything is fine, and adds that for Rodrigo it must be a real godsend. Sears Stern looks around and realizes that the sun is already setting, and says that, unfortunately, they do not have enough time to go to the Rosenthal Gallery, to which Ingrid replies that in that case, they simply will not go there. Ingrid says that if everything in this exhibition is exactly as Mr. Cardle said, then they will definitely have the opportunity to visit it, to properly examine all the outstanding works there, to which Sir Stern replies that he agrees with her point of view. Ingrid admits to her companion that she doesn't really like most of the works that everyone calls masterpieces, since most of them are too outstanding and noble. Sir Stern says that he never liked the ones everyone calls famous works of art either. Lady Ingrid looks up and asks Sir Stern with interest which painting he likes best out of all he has seen. Sir Sternraft replies indifferently that, unfortunately, he cannot remember it, since the picture had no title and in itself was not an acquired taste. He says that, among other things, he started dedicating himself to art too recently, although he notes that Mr. Cardle encouraged him to do so in many ways. Ingrid suddenly feels that with every step she takes, her feet start to hurt more due to poorly chosen heels. Sarah Sternraft notices the concern in Lady Ingrid's eyes and asks if she has tired legs, adding that they have been walking for quite some time, to which she replies in a trembling voice that she is fine. Sarah Stern looks around and sees a small open-air cafe and invites her companion to rest for a while at the table so that Ingrid's legs can return to normal. Ingrid timidly objects, saying that a nanny is waiting for them and that the weather might worsen at any moment. Cyrus Sternraft looks at his companion with a smile and tells her that she should not worry about the weather, since in any case, he will be able to use magic to prevent her clothes from getting wet. He carefully places Lady Ingrid in a chair, saying that they might be a little late, and adds that, however, he is prepared to be scolded by Miss Rode, since he cannot allow Ingrid to go further, knowing that her legs will hurt. He asks Ingrid if she would like to have some coffee, to which she agrees, saying that she drinks it infrequently, after which Sid Stern asks her to wait for him here. Ingrid briefly slips her feet out of her shoes, thinking that if she rests for a while, she will be able to walk to Mr. Cardle's store, noting that it is a stone's throw from the cart. Since Sid Stern has not yet arrived, the protagonist decides to look around and enjoy the cozy atmosphere of the street. She likes to watch how ordinary people live and fixes her gaze on the artist, who is drawing a still life. Sitting at a small table, Ingrid admits to herself that just by sitting here, she has become one with these kind people of the street in Sola. Sears Sternraft approaches Lady Ingrid and covers her with a cloak, saying that he borrowed it from the cafe because it started getting colder outside, after which Ingrid sincerely thanks him. Cyrus Turnraft sits down at the table and tells Ingrid that this cafe has a special coffee, so he ordered it, adding that they will have to wait a little, to which Ingrid replies that she can easily wait, since she is not very thirsty. Right now, Ingrid's lover looks at her and asks her how often she drinks coffee, eagerly awaiting her answer. Ingrid says she rarely drinks coffee and adds that everyone in her house prefers tea, since coffee is considered unhealthy, and then notes that 1 cup won't hurt anyway. Ingrid also asks Sir Stern if he drinks coffee often, to which he replies that it is a very popular drink in the Mage Tower. Ingrid asks him why it is so popular, and Sir Stern states in a frosty tone that without it, people cannot open their eyes, adding that in the morning, the tower owner's fairy takes a teapot of coffee and flies around the tower several times. Stern concludes his story by saying that it is a very dark and rich coffee, which is why it is nicknamed Hell Earth. And Ingrid asks him how one can drink something with that name, to which he replies that even so, after dinner, it is impossible to deny oneself a cup of good coffee. Ingrid laughs and says that apparently all mages are like that, reflecting on the fact that her daughter also drank coffee late and then stayed up all night. Cyrus Sternraft looks at Ingrid surprised and asks her if she knows other mages. Having regained her senses, Ingrid, with barely concealed excitement, replies that she does not know any other mage except Sir Stern. She decides not to continue this topic. She says she is a little tired, and Sir Stern, very tactfully, invites her to have a coffee and return, adding that it is too cold outside. After a while, the waitress brings Lady Ingrid her coffee, which is very different from what Sir Sternraft described to her. Ingrid looks surprisingly at the intricate pattern floating on the surface of the coffee, and Stern answers the unasked question by saying that they painted it with milk foam. Ingrid looks at her coffee and reflects that she heard that these designs are created by something resembling a hairpin. She once again plunges into memories and reflects that her beloved daughter loved coffee, and even made a coffee brewing machine herself at home, and then taught the servants. Ingrid remembers that the maid's skills were incredible, and she even learned to make beautiful drawings with foam. And her daughter always made one mistake, and this soiled the whole cup. The protagonist's thoughts are interrupted by a question from Sir Sternraft, who is interested in what fascinated her so much. Ingrid quickly regains her senses and sincerely apologizes to him, to which he replies that she has nothing to apologize for, and that he is not offended by such things at all. He carefully examines his interlocutor and states that sometimes it seems to him that she is looking far away and hears no one around her. The thought that she might have hurt her lover with her behavior pierces Ingrid's heart, and she quickly looks at him. Ingrid nervously excuses herself, quickly stammering that she has too many thoughts in her head, and that she is often distracted from this, so Sir Stern is quick to console her, telling her that this is not what he means. He extends his hand to her, and tells her with concern and emotion that Ingrid must be completely frozen, asking her why she didn't tell him anything about it. Ingrid immediately blushes upon feeling the warm touch of her lover's hand on hers, and tells him that she is not frozen, adding that she is just getting a little cold. Sarah Stern says that he would be very happy if Lady Ingrid focused more on him and less on some superfluous things. Ingrid is overwhelmed with shame, and her heart begins to beat wildly again, after which she declares that Sarah Stern is too kind to her. Sarah Stern says that this is not courtesy and adds that, in his opinion, Ingrid sees him as too good a person, since he is not someone who wastes time on those who do not interest him. He tells his young interlocutor that she should not mistake his kindness for ordinary courtesy, since he is taking care of her, so her eyes begin to shine with surprise and delight. Sir Sternraft tells Lady Ingrid that everything he does even now is not simple courtesy, and adds that they are signs that he is interested in her. Ingrid is speechless at such an unexpected confession from her lover, and only expresses words of sincere surprise, addressing Sir Sternraft by his full name and title. Stern takes her hand and tells her that she should just call him Stern, adding that it would be much more pleasant for him if she addressed him that way. The sun begins to slowly set behind the horizon, and the clouds thicken, and Sir Stern, noticing these changes in the weather, tells his beloved that a real downpour will soon begin. Ingrid tries to cope with the arising feelings and gets up from the table with the words that the nanny must have been waiting for their return. However, Sir Sternraft gently takes her hand and tells her that Miss Roth will understand them if it starts raining heavily, and Ingrid decides to stay, enjoying the warmth of her lover's hands. The next morning, Ingrid catches a cold and reflects on the fact that she also dated a couple of potential suitors in her past life, and notes that this was an important turning point in her life. Ingrid asserts that, however, for secular society this means nothing, and the situation where the Viscount's daughter, after several encounters, marries the one her father chose for her is quite common. However, the idea that one of her potential suitors might be Sir Sternraft does not allow her heart and her mind to calm down, and she wonders if she will be able to overcome this and forget everything that happened between them. Ingrid wonders if she will be able to tell her daughter about this later, maintaining a smile when she says that he was her first and only love. Gathering all her will into a fist, the protagonist firmly decides to stop everything right now, realizing that, obviously, she will not be able to change anything later. She covers her face with her hands and reflects that she wanted to be much bolder than before, but it didn't occur to her to go so far, as she could later harm the herald. The protagonist's anxious thoughts are interrupted by Penny bursting into her room, who happily tells her that a guest has come to see her. Noticing the stunned look of the alarmed Ingrid, she asks why she is so surprised. And Ingrid asks her what kind of guest this is. Penny says that the artist Lady Ingrid, whom she asked to come to the estate, came to the estate, and adds that she herself told him about it because the butler might forget about it and dismiss him. Ingrid says that due to recent events, she completely forgot about this, and asks her to take the guest to the reception room, noting that she will dress soon and meet him. Ingrid sits in front of the mirror to fix her hair, and Penny leaves, saying she will easily escort her guest to the right place. A few minutes later, the artist Rodrigo sits in the waiting room, scared like a kitten, and nervously looking around, flinching at every creak. He admits that he would never have imagined that the street vendor who took his album would be so surprised to learn that the young lady had bought it. He looks at the paintings hanging on the walls of the Copeland estate and wonders how it is possible that someone who has great artworks from 100 years ago likes his sketches. Rodrigo anxiously runs his hand through his hair and expresses mentally the hope that the girl who bought his strange painting will not say bad words to him or yell at him. He carefully looks at the table in front of him and notes that these snacks brought by the maid look incredibly tasty. Penny re-enters the reception area, startling Rodrigo, and tells him that Mrs. Ingrid told her to bring him a snack, since she is arriving a little late, and the fearful one tells her that he will wait for her arrival without any trouble. He decides to try the treats, and reflects on the fact that lately he has been very hungry, and notes that Mrs. Ingrid is a very caring housewife. After a while, the door slowly opens, and Lady Ingrid looks into the room, once again taking the unfortunate Rodrigo by surprise. He quickly stands up and politely greets the protagonist, introducing himself by name, and adding that he heard she was looking for him. Ingrid greets Rodrigo and introduces herself with the same courtesy, asking him to sit on the sofa to discuss some important matters. Rodrigo sits on the sofa and tells Ingrid that she can speak to him however she wants, to which Ingrid, who sat in a nearby chair, tells him not to worry, since she will not demand anything terrible from him. She says that she saw Rodrigo's paintings and noticed that they were very impressive, to which he replies that he heard she gave up to 2 silver coins for the sketch. She affirms that she wants to buy a few more paintings from him and adds that her contribution will not be that large, but she still wants to sponsor him. Rodrigo declares that it is not he who deserves help from a noble lady, after which he hesitantly admits that he has no idea what Lady Ingrid liked about his paintings. Lady Ingrid replies that she really likes his work, whether drawn in a notebook, with paints or with a brush. She confesses to Rodrigo that drawing is one of her hobbies, and that's why she understands art a little. Ingrid sincerely tells the timid artist that only when she looks at his works does she feel that they contain a technique and such incredible emotions that it is impossible to capture without an innate talent. Rodrigo looks at Ingrid with surprise, sincerely not believing that they only praised him. They showered him with so many compliments. Ingrid affirms that her family lives well, but they are not very rich, and adds that drawing tools are bought with pocket money. She says that, although she wanted to become Rodrigo's sponsor, it would not be a fabulous sum for him, and adds that she would still like to invest this money in his paintings. Ingrid continues to express her business proposal, saying that she will negotiate with Mr. Cardle's store on Rosenthal Street, and that if he needs anything, he can simply buy it in her name. Rodrigo, overwhelmed with gratitude, bows to Lady Ingrid and tells her that for her, he will definitely create exceptional works of art. He asks her if there is anything else he can do for her, to which she replies that he should not feel burdened. She tells Rodrigo that in the future, he will have several more sponsors, much more influential than her. However, in return, she will still ask him for a favor. Ingrid asks Rodrigo that when he becomes famous, he should tell everyone that it was Lady Ingrid who was his first patroness. She takes a pen and ink, signs the paper, and says she will hand over this agreement to Mr. Cardle's store through her servant. After the meeting with Rodrigo is over, Lady Ingrid hands the envelope with the contract to her butler and thanks him for the service, after which she goes up to her room. The butler looks surprisingly at Lady Ingrid and admits to himself that he cannot believe that his young mistress is sponsoring someone. After a while, Ingrid, standing in the room with the paintings, receives a visit from her father, who carefully approaches her and calls her by name. She turns around and greets her father, to which he asks if he bothered her with his unexpected visit. Ingrid says he will never be able to interfere with her, and adds that she is not busy with anything anyway. After which her father becomes interested in knowing where she got such an unusual painting from. And Ingrid tells him that she received this painting as a gift from the artist. She enthusiastically notes that she has now become the owner of the painting, Avening Dawn, which Rodrigo handed over to the butler as soon as he returned home. She examines the painting with concern, remembering that this painting is Rodrigo's immortal masterpiece. That cannot be valued in money. Ingrid says it is too great a gift in exchange for her help. But Penny, who carefully approached her to admire the painting too, declares that even in this case it is better not to return it. With a thoughtful look, she tells Ingrid that this man's work rarely sells, so such a gesture could hurt his tender feelings. Ingrid's father asks his daughter if she likes this painting, to which she responds with a question, wondering if she likes it, to which he replies that he is not sure if he liked this painting. Lady Ingrid enthusiastically tells her father that the color combination of this painting is simply divine, and adds that there are no important guests in the music room anyway, so this painting will not bother anyone. The father replies that if this is what she wants, then he has no objections, and notes that he was a little surprised to hear from the butler that she was going to be sponsored by an unknown artist. Ingrid says this is just a small help, to which he replies that the very fact that she started doing this is incredible, since at such a young age, few people think about such things. Ingrid asks her father if he is busy now, to which he replies that he has time to have a cup of tea with his beloved daughter. Ingrid shows her father a bright smile and tells him that she will accompany him to his office and will prepare a good cup of tea for them. Ingrid's father accepts this proposal and asks his daughter if she enjoyed her time with Sir Sternraft, to which she replies that she really enjoyed going out with him. Ingrid's father says he was worried because Sir Sternraft is not famous for his courtesy, to which she replies that he, on the contrary, was very polite. The father notices how shy and restrained Ingrid began to behave as soon as the conversation turned to Sir Stern, and reflects that apparently they didn't just take a walk and buy drawing materials. He is worried that, as a father, he cannot simply interfere in his daughter's affairs. But from his point of view, it would be much better for Ingrid never to see him again. He realizes that the reason for this is that Sir Sternraft is an extremely powerful mage who controls both water and air, which makes him a very rare person. Water magic can easily cause droughts and floods, and, due to the cyclical nature of the process, the effect can last a long time. This magic is so vital for the functioning of all living things that not even a ruler can treat water mages carelessly. But Mr. Sternraft can also control the air. All of the above makes Sir Sternraft not only a very powerful mage, but also a very great threat that can cause natural disasters. Ingrid's father realizes, with great regret, that his daughter's choice fell on the edge of a specific person, and dangerous, but it will be very difficult for him to forbid her from seeing him. Meanwhile, Ingrid gets ready and interrupts her father's thoughts, asking how they met Sir Sternraft. The protagonist's father comes to his senses and asks her what she means, to which she replies that both he and her maternal family are not close to the Marquis's family. Raft, Ingrid adds that the Raft family is far removed from politics, which means they are unlikely to have anything to do with his work. Ingrid's father remains silent for a second, not daring to answer his dear daughter's questions. Ingrid asks her father what happened to him, to which he replies that he is fine. He says he just realized that she is now old enough to get married, and adds that she has grown up a lot. After which he mentally realizes that Ingrid has always been a very reasonable girl, since she still analyzes what is happening around her. Ingrid, embarrassed, asks her father not to shower her with such praise, saying that she is not such a mature person. Meanwhile, Penny enters the room holding a tray with a hot teapot, from which a subtle steam emanates. Ingrid gets up from her chair and says that she will prepare tea for both of them, and her father nods, saying that option will be fine with him. Ingrid's father begins to drink freshly brewed tea and tells his daughter that he met Sir Sternraft at work, after which he asks her if she knows the territory of Orpenda in the south, to which she replies that she knows this territory. She affirms that 3 years ago the dam in the center of the river collapsed, which became a great disaster for the civilian population. Ingrid's father says that in those days, Sir Cadden, who was the manager of Orpend, and also his friend from the academy, contacted him and asked him to urgently find a water mage. Ingrid's father had to formally ask the mage tower for help, as if the dam collapsed further. It would cause enormous damage to the village, especially in light of the upcoming rainy season. He came to the Mage Tower, but the man who received him told him that there was not a single free water mage in the tower right now. One of the Mage Tower employees says that he heard the news that there were problems with the dam installation, and added that they should be prepared for damage due to flooding. Viscount Copeland was surprised that at that time no one could help them, even though Orpend could not solve the problem on its own, and even asked the state capital for help. The employee, with sadness in his voice, told him that they could not do anything and that he should try to speak personally with Sir Sternraft. Ingrid's father thought that many things were going on in the Mage Tower, and that is why he could not simply go to Sir Sternraft and ask him, since even though he graduated from the academy with excellent grades, he was also called young, having become a water lord at such a young age. So such a genius might not be willing to help him even in such a difficult situation. In fact, Viscount Copeland was worried before meeting him because without his powers, he would have had to find another way, which seemed completely impossible to him. However, all these doubts were dispelled the moment he approached Sir Sternraft, who greeted him politely and listened with great attention to all his troubles. Upon learning about the current situation, he said that since they contacted him in such an emergency, it means that this is a very important matter, and he said he would like to go today. Viscount Copeland was surprised to hear the sincere willingness of his interlocutor, and asked Sir Sternraft if he needed time to prepare. Sir Stern calmly replied that he would really not need more time to prepare, since water would not harm him. Viscount Copeland concludes his story by saying that thanks to Sir Sternraft's help, they successfully neutralized all problems and were able to avoid serious losses. To which Lady Ingrid replies with surprise that she has never heard this story. She recalls that at the time her father passed away, no less than Duke Sagna's assistant came to express his condolences to her. At that time, Ingrid thought that he had come simply to formally convey condolences just because his master had sent him. Viscount Copeland smiles and affirms that although they know Sir Sternraft a little, they have never been close friends. He adds that in any case, Sir Stern is an exceptional person, and although he looks a bit cold, he is very noble to those in need. Ingrid pours herself more tea and says that, unfortunately, Sir Stern does not know how to show his emotions. She adds that she shares her father's thoughts, adding that she used to think in a very similar way, which makes her suspicious. She asks her father what happened between her and Sir Sternraft, to which he quickly replies that there was nothing unusual between them. Viscount Copeland scratches his head and says that, if she wants, he will not put a brake on her personal life. Ingrid asks him surprised what he means, to which her father replies that if Sir Stern really makes her happy, then he will not be against his candidacy. He affirms that his mother, of course, will be against such a decision, but for him, as a father, his daughter's happiness is much more important. However, from the Viscount's point of view, Sir Sternraft must prove to her that he is capable of taking care of her and protect her in case of any danger. Ingrid, blushing, exclaims, saying that all her father's conjectures are completely false, to which he replies that he will convey these words to her anyway. Meanwhile, Miss Rode enters the room and tells Lady Ingrid that she has received a letter from an unknown sender. Ingrid takes the letter and speculates that it might be from Sir Sternraft, and Miss Rode says that she must see this letter, and adds that it is an order from Mother Ingrid. Miss Roth says that, in any case, this requirement is solely because her mother is very worried about her, to which she replies that she perfectly understands these requirements. With these words, she pulls out a special letter opener and opens the envelope with a slight movement of her hand. As soon as she opens the envelope, magical flower petals begin to fly and swirl in a whimsical dance. Penny, who immediately guessed who this letter was from, sighs enthusiastically, looking at the beautiful flower petals that continue to swirl in the air. After a while, the petals begin to fall slowly, to the delight of the maiden Penny and the still disheartened Lady Ingrid. The petals fall into Lady Ingrid's hands, and after a while she decides to read the letter, in which Sir Stern says that due to yesterday's cold rain, he was very worried that she might catch a cold. Also in this letter, Sir Sternraft apologizes to Lady Ingrid for his stupidity, and adds that he greatly regrets that their meeting was postponed due to her illness. He adds that he remembers his promise to show her a way to create a magic weapon, so he sends her an invitation to the Mage Tower. Sir Sternraft states that in response to the flower petals band she sent him, he decided to add a magical power-laden floral sent to the letter. At the end of the letter, Ingrid reads the text that Seer's stern raft will be awaiting her response, as well as his initials and the large, shiny seal of the raft house. Miss Rod, who decides to read this letter too, irritably observes that there is absolutely nothing to complain about in it. She asks Ingrid if she knows that she must get permission from her mother to visit the so-called Mage Tower, to which Lady Ingrid replies that Miss Rhodes should not worry. Cheerfully, Penny says that she would be happy to give Ingrid a massage, and adds that she should look great for her upcoming visit to Sir Stern Draft. She continues her inspired monologue, saying that she will wash Lady Ingrid in rose water and make her a special mask with cucumbers and honey, to which Lady Ingrid sternly asks her if she is offering all this only because she herself wants to do it. She boldly assumes that her maid Penny is also in love and asks her who her lover is, to which she only timidly shouts. Penny says that she cannot tell yet, to which she asks if she is afraid that they will separate them if she tells, after which she becomes interested in what kind of person it is that managed to win Penny's heart. Penny says that the head of service introduced them and adds that her chosen one is a very common person and ordinary. Penny decides to give a little more detail, saying that he sells fruits and vegetables on Oyang Street and supplies them to their kitchen, to which Lady Ingrid replies that if she is dating him, he must be very young. Penny timidly affirms that, indeed, her chosen one is not as young as her and is a little older than her. But this is not a big drawback from her point of view. This information resonates in the protagonist's ears like a bolt from the blue, and she clearly remembers how Penny's relationship with this man ended. She recalls that in the same year she married Harold, that Penny also unexpectedly got engaged. She quit her job and left the capital for an unknown destination. The protagonist also remembers that only after 20 long and painful years, she learned from Miss Rod the only news about Penny. However, she could not find out much, and the question of where they live, if she is happy with her husband, and what kind of person he is, remained forever unanswered. However, Lady Ingrid was convinced that, whatever happens, Penny did not want to quit her job and get married at such a young age. She returns to the present and reflects on the fact that Penny will probably marry the man she is dating right now, and wonders if she should stop this terrible event for Penny. Meanwhile, an unsuspecting Penny looks at the worried Lady Ingrid and asks why she was so surprised, suggesting that she is confused by the large age difference between her and her chosen one. Lady Ingrid hugs Penny a little, telling her not to worry about anything, reflecting on how she always worries about absolutely everything. She remembers Penny's words that they were introduced by the head cleaner, and decides to conduct a secret investigation into who this man is, noting that, since he supplies them with food, his business must be quite successful. She decides not to overwhelm Penny with disturbing thoughts, and suggests that they make special face masks, after which she says that Penny should massage her face, to which she replies that Lady Ingrid can trust her in this matter. Penny cheerfully declares that she knows the secret massage techniques of the Principality of Belita, and adds that if the blood flow improves, the dark circles will immediately disappear from the face. Ingrid surprisingly asks Penny if this technique is really so miraculous, to which she replies that she will come right away, and will prepare everything, and for now Lady Ingrid should rest a little in this room. Ingrid watches Penny leave, and thinks that it would be great if Penny were always this happy. She promises herself that if she gets the opportunity to help her before she gets married, she will do everything possible to do so. The protagonist also reflects on the fact that she will definitely need to know more about her future husband, and what kind of person he is. Lady Ingrid approaches the window, and firmly decides that she really wants to know how this boy will live when he finally gets married. After a while, Penny returns and seats Lady Ingrid in front of the mirror, telling her that this time they will give her a special massage around the face. She says that this technique involves zonal pressure on the body, and asks Ingrid to tell her immediately if it suddenly becomes too painful at a certain moment, to which she replies that she understood everything and will follow the instructions. Penny begins to massage Ingrid's face, and she feels an unpleasant pain several times during the procedure, but she decides to hide it from her maid so as not to hurt her feelings. However, as soon as Penny finishes her procedure and allows the protagonist to look in the mirror, she realizes that all these hardships were definitely worth it. She admires herself in the mirror and says that this time her face looks much fresher, to which Penny says that she is an unsurpassed massage master. Penny asks Lady Ingrid if she would like to style her hair, and adds that she heard about an effective method from other servants. The protagonist wonders why Penny would touch her hair, and adds that she already combed it and put it away, to which she cleverly replies that before combing, she needs to apply some aromatic oil, and adds that Ingrid probably has a special rose oil that she uses for baths. Penny says that you just need to apply it to the ends of your hair and comb it properly. And if you do everything exactly according to the rules, your hair will become long and beautiful. Penny adds that every time Lady Ingrid passes by someone, they will smell the pleasant aroma of fragrant roses, after which she enthusiastically suggests that she definitely resort to this method. Looking at Penny, Lady Ingrid laughs sincerely and agrees, thinking that Penny terribly reminds her of her own daughter, and separately notes that her enthusiasm was so contagious that she herself wanted to try this hair care method. After a while, when all preparations for the trip to the Mage Tower come to an end, Lady Ingrid decides to spend a moment before bed looking at the starry sky. She takes the letter she received from Sir Stern Raft and rereads it carefully. She checks every letter and realizes that it still carries a faint scent of lavender flowers on a warm spring day. She clutches Sir Stern Raft's letter closer to her chest and wonders mentally if Sir Stern has always been so attentive to his loved ones. She recalls that Duke Sagna from a past life was definitely like that, at least from the rumors she heard. Lady Ingrid remembers that it was hard to call him someone who creates problems, so she never heard anything bad about the relationship with his wife. However, she also heard nothing that everything would be fine for them, and because of this, someone was chatting behind his wife's back that she was not capable of capturing his heart. Other people even invented different versions of what was happening, saying that Duke Sagna was not interested in girls at all, leaving unchanged the fact that he never approached any of the girls. However, the Duke always respected his wife and was very courteous to her, but they were strangely cold to each other and always had an air of extreme disinterest towards each other. From Lady Ingrid's point of view, by all indications she knew, their marriage was nothing more than a typical marriage of convenience. The protagonist reflects that this is why she was sure that he would not be so kind to her, because she knew his character from a past life. She gets lost in her thoughts and concludes that she must answer him as soon as possible and not make him wait long. The next morning, one of the students arrives at the Magic Tower and tells Sir Sternraft that he has received a letter from the Viscountcy of Copeland, to which she thanks him for his help and accepts it. With these words, he accepts the envelope and is in no hurry to open it, examining it with interest from all sides, studying the coat of arms of the Copeland family. Moreover, Sir Stern's assistant, with a nervous look, tells him that he also had a guest who was very eager to see him. Sir Stern quickly looks at his assistant and asks what kind of guest might come today, and adds that he was not expecting anyone today. After a while, the guest enters Sir Stern Raft's office and says that he arrived suddenly, and adds that he went too far to some extent. The old man sketches a smile and says that this is the first time he has burst in like this, without an invitation, and declares that he is very happy to meet the great mage Stern Raft. Sirius Turnraft says that the tea offered to him is not that good and is hardly worth it, to which the guest replies that he only wanted to briefly discuss some matter with him, immediately clarifying that it will not cause him great trouble. Sirius Turnraft agrees to listen to his guest, after which he calmly asks him why he came to his magic tower. The man begins to rummage through the inner pockets of his jacket and says that he received an order from the Emperor himself, which he must personally convey to Sir Stern. Sir Stern cautiously perceives this information and looks at the richly decorated handkerchief in front of him with the imperial family seal. In the center of this handkerchief is a precious stone, and the guest declares that it is a generous gift from the Emperor, to which Sir Sternraft says that it is just a brooch. Stern's guest affirms that it is indeed a brooch, but that it is unique and one of a kind. He explains that this brooch is inlaid with such a rare blue diamond that it cannot be found in any corner of the entire kingdom, not even for a fabulous amount of money. He adds that probably no aristocrat in the world has ever seen such richly colored things, after which he asks if this brooch is not beautiful. He looks intently at Sir Sternraft and says that it suits him very well, but Sir Stern ignores these words. Having received nothing but empty flattery from his guest, Sir Stern asks why the Emperor suddenly decided to send him a gift, to which he replies that this is not a mere coincidence, since His Majesty probably thought of everything. The guest tries to find the right words and with a sincere smile. He tells Stern that the Emperor is trying to take care of him. These words immediately cause dissatisfaction on Stern's face, and he says in an icy tone that after so many years, the Emperor still decided to take care of his illegitimate son, suggesting that he should not find a place for himself. Sir Stern angrily states that this man never visited him while he was growing up, and adds that there were many episodes in his life when he needed a father, but he did not consider it necessary to help him in any way. Stern's guest realizes that everything is starting to smell like frying potatoes and, frightened, he says that, apparently, the Emperor was very pleased to see the heights Sir Stern Raft had reached. However, this does not reduce Stern's indignation in the least, and he gets up from his chair, saying that most likely, His Majesty would never have come to him if he hadn't become the Lord of the Mage Tower. With that said, he returns the handkerchief and the brooch to his guest, and in an icy tone orders her to take the handkerchief away. With these words, he approaches the huge doors of his office and tells his guest that important matters await him. So he is forced to leave him. After some time, a bright sun rises over the Mage Tower, illuminating this majestic structure erected by unknown builders centuries ago. Lady Ingrid, after carefully preparing her attire, approaches the main entrance, admitting to herself that the mere sight of this tower takes her breath away. She recalls that, before setting the final date for the visit to the Mage Tower, they exchanged several more letters, and as a result, the total preparation time was 1 week. Looking around the area, Lady Ingrid recalls that in the past, she came here because of her daughter's excursion. So this tower doesn't seem so unfamiliar and surprising to her. She continues reflecting on the past, recalling that after that day, she met Sir Sternraft for the first time in her life. After these thoughts, she recalls a wonderful moment of her solitude, where they could sit with simplicity and naturalness holding hands. Lady Ingrid's romantic thoughts are interrupted by the dissatisfied cough of her nanny, Miss Rode, who offered to accompany her this time too. However, after a few seconds, Sir Sternraft and his assistant, Gerald, approach the confused Lady Ingrid and Miss Rudd, who greet the two ladies and invite them to follow them to the Mage Tower. Gerald introduces himself, says he is the water mage Gerald Maximus and one of Sir Sternraft's part-time students, and kisses Lady Ingrid's hand. He says he is very happy to see the one who left his insensitive master indifferent, and adds that he has no words to describe all of Lady Ingrid's supernatural beauty. Sid Stern, not appreciating his student's suitability, splashes water on him and asks Lady Ingrid not to mind him, while the protagonist, with a sincere laugh, asks Sid Stern not to misbehave. After wiping the water from his face, Gerald Maximus tells Lady Ingrid that this was done especially for her, to which Sir Sternraft says that one must always maintain decency in front of well-mannered people. But Lady Ingrid points out that there is an unspoken tacit rule, according to which it is not necessary to observe formalities with her close ones. They move forward, and Sir Sternraft says he has prepared everything in the garden to create a magic weapon, and adds that he first wants to show Lady Ingrid the Mage Tower. Gerald Maximus, with incredible courtesy, extends his hand to Miss Rode and invites her to accompany him on that excursion, to which she agrees with unknowingness and suspicion. Sir Sternraft points out the enormous arches of the tower and says that due to spatial magic, the tower looks much taller than ordinary buildings, and adds that it is very easy for common people to get lost here. He affirms that even if a person is a mage who no longer belongs to the Mage Tower, they won't be able to enter, and adds that guests are extremely rare here. Suddenly, a strange staircase appears in front of the heroes, and, in response to Ingrid's enthusiastic question about where it comes from, Ceres Sternraft says it is made of air. Lady Ingrid squeezes Ceres Sternraft's hand tighter, and he tells her that as long as he is by her side, she won't have to worry about anything. They carefully advanced up the spacious stairs, and Lady Ingrid gradually got used to such a high altitude. Looking around, she asks her companion if there is anyone else here, to which Sir Stern replies that only they are in this space now, adding that normally no one moves like this, because everyone has their own way of moving quickly. Ceres Sternraft says that there are currently about 420 offices in the tower, each of which is quite large, so they won't be able to visit them all in one day. He tells his beloved that instead of walking, he usually types coordinates and uses space magic, or uses magic circles to create some kind of portals. Lady Ingrid looks inquiringly at Ceres Sternraft and asks if they should have used this method of travel. This question catches Sternraft off guard, and he briefly gets lost, trying to figure out what to answer his beloved. A few seconds later, uneasily, he admits in an awkward tone that it was his fault, to which Lady Ingrid replies with a cheerful smile, saying that there is nothing wrong with it. Looking down, the protagonist exclaims with surprise that she cannot even see Mr. Gerald and Miss Rode from that height. She asks her beloved if they are lost, to which he replies that if Gerald is accompanying Miss Rod, then nothing bad will happen, and adds that now, just in case, he will check with him for information about their whereabouts. Stepping aside for a moment, he contacts his student, and after exchanging a few sentences with him, he asks what kind of mistake happened to them, after which he says that nothing can be done about it, and orders Gerald to bring Miss Rode back safely. Sound to the office Lady Ingrid, after hearing a few words of their conversation. She eagerly asks what happened to her dear nanny. Sir Sternraft turns to Lady Ingrid and tells her that she has nothing to worry about, after which he tells her that there is a space called the Room of Unlimited Light Mirrors, in which they ended up. Ingrid asks Sir Stern what kind of room this is and what it is for, to which he replies that this special room is used for practice by light mages, or darkness. He adds that once a person enters, it will take your hour to leave, and adds that since it is a practice room, other mages haven't heard of it at all, and then points out that Gerald, among other things, is a water mage. Lady Ingrid listens attentively to Sir Stern and deduces that Miss Rode has been trapped there for about 2 hours with Gerald Maximus. Sir Sternraft replies that if you are thinking about taking a tour of the Mage Tower, then this room is the most valuable place for it. However, she immediately thinks of the fact that Gerald has been in the Mage Tower for 4 years, so he definitely couldn't make such a mistake by accident. After thinking for a while, she comes to the conclusion that most likely her student did this on purpose, justifying it with concern for his teacher. Lady Ingrid smiles at Sir Sternraft, telling him that there is nothing wrong with this, and adds that although her nanny always speaks sternly, in the end, she pretends that everything was fine, and nothing happened. Sarah Sternraft continues to accompany the young lady, and tells her that if she doesn't want to spoil the opinion Miss Rode has of himself, then she must make Lady Ingrid have a good time with him. He smiles slightly, admitting with a slight hint of embarrassment in his voice that he is actually a little glad that everything turned out this way. Turning his gaze towards Lady Ingrid, the protagonist timidly lowers her gaze and says nothing because of the growing feelings and the frantic heartbeats. Sir Stern goes up the stairs with his companion and tells her that he heard from Mr. Cardle that she decided to sponsor an unknown artist. He asks her if this is the artist whose painting she bought during a walk, to which she replies that Sir Stern guessed everything correctly, and adds that the works of this artist are recognized with great difficulty, but she sees a special beauty in them. She adds with sincere joy in her voice that the painting he gifted her was to her liking, and produced many pleasant emotions and sensations. The protagonist enthusiastically tells Sir Sternraft that Rodrigo used intense colors and dynamic brushstrokes, adding that he did not try to capture the moment in this way. From Lady Ingrid's point of view, the painting exudes the feeling that he has put the feelings of the person looking at it into it. With these words, she turns to Sir Sternraft and reminds him that he told her earlier that his favorite painting is the work of some amateur artist, and he replies that everything is exactly as she says. Ingrid says she was very interested in knowing about it, asking him if the painting is in his office, to which he replies that he wanted to buy it earlier, but was told it was not for sale. He smiles at Lady Ingrid again and tells her that she goes to a drawing club, so she should be aware of this story. Ingrid looks at Sarah Sternbraft with a blank stare, after which she admits that she hasn't heard anything about it, and adds that usually such gossip passes her by. Sarah Sternbraft says that last year, while waiting for someone, she had the opportunity to see the Fine Arts Club exhibition. He recalls himself in those days and tries to carefully visualize the image that caught his attention in front of him. He says that in that painting, there were blue flowers that were depicted so beautifully that it took his breath away just looking at them. Cyrus Sternraft immediately corrects himself, saying that he doesn't exactly remember what color the flowers were, adding that they were more purple than blue. Ingrid says that now she understands what her companion is talking about, reflecting that this painting exactly matches the description of one of her creations. She recalls that in the past, she heard this news from a broker, but he refused to sell one of her works. However, at that time, The fact that someone wanted to buy it made her feel incredibly proud of herself and of her skills. She realizes that no less than Sir Stern Raft himself wanted to buy her work. And her heart starts beating again, as if about to jump out of her chest. Ceres Sternraft tells his beloved companion that now they will have to make the final push, and asks if she will allow him to wrap his arm around her. Ingrid doesn't understand for a moment what Ceres Sternraft means, after which she agrees, and says that she is ready for whatever he has in store for her. With these words, Ceres Stern gently grabs Lady Ingrid's waist and casts a spell, thanks to which the floor under their feet begins to change rapidly. After a few seconds of a strange spell, Lady Ingrid's feet land on some kind of cosmic star fabric. She turns around enchanted. She observes the cosmic limbo and asks Ceres Turnraft if he said they would go through the Mage Tower Garden. Ceres Turnraft tells her that this is a special space for fast travel, and adds that this door leads exactly where they need to be. With these words, he opens the weightless door and invites his dear companion to follow him, adding that a very ordinary forest awaits them. Upon entering, Lady Ingrid tells Sir Sternraft that this forest does not look ordinary at all, to which he replies that the best place for nature mages to practice is nature itself. He decides to conduct a brief historical excursion, and says that it was originally a forest in the south of Eld, but then part of it was blocked off, and a passage to the Mage Tower was opened. Ceres Sternraft adds that these places are managed by the First Earth Masters, since absolutely everyone can envy their experience and skills. The protagonist looks around and sincerely admits to Ceres Sternraft that this forest is simply incredibly beautiful and rich in colorful sights. Glad that this impressed his beloved, Sir Stern tells her that he thinks so too, and looks at her, admiring her. Ingrid notices that there is a large lake nearby, and asks Sir Stern if they will create a magic weapon there, to which he replies that they will need a lot of clean water, and points out that this place suits them best. He takes out a tube of violet paint and says that there are many people in the capital, and that is why water should not be wasted carelessly, and adds that it is easier to control the boomerang effect here. With these words, he concentrates on the spell and begins to pronounce it, saying with confidence and clarity every part. Under the influence of Ceres Stern's spell, the water immediately begins to move, and Lady Ingrid watches with delight as a column of water rises from the lake in the blink of an eye and closing of an eye. Lady Ingrid continues to watch it and wonders if he used too much water for a single tube of paint. Sir Sternraft extends his hand and continues casting the spell, channeling his willpower to change reality. Under the influence of Sir Sternraft's spell, the tube of paint breaks in two, and the paint it contains begins to mix with the lake water. After a few seconds, a magical vortex begins, and from it bright reflections of a gem of unprecedented beauty begin to appear. The process of creating the weapon is complete, and it slowly falls into Sir Stern's hand, leaving a trail of mysterious flashes behind it. Sir Sternraft raises his hand, and the protagonist sees that in his palm there is a very clean crystal of a color reminiscent of the flowers she had previously captured in her painting. With obvious delight, she tells Sir Stern that it looks simply incredible, and asks if she can touch it, to which he agrees. Lady Ingrid carefully examines the crystal lying in her palms, and says that it is now clear to her how he used this crystal for his twins, and adds that inside these crystals is water from this lake. She admits that this process, as well as the possibilities of such transformations, are simply impressive, to which he replies that water mages can do such things. Ingrid smiles sincerely and tells Sir Sternraft that she doesn't know much about magic, but that she is convinced that ordinary water masters are incapable of doing such things. Sir Stern timidly admits that all this is only a consequence of the fact that he has much more mana than others, to which Lady Ingrid replies that probably not only that. Sir Sternraft says that he can only use magic so freely because they are now inside the Mage Tower. He adds that if you discard all the unnecessary and tedious, then bringing magic to life is not as difficult as it seems at first glance. Lady Ingrid asks Sir Stern if he is sure of these words, to which he replies that if you prepare well, and you have everything necessary, then practically nothing is impossible in magic. He decides to make an excursion again. He says that outside the tower, it is usually called talent, when a person can use magic even with little training. He adds that to use magic without preparation, the characteristics of the magic, the mage's ability to grasp everything on the fly, and the amount of mana are important. Sir Sternraft also points out that the mage's wit and his amount of mana play an important role in this process. Lady Ingrid listens to Sir Stern's story with her mouth open, and he says that it is all the above that he considers a talent for magic. Sir Sternraft says that if a person has prepared carefully and knows everything, they will be able to create absolutely anything their heart desires. Once again, he concentrates on his magical and spiritual energy, creating a small spark of blue light, and says that the most important aspect in this matter is careful preparation. Sir Stern uses his magic to create strange water fireworks and says that the Mage Tower is an isolated place, so absolutely all variables can be adjusted. Ingrid watches enthusiastically what is happening and admits to Sir Stern that before she thought magic was too distant and incomprehensible. However, after hearing Sir Stern's words, it began to seem incredibly exciting to her. And interesting. She affirms that she still has many things she must learn and try, to which Sir Sterndraft tells her that this is why people in the Mage Tower always study and go with books. Suddenly, our heroes are caught by a strong gust of wind, and Ingrid tries to grab her hat so that the wind doesn't carry it away in an unknown direction. However, turning around, she notices that Sir Sternraft caught her hat with a slight smile. Putting his hand in her way in time, he carefully examines his beloved, and a slight but very sincere smile reappears on his calm face. Ingrid thanks her beloved and shyly watches as he ties the special ties integrated into the hat around her cheeks. Suddenly, a strange hiss attracts her attention, and she notices a white snake crawling towards them, which makes her scream loudly, asking Sir Stern to protect her from the dangerous reptile. However, Sir Sternraft calmly approaches the magic snake and tells his companion that she should not worry about anything, since it is only a messenger. The snake opens its mouth, and with the help of Gerald Maximus's magic, asks Sir Sternraft in the purest human form if they have already made a magic weapon, after which he adds that they should return to the office now. Moving away from Ingrid, Sir Stern listens with a confused look to his student's complaints, who tells him that it will be much faster for Sir Stern to take Lady Ingrid there than for him to try to bring Miss Rhodes. Sarah Stern, with slight resentment, tells her student not to rush him, adding that otherwise he might make a mistake and go in a completely different direction. Gerald, in an aggressive whisper, tells his teacher that it is not him who is rushing him, but the highly respected Miss Roth behind him, and adds that her patience is running out every minute. He pitifully declares that he is getting scared and begs Sir Sternraft and Lady Ingrid to come to his aid and save him. Lady Ingrid, having overheard a bit of Sir Stern's conversation, approaches him and invites him to go to his office, asking if he will show her more secrets of the Magic Tower. Addressing him again by his full name and title, Sir Sternraft looks intently at his companion and with a slight exhale says that Lady Ingrid has made a mistake again. Despite his request, he smiles and tells her that he asked her to simply call him Stern, and adds that they need those official formalities for communication. Lady Ingrid's face immediately flushes, and embarrassed, she apologizes to Sir Sternraft, timidly lowering her eyes. He asks her if this will cause her any difficulty, to which Lady Ingrid replies that it is not at all difficult for her, and adds that she is simply not used to calling him that. Lady Ingrid looks up and shyly looks at her beloved, realizing that her heart completely refuses to listen to her, and starts beating wildly again. She tries to talk to Sir Stern, but her feelings turn out to be stronger than her, and she stands still, looking at the floor embarrassed. Despite this issue, after this their meetings continued, and during one of them, Cyrus Sternraft took Lady Ingrid on a tour of the capital, and upon her words that she never thought there were so many beautiful places in the capital, he replied to her. Gerald played an important role in this by preparing a list of beautiful places. He adds that he spent all his time in the tower, so he almost never went anywhere, honestly admitting that he was very worried about whether he could escort her properly. Lady Ingrid, very touched by his concern, tells him that she could not even imagine that it would be so important to Sir Stern, and thanks him for his kindness. She turns to Sir Stern and tells him that she wants to ask him something, after which she asks why on the day he invited her to the Mage Tower, he looked very sad when he met her. She looks at Sir Sternraft with concern and asks if everything is fine, and if she can help him in any way if he suddenly encounters some difficulties. Cyrus Stern looks at his beloved and wonders for a moment if it is worth pouring out his soul in such a situation. After some hesitation, he reluctantly says that if Lady Ingrid insists, he will share these details with her, and points out that one of the emperor's closest associates visited him that day. He decides to tell everything in detail, saying that His Majesty has always been the person who during all this time never gave any sign of knowing him. And his dear mother. He adds that the emperor only decided to somehow acknowledge his existence when it became known that he had a gift, and became the Lord of the Mage Tower, pointing out that he still greeted him by sending someone else. However, Sir Stern honestly admits that on that day, he did not accept the gift from his entourage, and sent it back home, and at that moment, his communication with the emperor stopped again. He plunges into sad thoughts, and tells his beloved that it is unlikely that he will ever be able to answer some questions about his origin. He puts his hand to his heart, and says that sometimes he does not understand where the power that has flowed in his blood since birth can lead him. Lady Ingrid looks at her beloved with sympathy, and tells him that she greatly sympathizes with his situation. She says that she probably won't be able to help him much, and adds that he can always listen to her if he has any problems. She places her hand on his shoulder, and asks him in case of a difficult situation, to share any of his fears with her, adding that she will never judge him and will always be by his side. A sincere smile reappears on Sir Sternraft's calm face, and he thanks Lady Ingrid for such kind words. After a while, they sit on a bench, and Lady Ingrid carefully reads a long list of all the beautiful places in the capital, carefully written by Gerald Maximus. Lady Ingrid admits that this list is very impressive, and that she doesn't even know half of the places described here in such detail. She says that, to tell the truth, even of the places she knows, she only heard from the stories of her friends, but she has never been to them. Cyrus Turnraft says that there is now a short interval between winter and autumn, and he adds that he doesn't think there is any place worth visiting at that time. He points out that it is possible they will visit it next spring, since the 4 seasons constantly change, and that's why he has thought in advance where to go next year. Hearing this proposal, Lady Ingrid's face changes. She lowers her gaze sadly, and briefly leaves reality, hearing nothing but her own thoughts. Cyrus Stern doesn't fully understand the reason for her sadness, and confidently declares that she will definitely enjoy this trip. Lady Ingrid tells him she will look forward to that day, reflecting that most likely this day won't arrive next year. After some time, upon returning to the art studio, she wonders if she will be able to be happy, instead of thinking all day about how much she misses her dear daughter. The question of whether everything will be all right if she starts enjoying feelings torments her, and her heart constantly trembles with his brilliant love. She notices that when she is next to Sir Stern, she completely forgets that she is a mother, noticing that she is beginning to feel that she has sinned by thinking of her daughter next to her lover. As a result, due to her mental anguish, she decided not to finish the painting of her beautiful daughter, and leave it in a pile of many unfinished works. The reason for this was that Lady Ingrid never had a weighty reason to finish it, and every time she looked at it, she began to miss her daughter. She turns her gaze to other paintings, noticing among them the painting that Sir Stern liked so much in the distant past. She carefully takes it out of this pile and attentively examines one of her first works, of which she could even be proud. The protagonist wonders if she should gift this painting to Sid Stern as a farewell gift before their bitter parting. She decides to abandon this idea, as this could create additional attachments that, upon parting, only cause harm, each time recalling mental wounds. Lady Ingrid looks sadly downwards and thinks there is no one who can ask her why she acts so irresponsibly. Immersed in these sad thoughts, Lady Ingrid freezes in her room, swaying from side to side from time to time and sighing sadly, looking at her painting. Suddenly, Penny enters Lady Ingrid's room, lighting it up with her cheerful behavior, and telling the protagonist that the time has finally come to make an important decision. Lady Ingrid reluctantly says she will take care of her affairs now, to which the resilient Penny replies that she will use this time to change the water in the jars. Ingrid frees herself from the chains of sadness, and with feigned optimism, tells Penny that she will do it herself, asking her to go find the coachman and ask him to load the painting, adding that she finished painting it a long time ago. Penny is surprised that Lady Ingrid has decided to take this painting home, and declares that she will immediately call the coachman to take care of everything. After some time, having arrived home with Lady Ingrid, Penny turns to her and enthusiastically tells her that she has several more important questions she would really like to get answers to. Lady Ingrid asks Penny what she can do to help her, to which she replies that Lady Ingrid apparently spent a lot of time preparing for today's trip to the house of Mrs. Polana, and adds that she couldn't help but notice how Lady Ingrid put in extra time to return home after the workshop and change clothes before the trip. Lady Ingrid calmly replies that if it were a normal meeting, then such careful preparations could be dispensed with. But today, Lady Polana is having a tea ceremony. Penny is sincerely surprised and asks Lady Ingrid in a low voice if there will be men there too, to which she replies that 5 or 6 girls and approximately the same number of men will be present at the ceremony. Penny quietly approaches Lady Ingrid and asks her in a whisper if it will be all right if she goes there, after which she asks if Sir Sternraft will be against her going there. Lady Ingrid calmly replies that this is just a tea ceremony, separately emphasizing that she and Sir Sternraft are not even a couple. And then she asks her how things are going with that fruit and vegetable merchant. Lady Ingrid points out that last time Penny evaded the answer and never said anything, to which she replies that everything is fine between them and that they see each other every weekend. The protagonist asks Penny if everything is all right with her, to which the cheerful maid replies, Lady Ingrid doesn't need to worry, as her lover treats her very well. Lady Ingrid says that if everything is really fine, then she can rest easy, and Penny thanks her for sincerely worrying about her. Lady Ingrid decides to convey an important thought to her friend again and tells her that if she suddenly doesn't like something, she can always come to her and tell her. Penny sadly lowers her gaze and says that she understood everything and that if something happens, she will contact her immediately. Lady Ingrid goes to Polana's house, where the tea ceremony was organized by the cold-blooded Olivia, the wife of Viscount Eugène, and who is also Polana's sister. Polana smiles radiantly as she greets Lady Ingrid, who has come to visit her, telling her that they have been waiting for her. Lady Ingrid kindly returns the same greeting to her friend, and reflects on the fact that not a single male guest has arrived at the estate yet. However, looking around the hall, she realizes that the daughter of Earl Wayne will also attend the tea ceremony, with whom Lady Ingrid has had an extremely tense relationship since their last meeting. She reflects on the fact that, among other things, none of her close friends are here, and that Countess Wayne and the aristocrats gathered here have different statuses. Lady Ingrid decides not to show her concern about what is happening to anyone and greets Viscountess Eugène with a friendly smile, thanking her for the invitation to this ceremony. The Viscountess, with a shy smile, tells Lady Ingrid that she feels very flattered by such a greeting, adding that she should not shower her with so much praise. Lady Ingrid addresses the Viscountess by her first name, calling her sister Olivia, reflecting that she is still Polana's friend, so she should be able to approach Sister Olivia. Lady Wayne turns to Lady Ingrid with a restrained smile and asks her to sit at the table, telling her that the delicacies of this reception are incredibly delicious. Lady Ingrid serves herself some tea, apologizes for being a little late, and asks her companions if she missed anything interesting or exciting. Lady Wayne says that, as for something interesting and exciting, Lady Ingrid probably meant common society gossip, and adds that she has a very interesting story for her. She says that Lady Ingrid probably hasn't heard the sad story yet about the bitter suffering of the kingdom's young empress. Lady Ingrid, with concern in her voice, asks Lady Wayne if the empress is sick, to which she replies that the empress has been seriously ill for several months. She adds that apparently she did not want anyone outside the palace to find out about this, so any information about her health is very carefully concealed. Lady Wayne adds that the reason for this is the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony of the young Empress Caesaria. Viscountess Olivia says with genuine interest in her voice that if all goes well, she will inherit the throne. So now is a very important time. Lady Ingrid enthusiastically points out that if they are already discussing this topic, then she has no longer concealed this information, wondering how this information could affect the reputation of the future ruler. Lady Wayne says that the Empress does not have a terminal illness, but due to her illness, she was very tired. So the internal management of the palace was entrusted to Miss Damon, and the Empress retired for a while. Lady Ingrid replies that now everything is much clearer to her, and points out that the Empress has always had a reputation for being a little sickly. Lady Olivia states with cheerful confidence that she trusts the Empress will recover soon, since doctors from the Kingdom of Elda have been assigned to better monitor her health. Lady Koplana says that she also hopes for the quick recovery of the young Empress, and Lady Wayne takes a sip of tea from her cup and replies that she joins these wishes. Lady Ingrid falls silent, lost in sad thoughts and recalling everything she knew, and the fate of the Empress in her past life. She recalls that once, after the young Empress fell ill, she got better, and worsened over a year and finally, after another complication, died. However, 8 months after this event, His Majesty would appoint Sir Sternraft's mother, Lady Sirianal, as the new Empress. All this was done to sort out the title of Sir Sternraft before the ceremony for granting the title to Empress Iseria arrived. As a result, the Emperor's new marriage and the new Duke title overlapped with the ceremony for granting the title of Crowned Empress. Thanks to this, the entire country was enveloped in the radiant and joyful atmosphere of a real holiday. Lady Ingrid sadly notes that in those distant times, it seemed to her that this event in no way affected her or her personal life and family. She recalls that in those distant times, she was too young and completely inexperienced to understand the gravity of the unfolding situation. The only concern of the past Lady Ingrid was that her first love would receive the long-awaited title of Duke. However, after so long, Lady Ingrid realizes that everything has changed, and that she is no longer that naive young woman who thought about all sorts of superficial nonsense. She points out that she can now understand the Empress, who seemed so incomprehensible to her at that time, and inaccessible to understand. The image of the young Empress reappears before her eyes, and Lady Ingrid recalls that she had serious mental health problems that really bothered her. Also in the past, she was the princess of the Kingdom of Rossold, and after her engagement to His Majesty, she knew absolutely nothing about the history of His Majesty and Lady Sirianel. In those days, the Empress somehow learned that the son of the Marquis Balsa was His Majesty's illegitimate son, and also her husband. However, one of the Empress's close maids told her that all these rumors that had previously circulated about this were true. The maid, not expecting such a surprise from her mistress, asked if she really knew nothing about this before marrying His Majesty. It turned out that the young Empress learned about the existence of Sir Sternraft only a year after the birth of the princess. Lady Sirianal, however, always said that her son had no father and insisted on raising him completely alone, without any external help. The Empress was eager to meet her and sent a letter to the Raft lands. But to her great regret, instead of a positive response, she received a polite refusal. Marquise Raft replied to the young Empress that she had given birth to a son before marriage, thus forever discrediting the honor of her own family and surname. In the letter, the Marquise explains that it was for this reason that she decided to isolate herself forever from secular society, adding that she would never dare to approach the Empress. After this, Marquise Raft asked to be put in her place and took her leave, wishing the young Empress all the best. If Lady Sirianal had not been such a distinguished and strong woman, she would not have been able to escape the hatred and the young Empress's anger over such a refusal. However, the young Empress dignifiedly accepted her letter and did not insist and abandoned this topic forever. The young Empress became Empress with the title of Princess, and due to diplomatic relations, she could not openly criticize His Majesty, regardless of the reason. However, throughout the entire country, she had absolutely no one with whom she could have a sincere conversation, and with whom to truly open up. As a result, having lost herself, she accumulated hatred and hostility for a long time, and in the end she became seriously ill, and after a while died. Lady Ingrid summarizes this story sadly, realizing that the one who made the mistake suffered no consequences for his actions, and all the torment was only for those who were abandoned. Lady Wayne asks Lady Ingrid if she had previously heard news from Sir Sternraft that the young Empress was sick. Lady Ingrid laughs cheerfully and downplays the question by saying that it is clear that Sir Sternraft is not the one who should be telling other people such things. With these words, she takes another sip of tea from her cup and reflects that Sir Stern is unlikely to share anything like this with her, since he probably doesn't want to get involved with the imperial family. She recalls what Sir Stern really is and understands that he doesn't want the title or the power, not even the recognition of the emperor himself, as he is concerned with much more important things. Lady Olivia notices that the tea is already cold and says that she will immediately ask the servants to bring her hot water and some snacks to continue the tea ceremony. Getting up from the table, she walks a few steps and turns to the seated girls, saying that judging by the sound in the corridor, the men have finally arrived at the ceremony. Olivia walks up to greet one of the arriving guests, but he politely asks her to continue the conversation with the other ladies, and not to interrupt her on such an unimportant occasion. The young gentleman says that while they were outside, someone else came, and then politely asks the other girls if they are having a good time, to which they reply with a flirtatious laugh that it's the first time in a long time they've had. What a good time together, friend. Other people begin to arrive at the estate, and amidst the noise of conversations, Lady Ingrid suddenly notices a very familiar silhouette moving away from the others. As if enchanted, Ingrid carefully approaches him to make sure that it is exactly the person she originally thought of. She looks closer at the young man and recognizes in him her ex-husband named Harold, whom her own father married her to in a past life. The Herald looks at Lady Ingrid with confusion and asks her how she can know him, and the protagonist recoils in shock. She decides not to show it and laughs, saying that it seemed to her that they had already met at Lord Roland's house, adding that the Lord is a very bright person who loves guests very much. After this, she gives the Herald a cheerful look and introduces herself, saying that her name is Lady Ingrid of the Viscounty of Copeland. The Herald remembers his manners and indifferently introduces himself, saying that his name is Harold of the Barony of Hadley. Bowing respectfully to Lady Ingrid, he apologizes to her for his manners, saying that he was a little reckless, and that is why he forgot to introduce himself properly. To which Lady Ingrid tells him that there is nothing wrong with that, and that they can dispense with formal greetings. Having finished with the greetings, Lady Ingrid is alarmingly aware that in her past life she met the Herald not that day, but only a few months after the graduation ball, when she was already 20 years old. The protagonist begins to think about what happened, and why she saw him much earlier than she should have. According to the laws of a past life, these thoughts cause terrible anxiety in Lady Ingrid, and she begins to worry that something might go wrong now. Meanwhile, the tea ceremony goes on, and the guests begin to communicate with each other about abstract topics, asking dozens and hundreds of questions, models only to maintain the conversation. Lady Olivia asks one of her friends how things are going in her personal life with Sir Lawrence, to which she shyly replies that she cannot talk about such important things in such an environment. The Herald of the Barony of Hadley also participates in this massive exchange of banter, talking with other guests about secular and often quite meaningless topics. Only Lady Ingrid does not remain herself and does not participate in the conversations, because all her thoughts are occupied by the question of what she should do with her life now and what else she might unknowingly change at this moment. She turns to Lady Olivia and tells her that it is time to go home, to which she worriedly notices that Ingrid looks very sick, and asks her if she is all right, to which she replies that she is fine and thanks her for the concern. With these words, she quickly leaves the estate and heads home in her carriage, sadly noting that, apparently, the Herald remembers nothing of the past and does not recognize her. She recalls his eyes, completely devoid of the slightest interest, and a face that very ineptly shows false courtesy, betraying his indifference with every word. Lady Ingrid realizes that he really remembers nothing and knows nothing, since he continued to behave as he always behaved in her past life. Emotions begin to press on the protagonist like stone boulders, and she covers her face with her hands, realizing that they lived together for 20 long and painful years. He looks up and asks a terrible question about what she should do if the future in which she is supposed to meet her beloved daughter suddenly changes due to her actions. Reckless, she understands that if she cannot see this child again, she will be doomed to a painful existence until her death. Upon arriving at her estate, she gets out of the carriage and carefully examines the trees, on which a thin crust of fresh frost has already begun to appear. Lady Ingrid notes that she herself did not realize how quickly several months passed, and winter suddenly arrived. The protagonist recalls that, when she returned to the past, it was autumn outside, although the days even then could not be considered very warm, after which she concludes that very soon snow will fall everywhere. Lady Ingrid enters her property and is greeted by the butler, who tells her that an important guest has arrived today, which bewilders Lady Ingrid, who asks him who could possibly visit her at this time. The butler says that Sir Stern Raft has arrived at her estate, and adds that he has been waiting for her in the music rehearsal room for 3 hours. Lady Ingrid is surprised by such a sudden visit and thanks the butler for the warning, mentally noting that Sir Stern is definitely not the type of person to call on someone unannounced. Realizing that she is in a rather desperate situation, she faces the fact that she simply cannot avoid meeting him. And avoiding him at this moment, so she needs to think about her options. Doing her best to overcome her premonition, she enters the room where Ceres Sternraft is waiting for her, and freezes in surprise after opening the door to the room. She sees Ceres Sternraft enthusiastically and attentively examining the painting she wanted to give him as a farewell gift, but decided to keep. Hearing someone enter the room, Sir Sternraft turns around, and with a gentle intonation that had never sounded in his voice before, he greets Lady Ingrid, telling her that he was looking forward to meeting her. He admits to her that he was incredibly surprised when he learned that the painting was Lady Ingrid's work, and adds that it looks even more beautiful than when he first saw it. He says that maybe Lady Ingrid doesn't remember this story, and adds that he once told her that he really wanted to buy this particular painting when he saw it at an exhibition of a drawing group. Lady Ingrid, pale from the difficult experiences, tells him quietly that she remembers this story very well, and adds that she is very happy to know that Sir Stern liked her work so much. Sir Stern guesses contact that Lady Ingrid already knew about this, and tells her that he would be very happy if she told him right away. Sir Stern, who continues to show obvious sympathy for Lady Ingrid, says that he now understands why he was so drawn to this image at first glance, and adds that it is rare in the world to come across something so special. Lady Ingrid politely changes the subject, telling Sir Stern that they had not agreed to meet, asking him what happened and why he waited so long for her to return, to which her lover replies that he came here to meet the Viscount, and decided to see her, each other, at the same time and with her. He adds that he has a very important errand, so he will leave early tomorrow morning, which is why he and Lady Ingrid will spend some time apart without the chance to see each other. Lady Ingrid listens attentively to Sir Stern's story, and then asks him if he means his home with the native lands of the Raft family. Sir Stern replies that he will go exactly there, as his dear and beloved mother lives there, and Lady Ingrid is trying to understand what is happening in his family. She reflects that she knows his situation only in general terms, but he himself is probably in a very confusing situation now, since he probably knew about the Empress's illness for several months. Lady Ingrid mentally assumes that Sir Sternraft probably also knows that the Empress's health has recently weakened much more than usual. Meanwhile, Sir Stern, unaware of Lady Ingrid's worries about her love, reflects on the fact that he was going to live without burdening himself with relationships with other people. He recalls that before this seemed like the best way out, as he did not want to show anyone his fear of the imperial family and everything related to it. That's why, when his dear mother suggested he leave the capital and return home, he refused to follow her example and stayed here. At that time, it seemed to him as if he was creating his own reality, in which he seemed to be running away from the imperial family and from all his closest associates. At that time, Marquise Raft asked her son why he made this decision, and added that she specifically left the capital so as not to create unnecessary problems for her and her son. Lady Raft then told her beloved son that she perfectly understood how important his studies were to him, and that she knew he could definitely fend for himself, and added that this, however, was not enough for a quiet existence in this world. She tried to reason with her son, assuring him that his strength would be completely useless against the mouths of ordinary people who would never stop judging him behind his back. Still very young, Sternraft told his mother that people would judge him wherever he went, adding that even in his own home, the status of an illegitimate child would hang over him like the sword of Damocles. From his point of view, if they leave the capital just because of not knowing what is being discussed here, then this will be no different from an ordinary and cowardly flight. He told his mother that he knew a lot, and that he knew that she was not abandoning secular society out of whim. It is understandable that Sternraft tells his mother that he knows she lived in seclusion and avoided all meetings with the Empress to preserve all the nobility she had left. Clenching his teeth, he tells his own mother that he will never judge her for her actions, because she is not to blame for anything, but he will never defend himself in the same way. He tells her that he has no connections with the imperial family, and that if he continues to ignore this, he will soon reach His Majesty. Stern, with subtle sadness in his voice, declares that he is an illegitimate son who has no father, and therefore cannot be considered an aristocrat, but neither can he be considered a common man. and therefore has no country to which he belongs. Cyrus Stern began to feel disgust for the world at an early age and learned how a fleeting passion can disrupt a person's entire life. He also learned very early how cold love can turn into true hatred, as well as how strong the influence of the blood running in his veins is. He always felt its corrupting influence, which constantly tried to lead him, and his mother in the wrong and destructive direction for both of them. Cyrus Stern admits to himself that until now he tried not to pay attention to his inner demons, so he never thought about receiving any title. He spent sleepless days and nights in his office in the Tower of Mages, making it the meaning of his life, in which he could turn his back forever on people and the imperial family. He was not afraid to realize that he could live in this tower for the rest of his days, since he felt no regret for these thoughts. All this time, Sir Stern lived alone, locked in the Tower of Mages and paying attention to nothing and no one, trying to find some deep meaning and just justification in this voluntary self-exile. However, not long ago, to his great surprise, the walls of these ideas and principles collapsed like a house of cards. Something suddenly changed in him, slowly turning him into a completely different person. For some time now, a completely different world began to emerge in his head, one that wouldn't be so cold and indifferent to him, but on the contrary, would give him hopes for a better future. Instead of the gloomy and cold corridors of the magic tower, he began to think of a house where it was warm and tranquility, and a greenhouse with flowers, located next to a densely planted garden of beautiful trees. Furthermore, for the first time in his life, he realized that he wanted to hold someone's soft hand between his, instead of tirelessly practicing with various tomes and magical artifacts. Cyrus Stern was deeply convinced that the last thing he wanted to hear in his life was the laughter of his own children. However, these thoughts began to penetrate his mind with the arrival of unexpected changes. Sir Stern looks at Lady Ingrid and understands that the reason for these changes is the appearance of the only one he became interested in and wanted to possess. He points out that not even a few months have passed since they met, but she managed to completely turn his life around. Sir Stern, to his great surprise, realized that his mental wounds, which he thought could never heal, at some point began to heal under the influence of Lady Ingrid. Sarah Stern faced the fact that before she couldn't imagine that her suffering had a limit, and that someday the bottomless pit of her disappointments and sorrows could run dry. However, as more and more time passed with Lady Ingrid, he realized that there was a limit to the amount of negative feelings a person could harbor in their heart, and he noticed that his heart was now filled with something warm and very pleasant. After only a few months, he happily accepted the fact that his serious wounds simply disappeared in an instant, leaving him as a truly free man, capable of a happy life. Lately, Sir Stern could only think of Lady Ingrid, the one he loves most, and that he wants to continue spending time with her, filling up more and more with positive energy. With these thoughts, he arrives at a meeting with Lord Copeland, who enters the reception hall and looks with some emotion at his unexpected guest. He sits down opposite him and says that he knew this day would come. He immediately gets down to business and tells Sir Sternraft that the only thing he wants as a father is for his daughter to live a quiet life. And happy, he says that he is not concerned at all whether Sir Stern will be able to take care of her well-being and tranquility in her personal life, but here it is about much more serious matters. The Viscount says that in secular society, everyone pursues titles and status, but his dear daughter is not at all one of those people. He adds that he highly doubts that fame can make her happy, unlike her understanding and loving young gentleman. He says he knows Sir Stern's situation very well and knows in sufficient detail all the background of what happened to him and his mother. The Viscount, however, respectfully observes that the skills of Sir Sternraft, as well as his personal qualities, cannot fail to inspire confidence and tranquility regarding Lady Ingrid's fate. He says that all this time he only observed them, as he is sincerely convinced that it is not appropriate for a good father to interfere in his own daughter's personal life. However, according to the Viscount, there is one thing that might seem ill-mannered, but it must be discussed in this meeting. The Viscount leans forward slightly and tells Sir Sternraft that he perfectly understand that Sir Stern cannot in any way be considered a common man and ordinary of high society. He points out that his dear daughter has her own friends and relatives and also occupies a rather well-known place and understandable in secular society. The Viscount looks at Sir Stern and says that unlike his daughter, Sir Stern, as an illegitimate son of the Marquise of Raft, is far from in the best position relative to her. He says that no matter how much they love each other, he simply cannot allow their union for the sake of his daughter's future, whom he loves more than anything in the world. He emphasizes that even if Sir Stern Raft somehow fixes his floater status, it will obviously cause many problems for Lady Ingrid. Sir Copeland says that they are an ordinary Viscount family who possess neither powerful influence nor great wealth. However, Stern, according to Viscount Copeland, has the prospect of receiving the highest duke title in the empire, which automatically makes the inequality between them colossal. He says that from all the above, it follows that their marriage will bring nothing but great unhappiness and infinite disappointment to the other. Sir Sternraft sadly concludes that he is well aware of this, and that this information is the subject of his most intense experiences in recent times. With these words, he says that this is the reason why he will definitely look for the most effective method to solve this problem. With these words, Sir Sternraft falls silent, looking intently into the eyes of his interlocutor, and without giving the impression of being broken or annoyed by the words of Lady Ingrid's father. The Viscount thinks for a moment, realizing that Sir Stern is serious, and tells him that he accepts and respects the answer he just received. After a few seconds, he casts an assessing glance at Sir Sternraft and respectfully admits that he is very stubborn and determined. Sir Stern worthily accepts the compliment from Lady Ingrid's father and politely tells him that he is aware of this quality, after which he continues to examine his interlocutor, waiting for him to finish his thought. After talking with Lady Ingrid's father, he returns to her and tells her that the next time they meet will be at the graduation ball, and she reflects in surprise that she somehow managed to influence Cyrus Stern's decision. He approaches Lady Ingrid and tells her that when he returns to her, he would like to discuss something very important with her, after which he asks if she will wait for him. Lady Ingrid's heart instantly responds to the words of Sir Sternraft and begins to beat furiously, preventing her from thinking clearly and filling her body with pleasant sensations. The protagonist looks at Sir Stern with emotion, and the thought instantly comes to her mind that her lover is going to confess to her that he wants to spend his whole life with her. Her eyes begin to dart around, unable to hold her gaze on her lover as her body obeys her, getting heavier with every second. Lady Ingrid barely brings her hands to her chest and makes her way through the whirlwind of her thoughts, realizing that she likes Sir Stern very much and that she has never been able to get rid of these feelings. However, one question remained unanswered, and it is the one that prevents her from easily accepting his warm hand and accept his marriage proposal. Lady Ingrid returns to the point that this main question concerns the fate of the protagonist's dear daughter, since if she does not marry the Viscount, it is unclear how she will be able to give birth to her daughter. She was once firmly convinced that this little girl was her only salvation and the only angel who illuminated the dark and cold world of an unhappy marriage. The protagonist recalls how she healed thanks to raising this little rascal, who loved to run and laugh out loud. The idea that, if, having accepted the proposal of her only love in life, she will abandon her beloved daughter, instantly bathes the protagonist in an icy shower, and tears appear in her eyes, slowly rolling down her rosy cheeks. Sir Stern notices the sudden change in Lady Ingrid's mood and asks her why she suddenly started crying, trying to get closer to her to console her with his hugs. He asks Lady Ingrid if he really put her in an extremely difficult situation, to which she replies in a trembling voice that she is fine and that he should not worry. She tries to step back, saying that she is fine, and adds that she just remembered something very sad, unrelated to the words of Sir Sternraft. Sir Stern tries to console Lady Ingrid by wiping her cheek with his hand, slowly approaching her, and looking into her beautiful violet eyes. After staying silent for a few seconds, they realize that they cannot maintain that distance between them, and they kiss tenderly, carefully pressing against each other. After kissing, they move slightly away and look into each other's eyes again, without uttering a single sound, and they stare at each other again for a few seconds. Lady Ingrid realizes that the taste of tears on her lips seems quite sweet to her, and then she presses against him again, giving him another tender and sincere kiss. A few hours later, after Sir Sternraft leaves, Penny enters Ingrid's room and asks the protagonist if she is all right, and adds that she heard sounds of crying, to which she tells her that she doesn't need to worry about her. Lady Ingrid adds that she wants to spend some time completely alone now, asking her if she can leave her for a while. Penny sadly bows her head and says that she would not dare to bother her mistress, after which she leaves the room, leaving Lady Ingrid alone. Ingrid remains thoughtful, remaining motionless for several hours, completely unaware of the sound of footsteps near her room, as well as the fact that the sun is already beginning to set. After some time, her mother enters her room and decides to see her daughter. Worried because she has been sitting quietly in her room for several hours, she turns to her daughter and tells her that it is time for dinner, to which she only slightly turns her head. Briefly emerging from her heavy thoughts, Mrs. Copeland tells her daughter not to get up because she brought her food to her room. She then looks at her worriedly and asks if she is all right. She sits closer to Lady Ingrid and tells her that even if she eats a little, by morning it will seem as if she was born again. Lady Ingrid takes a small snack, and her mother kindly asks her if she felt better as soon as she had at least something edible in her stomach. Lady Ingrid smiles at her mother and thanks her for her attention, saying that she feels much better, and that her thoughts are at least a little clearer now. She recalls that in the past, when her daughter was still very young, she herself also brought her food in moments when she was not in a good mood, and was sad. Later, when her daughter grew up, she herself adopted this habit and often took care of Lady Ingrid, pleasantly surprising her every time and supporting her with her words and actions. At that moment, Lady Ingrid decided that her daughter had simply adopted this habit. That arose completely out of nowhere from her and decided to continue this tradition. However, Lady Ingrid now remembered that she did not invent this habit, but simply adopted it from her beloved and dear mother. Lady Ingrid's mother looks at her daughter with concern and asks if she is all right, wondering if anything happened while she was alone with Sue Sternraft. Lady Ingrid sincerely confesses to her that nothing of the sort happened, but adds that she, however, was a little confused and might have made many mistakes. The protagonist's mother, with a slight smile, pours more tea and asks her daughter why she is desperately trying not to look her in the eyes while saying this. Lady Ingrid looks at her mother surprised and understands that apparently her insight cannot be fooled, so she will have to tell everything without equivocation or metaphor. She tells her mother that they need to have a serious conversation and think about how to tell her what happened between her and Sir Sternraft. She approaches her mother and tells her that she is almost sure that Ceres Sternraft wants to propose to her. Lady Ingrid's mother listens to this with surprise, noting that this is quite unexpected news, and she never imagined it could come to this. She takes her daughter's hands and tells her that she suspected he felt something for her, since today he suddenly came to meet her father. She points out that apparently her husband was not particularly against this, after which she adds that, in fact, she does not object to the union of Lady Ingrid and Sir Sternraft. She concludes that if Sir Stern is indeed such an outstanding mage, then he himself could create his own family and make her happy. However, Lady Ingrid interrupts her mother's words, saying that they do not need to try so hard and overdo it just to give her a ghostly hope. With incredible bitterness in her voice, the protagonist tells her mother that she has firmly decided to reject Sir Stern and marry someone else. She adds that this does not worry her, as she was prepared for it from the very beginning, to which her mother replies that from her experience, first love almost never triumphs. Lady Ingrid's mother tells her daughter that she should not do this just because she thinks they will not support the decision, to which she replies that this is not the reason. She adds that initially she only considered Sir Sternraft as her date for the graduation ball, and adds that she just wanted to remember her graduation and nothing more. Having gathered the remaining strength, she tells her mother that at this moment enough good memories have already been created. Lady Ingrid's mother looks incomprehensibly at her daughter, to which she replies that she knows very well what Sir Sternraft is like. Lady Ingrid concludes that, based on everything she has learned since they met, he is not the right one for her, and adds that she cannot allow their union to continue. Lady Ingrid's mother rightly points out that everything indicates that Sir Stern is at least not indifferent to Lady Ingrid, and then asks what prompted her to make such a decision. Lady Ingrid says that the law of happiness states that every person must be in their place, and then adds that the memories she created will really be enough for her. She plunges into her thoughts and tells herself that if she were really 19 years old, she would happily jump into these feelings, knowing that she would lose nothing from this. And then she points out that even if she were worried about the future, she would choose love without hesitation. However, now she faces the dilemma of choosing between love and her beloved daughter, which she simply cannot resolve in favor of her daughter. She understands that even if otherworldly happiness awaits her in her personal life, and miracles of mutual understanding, she cannot choose love if she must sacrifice her daughter in return. Ingrid understands that it cannot be otherwise, as she has long since grown up and became a mother who will never give up her beloved child. She gets up and tells her mother that she feels much better, so she accompanies her to her room and then leaves her room for the hallway. Walking down the hallway, she asks her mother if she would marry her husband again if she could be reborn, to which she, laughing, asks her why she would want to live another life with a husband like her father. After thinking for a while, Lady Ingrid's mother replies that she would like to give birth again and raise her, but skipping the entire childbirth procedure. Lady Ingrid, chuckling, tells her mother that she has grown up to be a good daughter, to which she replies that despite this, she would never want to endure the pain of childbirth again, and adds that she starts to feel bad just thinking about it. She then adds that when she raised her, she couldn't do many things. Since then she became a mother for the first time. She adds that if she could raise her daughter again, she would do it several times better than now, which made Lady Ingrid smile amusedly. Lady Ingrid's mother decides to make an important clarification, saying that she would like to raise her brother again, to which she replies laughing that maybe at least the second time she will regain her senses. With these words, she hugs her mother, and they, in a very good mood, reach her bedroom, where they say goodbye until the next day. A few days later, Lady Ingrid arrives at an important reception with Lord Roland, who decided to organize a real feast with a large number of guests. Lady Ingrid holds the invitation envelope in her hands and recalls that the Lord invited a large number of girls and men to join him at this event. A short time before this visit, Lady Ingrid's mother looks at her daughter's festive outfit and tells her that in her youth they also wore such old dresses, and adds that if she wants, she can go and choose whatever she wants. She invites Lady Ingrid to go with her and adds that choosing clothes together will be much less boring, to which she willingly agrees and follows her. Viscountess Copeland tells Lady Ingrid that she has a very good sense of style and adds that even if she finds clothes that she doesn't feel comfortable in, she can always fix the situation by turning them into everyday wear. Lady Ingrid looks at the wardrobe and tells her mother that a nice shawl or an unusually styled umbrella would suit her very well. Lady Ingrid recounts that recently her friend Mariella inherited an umbrella from her grandmother and oriental silk and came to the academy with it, causing a sensation with her unusual style. Viscountess Copeland admits to Lady Ingrid that during her youth, the oriental style was considered quite coarse and inelegant, and adds that fashion seems to have changed again. Mother and daughter start choosing outfits, and after a while, they decide that they have chosen quite beautiful outfits and unusual for the upcoming holiday. After finishing the clothing selection, Viscountess Copeland tells her daughter that she would like to talk to her about a very important matter. Lady Ingrid asks what her mother wants to know, to which she replies that she heard that she recently met Lord Hadley, and asks if these rumors are true. Suppressing sadness on her face, Lady Ingrid sincerely replies that she actually saw him at one of the recent ceremonies of her friend Polana and her sister Olivia. The Viscountess listens to her daughter's story, clearly noticing that the enthusiasm on Lady Ingrid's face is very feigned, realizing that she really doesn't like this topic. Meanwhile, Lady Ingrid tells her mother that Harold Hadley seemed like a very good person to her and respectable, and adds that she would really like to see him again. Assuming that her daughter's pretense was just that to her, Viscountess Copeland happily informs her that if this is what she wants, then they can easily arrange it. She gently takes her daughter's hand and tells her that she will immediately contact the Hadley family and prepare the next possible meeting place. Lady Ingrid pretends to thank her mother, reflecting that she simply cannot sit still anymore and let the situation take its course. She understands that if she doesn't start acting immediately, all the days she believed in so much will end, and she will never see her daughter again. She recalls her daughter's face and firmly promises herself to meet the Herald at all costs and marry him. She clenches her hands and realizes that she will definitely regret it for the rest of her life if she allows herself to give in at this moment. She gathers strength, focuses her mind on a goal, and decides that the time has come to act. She reflects that there is not much difference between her family and the barony of Hadley, so she can easily marry him, just as she did in her previous life. After some time, Lady Ingrid arrives at Roland's barony for a gala reception to get to know Harold Hadley better. She carefully enters the reception area, surprised that so many people have come. After which she expresses the hope that finding Harold Hadley will not be too difficult for her. Upon finally finding him in the crowd, she notices that among all the guests who were at the reception, only the Herald and she are young. Suddenly, Lady Ingrid hears a stern female voice behind her, asking if she is a representative of the respected Copeland family. Lady Ingrid turns around and sees in front of her a middle-aged woman who, with feigned goodwill, tells her that she is incredibly beautiful and elegant, after which she declares that she is very happy to meet her. Lady Ingrid immediately recognizes the woman standing in front of her, and her face changes, barely suppressing her fear, and realizing that she has met Harold Hadley's mother. Geralda Hadley's mother asks Lady Ingrid if she is all right, and notes that she seems quite fragile and sickly. Lady Ingrid quickly gathers strength and takes control of her emotions, bowing respectfully to Baroness Hadley, and telling her that she is very happy to meet her, adding that she feels fine. She furtively exhales, realizing that she has no right to make a mistake and cannot show her weaknesses if she wants to marry the Herald. Lady Ingrid knows Baroness Hadley's character very well and understands that if she decides that the girl her son is dating is not healthy, she will definitely not like her. Lady Ingrid decides not to let her hurt her and introduces herself, saying her name is Lady Ingrid Copeland, looking carefully downwards. After this, she asks if she could wait a little longer for the opportunity to be officially introduced to him. Baroness Hadley smiles and tells her that she will be happy to wait for this moment, adding that Lady Ingrid must first introduce herself to the hostess. Meanwhile, Lady Ingrid turns her gaze towards the owner of this house and sees her grandmother sitting in a special chair, dozing peacefully to the rhythm of the guests' conversations. Lady Ingrid bows politely and courteously to the older woman and greets Baroness Roland, formally introducing herself as Lady Ingrid of the Viscount Copeland family. She asks her if she remembers her, and the grandmother wakes up, saying with a smile that she could not forget such beauty, adding that she is the daughter of the famous Grace Copeland. Baroness Roland tells Lady Ingrid that she looks absolutely beautiful and asks her if she is married, to which she replies that the time to marry has not yet come. The old woman strokes Lady Ingrid's hands and tells her that she should quickly find a good man and marry him, to which she replies that this is exactly what she is trying to do. The other guests are happy to follow their conversation and whisper that Lady Ingrid listens to her elders' instructions with such respect and behaves very worthily, after which one of them says that because the Baroness already has hearing problems, the lady speaks quite loudly and clearly, but she still listens to her very calmly. They say they have no idea who will get such a daughter-in-law. However, in their opinion, Lady Ingrid is a very elegant and beautiful girl, worthy of the best groom. Lady Ingrid bows respectfully, saying that they are very kind to her and sincerely thanks them, to which the guests reply that she is truly very elegant. Baroness Hadley says with an amiable smile that Lady Ingrid must be very kind to the older generation when she finally gets married. She looks closely at Lady Ingrid and asks if her assumption is correct, briefly confusing her again with her question. Lady Ingrid smiles politely at Baroness Hadley and reflects that even after returning to the past, she still cannot love this man. She again plunges into memories and realizes that she now knows the Baroness very well. Her character and customs, she recalls one of the moments from her past life, and one of the family banquets she attended with Baroness Hadley appears before her eyes. At that time, Baroness Hadley said that her daughter-in-law had no flaws, except for one that could be critical. After these words, she looked at Lady Ingrid arrogantly and said that she had not yet given birth to a single child for her. And to Harold, she asked if it had been 5 years since their magnificent and brilliant wedding. At that moment, Harold Hadley decided to side with his wife and tells his mother that they have not eaten together for a long time. So he tells her not to talk about bad things, adding that there is still a child here. At that moment, Lady Ingrid's daughter sits silently at the table, listening to the Baroness's arrogant words, and without saying anything in response to her, the Baroness begins to curse absurdly, angrily asking the herald where this was seen, so that the daughter-in-law would withstand the words of her elders. She persistently declared that if there was no child, no one could continue the work of her family. After which, Lady Ingrid told her in an orderly tone that she would soon give birth to an heir. She adds that even by her body type, it can be said that Lady Ingrid will be able to give birth to many children, to which Harold tells his mother to stop saying such things, adding that he and his wife are trying very hard. Baroness Hadley did not stop that day and said that it was very easy to do, adding that it would be better if they thought about it more seriously, since she was also a mother, and she knew better than raising a son is much easier than a daughter. With these words, she says that raising a daughter is not bad either, and pats Lady Ingrid's daughter on the head, after which she says that she can always be raised as a great friend. She said confidently that the first daughter always learns the structure of the world very quickly, and added that all the girls around her were like that, and all grew up very worthy. However, from the Baroness's point of view, Lady Ingrid and Harold should have thought about the future of their happy family. She asked the protagonist if they would then have to find a suitable partner for her and send her to her husband's house to improve her position in society. At that moment, Lady Ingrid experienced an unbearable headache, just thinking that one day she would have to send her daughter somewhere as a dowry. Baroness Hadley added that if they had an additional son, they could always rely on him when he finally grew up. She recalls raising her son and daughter herself, and noted that after that she greatly enjoyed the time she spent with them. After these words, she looked at Lady Ingrid again and told her that if they only had one daughter, then their life would undoubtedly be very miserable and boring. The Baroness was particularly frantic that day and kept asking Lady Ingrid when she would receive good news about the baby from them. Realizing that no one would take her side, Lady Ingrid accepted her humiliating fate and politely told Baroness Hadley that she would try harder and engender heirs for the Hadley family. Sometime after this difficult conversation, Lady Ingrid had the opportunity to talk to the Baroness's daughter, who sympathized with her, saying that yesterday she bothered her, and adding that sometimes the Baroness starts looking for Lady Ingrid if she doesn't find her for a while. Long time, Lady Ingrid decided to laugh without giving any concrete answer, but the Baroness's daughter continued to talk about it, knowingly stating that her mother left an unpleasant aftertaste for a long time. She added with bitterness in her voice that people like Mother Hadley never change, and for the rest of their lives, they will believe that the truth is on their side. She said with pessimism in her voice that she had given up long ago and was simply going with the flow, praying every morning that her mother would not bother her. With these words, she advised Lady Ingrid to also accept this and endure the humiliation, gradually getting used to this way of life, adding that this was her luck as a daughter-in-law. Ingrid remembers that the herald tried to keep the words of his relatives from reaching her, but not everything always went according to plan, and she drowned her sorrows in wine. One of these days, Ingrid found him sitting on the sofa and asked him why he decided to drink alone again, to which he only muttered something inaudibly. He got up with difficulty and told her that he heard from the butler that Shawnee had come during the day, after which he again lost the ability to speak clearly for a while and fell silent. After a few minutes, he begins to speak again and with bitterness in his voice. He says that he knows Shawnee was bothering her again with her nonsensical conversations, just like her mother before. He said with bitterness in his voice that because of all this, he couldn't even look his wife in the eyes without a feeling of self-loathing beginning to invade him. Lady Ingrid calmly tells her husband that nothing bad happened during her conversation with Shawnee, and that he was unnecessarily worried about it. She comforted Harold by telling him that they were just drinking tea and preparing their usual snacks, and added that there were no extraordinary topics in their conversation. Harold Hadley tries to argue with her again, but she states that it was a normal day, like hundreds of others, and adds that he definitely has nothing to worry about. Harold Hadley said that he tried hard so that she would not hear anything unpleasant, to which she replied that she understood everything perfectly and thanked him for taking care of her. With a sad intonation, she repeats the memorized mantra, according to which any daughter-in-law must live and endure the will of her mother-in-law. And at that moment, the phrase of Shawnee rings in her head that Baroness Hadley believes Harold needs to find a second wife. That day, these words hurt Lady Ingrid a lot, and she asked Shawnee when the Baroness decided to do this, to which Harold's sister replied that she did not know the exact date, adding that. However, her mother sounded very insistent and repeated this idea several times. Shawnee shared the details and said that Baroness Hadley justifies this decision by the fact that their family cannot simply end its precious existence. Lady Shawnee said that this point of view was scandalous, especially considering that the herald, who heard everything, did not object to his mother. Shawnee added that this is why she thought Ingrid should also know. since it is much better than living in darkness. Noticing that Lady Ingrid's face had changed, she asked her if everything was all right with her. But she remained motionless, not answering her. Shani again continues to ask her what happened to her, but Lady Ingrid, crushed by this information, hears no voice and withdraws for a long time. Very shortly after, Baroness Hadley grew old and became seriously ill, after which she decided to leave behind her last wish. The herald, his sister Lady Ingrid, and their small daughter remained by the dying woman until the end. Despite everything that had happened between them before, Lady Ingrid decided to tell her daughter what she had to go through with her only when she became an adult. And the trace of the Baroness in their lives began to fade without a trace. Lady Ingrid's daughter exclaimed angrily how the Baroness could allow herself so many words and vile and disgusting actions towards Lady Ingrid. She looked into her mother's eyes, who clearly did not expect such a reaction, and says that her grandmother seemed much less evil to her than she actually turned out to be. Lady Ingrid always remembered how her daughter, in a trembling voice, asked her why she endured so much bitterness and humiliation. Lady Ingrid tried to calm her daughter's anger, telling her that she should not be so categorical, since her father was clearly not someone who would take a second wife just to procreate. Lady Ingrid's daughter kept wondering how this was possible, but her mother tried to calm her by telling her that in the end, nothing bad had happened. Over time, Lady Ingrid tried to justify the Baroness's behavior, saying that she was simply an old-school person, adding that in the past, girls had not endured such harassment. She then told her daughter not to worry so much about it, and added that all those difficulties, thank God, remained in the past. However, at this point, her difficult memories are interrupted again, and she hears the question of another guest about whether she is bored and quickly regains her senses. One of the female guests tells Lady Ingrid that if you sit with adults for a long time, you can get very bored, to which she replies that she is not bored at all, but rather interested. The guests tell Lady Ingrid that she should not torture herself over formal rules of decency, and invite her to walk outside and take a stroll. Baroness Hadley hears these words and asks her son to accompany Lady Ingrid, adding that he will also be able to clarify his thoughts. She quietly tells the herald that there is a beautiful garden in this house, and adds that if they enter the greenhouse, they will find beautiful roses blooming there. Lady Ingrid addresses the old Baroness and tells her that she would very much like to see the greenhouse to admire the roses, to which she confidently replies that she can walk for her own pleasure. The herald approaches Lady Ingrid and takes her hand, telling her that he will gladly accompany her to this greenhouse and admire the flowers with her. Lady Ingrid gives him her hand, thanks him for his kindness, and accompanies him for a walk in the garden in the morning. They go out, and the herald asks Lady Ingrid if they had met somewhere before, to which she replies that their first meeting took place at Mrs. Aiken's tea ceremony. Lady Ingrid says that the time has now come for them to meet again, to which he replies that he is very happy about this event, respectfully calling Lady Ingrid by her surname. He hesitantly says that he is very sorry that his mother could have caused her any inconvenience, after which he looks away again and says that she told him to come here today without saying why. Lady Ingrid tells the herald that he has absolutely nothing to worry about, saying that she was the first to ask her dear mother for this favor. Harold Hadley says that when they graduate and really enter secular society, she will most likely have no end of suitors. He adds that Viscount Copeland is an extremely distinguished politician and an honorary aristocrat, and that Lady Ingrid is his precious daughter. He says that he is not very sure that such a high-ranking person would allow him to have a relationship with her. Lady Ingrid tells him that she is sure that her father likes Lord Hadley, and adds that her father values sincere people above all else. After these words, she remembers that even in the past they had nothing in common, since the herald was only interested in family business and was not an active person, while she was a simple girl who was interested in drawing and knew nothing special. About business, Lady Ingrid decides that they need to find some common topics, immediately facing the problem that even in her past life, they didn't have much to communicate about. Lady Ingrid asks Harold Hadley what he has been doing lately, to which he impassively replies that lately he has been busy with the family business, and adds that he manages a coal mine. He says that there are several areas in the south owned by the family, and lately, he has been trying to increase their profitability as much as possible. He enthusiastically says that, in his opinion, the result is already gradually becoming noticeable. To which Ingrid responds with feigned surprise that she is very impressed by these indicators, and mentally notes that he is talking about business again. She laughs and reflects that his answers are still absolutely the same and boring, just like in her previous life. She points out that in her youth it seemed to her that Harold Handley was a very skilled entrepreneur, since he always enthusiastically explained everything about the intricacies of business to her, and she listened to him, even though she knew absolutely nothing about it. However, in the end, his business failed because he did not have enough investment or the necessary information to manage it effectively. She looks at the unsuspecting Harold Hadley and realizes that all his words turned out to be just empty promises and a pathetic deception. She looks at her potential husband with annoyance and says that he wanted to appear more capable than he really was and was trying to create a false impression. She continues walking with him through the beautiful greenhouse and silently reflects on the fact that she knew his boasts better than anyone. She continues to pretend to listen to him with interest and reflects that it is better for her to show this side of herself than to let her true interior show. After which she notes that Harold Hadley seems very confident indeed. Looking at him, thoughts about what could have happened to the Harold of the past begin to invade her, in which she died after a tragic accident. She wonders what thoughts could have occupied the Harold's head after they left him completely alone. Lady Ingrid concludes that, although she was not the wife he was particularly close to, a man like Harold would probably be more comfortable alone. However, looking at Harold again, she comes to the contradictory conclusion that if she were much better, there would be much fewer problems in their family life. She suggests that the Harold and her daughter would have a much happier life if she paid more attention to the Harold and his interests. These thoughts haunt her, tormenting her self-esteem, and the protagonist begins to seriously suspect that she might be to blame for all her family's troubles. She understands that after her death in a past life, her daughter was left with her father and his family, while the Harold had absolutely no one left. Lady Ingrid's thoughts are interrupted by the Harold, who asks her if everything is all right with her, to which she begins to stutter that she was only thinking because graduation is approaching, adding that at this time of year, she becomes especially sensitive and distracted by all sorts of little things. Having calmed Harold Hadley, Lady Ingrid recovers, promising herself not to respond to useless thoughts anymore, and not to miss the opportunity to restore her present. She understands that the future in which she died in the carriage has not yet arrived, and it can even be avoided if certain conditions are met. With these words, she realizes that she now needs to fully concentrate on conquering Harold Hadley, and not do foolish things. The couple approaches the greenhouse, and Lady Ingrid exclaims that she couldn't even imagine that this structure would be so beautiful. Lady Ingrid enthusiastically observes that thanks to magic, roses bloom so magnificently even though it is winter outside, to which the Herald accepts with quite indifference. The protagonist looks around and reflects that she begins to feel like it is May, and adds that now she too could think about buying a greenhouse. Harold Hadley approaches one of the rose bushes and looks at it, not daring to do anything with it, after which he briefly turns his gaze back to Lady Ingrid. He asks her if it is possible to distract her from contemplating the flowers for a few minutes, to which Lady Ingrid replies that she is listening to him attentively. He moves away from her and asks Lady Ingrid if girls like to receive such flowers as gifts, after which he moves even closer to the bouquet of roses. Lady Ingrid looks at him intently and says that in a normal case, almost any girl would be happy with such a romantic gift. Harold Hadley looks at her inquiringly and asks what she means by the word generally, to which she replies that a girl perhaps won't like such a gift if she receives flowers from an unloved man. Harold Hadley says that now everything is clear to him, and then asks if she likes these flowers, to which she coldly agrees and adds that this color suits her very well. Harold Hadley looks indifferently at the growing flowers and indifferently notes that, to be honest, he is very little versed in these matters and has never been particularly interested in them. He touches one of the red rosebuds and says he doesn't know why people like such things, since they have so many flaws. He says that if the flowers are so wonderful, then they should be given a corresponding price, adding that all flowers, among other things, wilt quickly and a person cannot enjoy them for long. Lady Ingrid turns towards the Herald's voice, listening attentively as he says that from his point of view, the best solution would be to save money to be able to give something more useful later. Lady Ingrid notices that the expression on the Herald's face has changed and observes him fascinated. admitting to herself that she had never seen him like this before. She points out that she did not know the herald could have such an expression, and notes that she even likes how he looks now. She exhales with difficulty and replies to the herald somewhat insecurely, reflecting on the fact that they lived together for more than 20 years. But he never showed her this side of himself. Lady Ingrid tries somehow to regain her senses, and says that giving flowers often means a special manifestation of the warmest feelings of the human soul. Lady Ingrid says that the important thing is the joy of receiving flowers, which is very sincere, since everyone knows that these flowers will soon wilt and will have to be thrown into a landfill. She adds that, of course, anyone will be happy to receive something expensive as a gift, and this joy will be lasting, after which she adds that she is not sure that it is such a pure feeling. Harold Hadley looks at Lady Ingrid with interest and says that he now understands her point, adding that from his point of view, it is necessary to think more about the feelings invested in the gift, and not about its value. Lady Ingrid tells him that this is exactly what she meant, and the herald turns towards the flowers, and says that he now understands the benefits of this approach. Suddenly, Lady Ingrid falls back into memories, and the voice of her sister, Shoni, sounds in her head that the herald was hiding a big secret before they met. She recalls that, while having a cup of tea, Harold's sister told her that Harold had already had a relationship with a girl before they met. At that moment, Lady Ingrid found it hard to believe this information and asked how it was possible, to which Lady Shoni enthusiastically replied that it was true. She said that the main tragedy of this situation was that Harold's mother was against this decision, and that is why they broke up. Lady Ingrid understands that the girl the herald liked was a sorceress, and at this moment, all times coincide, which means that right now, the herald is still in a relationship. She turns to Lord Gerald Hadley and tells him that he must already have a loved one who managed to conquer his heart. Lord Hadley scratches his head with an embarrassed expression and says that this is true, and adds that his chosen one is a very ordinary person. The herald looks closely at Lady Ingrid and, with an unsuspecting look, tells her that his current chosen one will never compare in beauty to Lady Ingrid. This information deeply shocks Lady Ingrid, and she begins to tremble, telling the herald in a heavy whisper that one cannot speak like that about one's loved one, after which she reflects that, in any case, she must not insult the girl who is dating behind your own mother's back. She looks at Harold Hadley's face and realizes that, despite clearly having something to tell him, he cannot utter a single word. His hands begin to tremble, and angrily, he realizes that the man in front of him is not the herald he knew, and with whom he lived half his life. She reflects with disappointment that if suddenly the herald also returned to the past, then, according to her hopes, he might remember his daughter and everything that connected them. She admits to herself that despite everything going well for her in the past, she, in her unextinguished naivety, was sure this would happen. Lady Ingrid understands that she was the only one who went back in time, or found herself in a completely different reality, in which the course of events ran its course. She understands that in this reality, Harold Hadley knows nothing about the time he spent with her and their beloved daughters, which means he has truly lost many moments of his life. At this moment, fragments of memories from the life she lived before begin to cross her mind, and in which, despite an unhappy marriage, they were at least slightly connected by raising their beloved son. Lady Ingrid falters at this moment, and for a time stops responding to Harold Hadley, who notices her stupor and tells her that she has suddenly gone pale. He approaches her and asks her if everything is all right with her, after which he tells her that it would be better for her to return to the estate, and adds that he will tell all the other ladies. Lady Ingrid indifferently thanks the herald for his concern, and says that her plan of action is simply excellent in the current situation. That evening, Lord Harold Hadley accompanies Lady Ingrid to the carriage, and asks her if he offended her with his behavior, to which she coldly replies that he should not worry, and adds that she enjoyed spending time with him. Lady Ingrid travels in a carriage, and tries to accept the idea that the present has significantly changed due to her actions, but she decides that it is too early to despair. She admits to herself that she already knew he had a lover, but she didn't want to dwell on every detail of his life before the wedding. Lady Ingrid, with a heavy heart, tells herself that she must marry him, and announce her separation from Sir Sternraft. However, the thought that she might be very wrong in making such a difficult decision for herself settles in her head. By breaking her daughter's promise, she wonders what will happen if suddenly the herald goes against his mother, and flees with his beloved in an unknown direction. Lady Ingrid faces a difficult dilemma about whether she should try to win Harold Hadley's heart to marry him, or leave everything as it is. Sadness begins to invade Lady Ingrid's heart more and more, and she desperately wonders why even in her second life, she still lacks wisdom. And she notices that she is beginning to feel that she is simply looking for reasons to break up with the Harold. Sometime later, Lady Ingrid arrives at her estate, and Penny approaches her. She brings her a tray of hot tea and tells her that she brought her what she asked for. Lady Ingrid gratefully looks at her favorite maid and tells her that she is very grateful for her work and care. Penny, as always optimistic and in a good mood, tells Lady Ingrid that she added milk and sugar to her tea and adds that if the lady eats some sweets, her mood will improve. Lady Ingrid smiles and asks Penny if she looks upset now, to which she replies that her look suggests something similar. Lady Ingrid replies that she is fine, trying to attribute her sad mood to the cold snap outside. Penny does not give up and tries to understand what Lady Ingrid wants, asking her if she should bring a new canvas and open the paints that have not yet been used, or call Mr. Rodrigo to keep her company. Lady Ingrid smiles and asks Penny where she gets so much time to worry about her, and adds that she knows Penny is supposed to have a date with her lover today. Penny rolls her huge eyes and asks Lady Ingrid if she needs to have a date, to which the protagonist incomprehensibly asks her why she asks about this. Penny enthusiastically says that Lady Ingrid has seemed very upset these last few days, and adds that she even heard her crying not long ago. She looks at the surprised Lady Ingrid and tells her that she can cancel all her meetings and stay by her side so that Lady Ingrid is not so sad. Lady Ingrid smiles at her maid and tells her that obviously this will be unnecessary, adding that it is important for Penny not to forget her own life and enjoy it. Penny anxiously asks Ingrid if she is sure about this decision, to which she replies that she has work to do tonight, and adds that she will write an important letter. With these words, she takes off her scarf and gives it to Penny, telling her to put it on as it has been much colder outside lately. Penny timidly tells Lady Ingrid that the scarf is made of silk, to which she tells her not to worry about that, adding that it suits her very well. Penny smiles happily at Lady Ingrid, thanking her for such a generous gift, and adding that she will be back soon and will definitely tell her everything that happened on the date. Lady Ingrid says she would be delighted to hear her story and adds that she will not stay up late. Penny has a date, and Lady Ingrid sees her off, waving her hand kindly and smiling, noticing that she still reminds her very much of her daughter. Lady Ingrid points out that classes at the academy ended last week, and now she has no reason to leave the house until the graduation ball. She checks the letters and realizes that among them there is a postcard from Deborah, containing congratulations on her graduation from the academy. However, after checking a few more letters, she finds one with the family crest of the Raft family engraved on it, and a signature that says this letter is intended for Dear Lady Ingrid. Cyrus Stern Raft writes to Lady Ingrid in a letter that he heard it has snowed in the capital, and expresses the hope that she is enjoying this time with her friends. He admits to her in a letter that he has already arrived at the castle of Marquis Raft, but he is already looking forward to returning to his family lands. He tells his beloved that everything here is already turning white, even though winter has not yet arrived, and there is still a crimson yellow around. He adds that, to prove his words, he is sending his beloved an autumn leaf, which he picked from a large tree, and beautiful near his property. Cyrus Stern Raft decided to retire to his office at the very moment he arrived at the home of Marquis Raft to write this letter for his beloved Lady Ingrid. At the end of the letter, he asked her if she missed him at least a little during all these days when they did not have the opportunity to see each other in person. With unprecedented sincerity and warmth, he concluded his letter with the words that he missed her very much, after which he finished the letter with his initials. Lady Ingrid, reading this letter in the present tense, understands that now any evidence about Sir Sternraft only causes her pain, and leaves indelible wounds on her heart. One of the maids enters Lady Ingrid's room and tells her that Mrs. Copeland asked her to say that dinner is finally ready. Lady Ingrid puts the letter in her desk and replies that she will be there soon, thanking her for the notice, and adding that she needs to sort through the mail she has received a bit. After taking care of the mail, she approaches her maid and follows her to the dining room to participate in the family dinner. In the evening, after dinner, Mother Ingrid tells everyone that she still has documents to sort out, and adds that she will go first, to which the protagonist's younger brother replies that he will go do his homework now. Viscount Copeland looks at Lady Ingrid and tells her that he would very much like to have tea with her, admitting that he really enjoyed it last time. Lady Ingrid replies that she is pleasantly surprised by the offer, and adds that she would love to have tea with her father. She serves tea to her father, and he tells her with interest that she has become very calm lately, as if nothing in this world could make her lose her balance. Lady Ingrid calmly replies that she is already an adult, to which he replies that she was completely different before. Laughing mischievously, he admits that recently he still had her on her knees, and only a couple of moments later, she turned into a 20-year-old adult and majestic girl. Lady Ingrid says, with a smile, that a lot of time has passed, to which he asks her how her preparations for graduation are going. Lady Ingrid asks Viscount Copeland if she should prepare anything and adds that her classes are already over, and there will be no final work. Sir Copeland asks his daughter how things are going with the graduation ball, to which she proudly replies that all preparations have been completed a long time ago. She states that the dress is in perfect order, and adds that she has already been told the order in which all the events of this ball will take place. The Viscount takes a sip of tea from a cup and asks Lady Ingrid with genuine interest how things are going with her graduation partner. Lady Ingrid avoids answering this question, saying that there is no need to touch this topic again, and adds that she has already taken care of everything and made her decision. She looks down sadly and says that her father may not repeat her instructions to her, since she has truly matured a lot during this time. Viscount Copeland puts a teacup on his saucer and asks Lady Ingrid if she likes her stern raft, to which she replies that she does not want to discuss this topic. The Viscount admits to his daughter that it is quite difficult for him to turn a blind eye to the difficult situation Sir Stern Raft is in now, since it is extremely unpleasant. However, from his point of view, Sir Stern remains the person who, in a difficult situation, is able to take care of her and protect her from troubles. He says that at all times, the most important thing in the marriage of aristocrats was not love, but the notorious presence of high titles and insignia. He adds that even if we only take titles into account, Sir Stern has a potential that makes it impossible to exclude him from the list of potential partners. The Viscount adds that for a happy life, sincere love is primarily necessary and pure, and Lady Ingrid begins to shrink from the weight bearing down on her soul. She tells her father that she perfectly knows everything he tells her, after which she reflects that in this world, it is hardly possible to find someone who knows this well. She remembers the first day after giving birth and points out that even without the wedding, she can still feel the warmth of the love that has not left her all this time. She recalls the feeling she had when she first saw her daughter and realized how small a newborn baby could be. Lady Ingrid again sees an image of how her daughter was handed to her for the first time, and clearly remembers that the thought crossed her mind then that she had finally felt in her life. For the rest of the time, Lady Ingrid was slowly healed by the fact that she could now dedicate her whole life to her little daughter, who would always be by her side. After finishing the conversation with her father and returning to her room, she admits that she is incredibly exhausted and tired. She moves her legs with difficulty and holds a small lamp in her hands, thinking that she had a hard day today, and after which she would very much like to lie down on a soft bed. Suddenly, she hears sobs and rapid female breathing not far from her, and she freezes in surprise when she recognizes the silhouette sitting in front of her. Upon bringing the light closer, she realizes that Penny is sitting in front of her, sobbing in pain, and returning home beat and disheveled. Lady Ingrid quickly approaches her maid and asks her in a concerned voice why she looks so creepy, and who did this to her. She tries to squeeze at least a few words out of Penny, and remembers her words that she was supposed to meet her lover today, when suddenly the realization of what is happening hits her head hard. She recalls that in a past life, Penny suddenly became pregnant and left the palace on a dark night, hiding everything that was happening from Lady Ingrid. She understands that, although this matter was resolved very hastily, Penny was the personal servant of the aristocrats, in which case such cases are extremely rare. Lady Ingrid begins to realize that throughout this time, she has missed a very important detail that completely changes the perspective of what is happening. The protagonist understands that Penny secretly disappeared only because dirty rumors that could discredit the reputation of the Copeland family did not begin to spread. Outside the palace, Lady Ingrid decides to take matters into her own hands and quickly changes her face and her voice and confidently turns to Penny, telling her not to stand here and to follow her inside the room. Lady Ingrid extends her hand to help her up, to which Penny, in a voice trembling from recent crying, tells her that Lady Ingrid cannot touch her because she is dirty now. Lady Ingrid does not accept such excuses and tells Penny to get those stupid thoughts out of her head, adding that Penny is not dirty at all and that she needs to follow her. Lady Ingrid sits her maid in front of the fireplace and tells her to warm up first, to which she tells her that she can do it herself. But Lady Ingrid asks her how she was going to help herself with such trembling hands. She brings a tray with warm water and a towel and tells her maid not to worry, and adds that they will wash her first. Lady Ingrid wets the towel and begins to treat Penny's bruises and turns to her in a trembling voice. Unable to say anything else, the protagonist carefully examines Penny's face and notices that her cheek is very red and that a bruise should appear soon. She clenches Penny's hands with anger in her voice and asks her if the man she considered her lover did this to her, to which Penny begins to sob again. The protagonist tells Penny that she came to her because she needed help and adds that she will do everything possible to prevent her from getting lost in this difficult situation. Penny stops sobbing for a while, and Lady Ingrid asks her what happened to her, after which Penny falls silent again for a while, gathering strength to answer. After a few seconds, tears reappear in her eyes, and she, in a trembling voice, tells Lady Ingrid that she has made a big mistake. She begins to make vague excuses, saying that she is still too young and is not married yet, but that she really wanted to enter the man's room. She begins to cry hysterically, saying that it was because of her stupidity and bad luck that everything ended exactly like this. And Lady Ingrid approaches her to hug her. She hugs Penny tightly and tells her to rest first and not think about anything terrible, and adds that they will definitely find a way out of this situation. Penny continues to sob and cry, to which Lady Ingrid says that the first thing she needs is a good rest. Then wash up and sleep, adding that afterwards they will think about everything together. She hugs her beloved maid tightly and tells her in a reassuring tone that everything will be fine, and asks her not to worry about anything, as she will definitely help her. According to the rules of secular society, all maids who become pregnant before marriage are expelled from the palace, and if such a record appears on the resume, no one else will hire such servants. Generally, in this case, even when they return home to their parents, it is very difficult for them to admit why they were actually fired. Lady Ingrid understands that the Penny of the past must have had nowhere to return, and that is why she decided to return to her lover. Lady Ingrid, who remains on duty next to the sleeping Penny, understands that her dear maid is only 19 years old, so she cannot allow everything to return to being the same as in the past. She begins to think of a plan of action, telling herself that she is no longer the little girl and stupid as she was in her previous life. She puts on a dark dressing gown and approaches Penny, handing her another one and telling her they are leaving for a while, to which she surprisingly asks her where they are going. Lady Ingrid confidently declares that they will find a solution to all their problems in the Tower of Mages, and assures Penny that she can rely on her, as she will never tell anyone what happened that night. Lady Ingrid carefully takes Penny out and reflects on the fact that it is generally accepted that children are God's greatest blessing. But there are also many cases where it is necessary to get rid of them. Relatively recently, aristocrats secretly found a way to do this, and they shared it among themselves under the strictest secrecy. After some time, Lady Ingrid and Penny arrive at the Tower of Mages in a carriage, and they get out looking for possible onlookers. Lady Ingrid carefully examines Penny and tells her that she looks very tired, after which she asks her if she will be able to endure what awaits her, to which Penny replies in a trembling voice that she will try to stand firm and strong. Suddenly, surprised, she points her finger somewhere behind Lady Ingrid and whispers to her that someone very important is coming there. Lady Ingrid turns in the direction of Penny's index finger and notices the silhouette of a woman, to which she tells her that it is again the same noble lady who came here at that time. Lady Ingrid looks closer and recognizes this woman as Baroness Hadley and wonders what the hell she is doing here. Penny looks at her with fear and steps back, but Lady Ingrid hugs her again and tells her not to worry, adding that they will never be recognized. With these words, they go into the Tower of Mages, trying to avoid prying eyes. In front of them appears a sleepy Gerald Maximus, who surprisingly asks Lady Ingrid what brought her here at such an early hour. He approaches them and asks the protagonist if she urgently wants to contact Sir Sternraft, to which Lady Ingrid quickly replies with a cold refusal. She covers the frightened Penny with her body and says with a confident look that they came here to meet the Blood Mage. Sir Gerald Maximo asks Lady Ingrid how she found out about this, but quickly stops and says that now is not the time for this. He points to the door at the end of the corridor and tells them that according to the rules, he has no right to ask them about the purpose of the visit, after which he wishes them luck in their goals. Lady Ingrid confidently turns to Penny and gestures for her to follow, after which she reflects that the fact that they are looking for blood mages in the tower means that they want to buy a special magic potion, of which the most popular is the potion that prevents pregnancy. They move on, and Gerald tells them they need to wait here for a while, to which Lady Ingrid replies that she is very grateful to him for his help. She loosens her dressing gown slightly, and notes with a smile that she never thought that the gossip she heard at social evenings could be so useful. Lady Ingrid approaches Penny and asks her how she feels, to which she slowly begins to reply that she does not feel well. Hearing these words, Lady Ingrid approaches her maid and takes her by the shoulders, trying to bring her to her senses, and tells her to listen to her carefully. Looking into her eyes, Lady Ingrid says that until last night she thought she should call Penny to make a decision on her own. But now she has changed her mind. She hugs her friend's arms and tells her confidently that the man Penny is seeing is not completely suitable for her, and that she needs to end the relationship with him. Big tears begin to run down Penny's cheeks, and she says in a trembling voice that this man confessed his love to her, to which Lady Ingrid says that his words are worthless if he hits her, after which she adds that it is already obvious to her that the past is exactly what happened to her that night. Lady Ingrid, without hiding her anger at all, tells Penny that if this man were someone who sincerely cared about her, he would never have allowed himself to touch a very young girl. Penny, sobbing, says that it was she who came to her house, thus tarnishing Lady Ingrid's honor, to which the protagonist says that the only one who turned out to be cruel in this situation was that man, and not Penny or Sue. She says that, regardless of the outcome, she will be categorically against Penny's wedding to this man, since he is a bastard who cannot be trusted at all. Lady Ingrid smiles at her maid's face and reminds her that she told her earlier that she wanted Penny to stay with her for a long time. Penny, moved by these words, starts crying again, and through tears tells the protagonist that she perfectly remembers her words to this day. Lady Ingrid hugs Penny and tells her in a trembling voice that she will be the most loyal person to her, and will follow her even when she gets married. She fights back tears and thanks Lady Ingrid for her kindness, saying that never in her life could she have imagined that someone would care so much about her. Meanwhile, a man enters the room and asks Lady Ingrid if they have finished their conversation, after which he declares that he is the blood mage they are looking for. Lady Ingrid and Penny get up from the couch, and the protagonist apologizes to the man and adds that they are very sorry he had to wait until they finished. The old mage politely says that there is nothing wrong with this, and adds that it would be rude on his part to simply enter the room and leave the crying person unheard. Lady Ingrid says she thought she was meeting the man in charge of selling magical medicines and other trinkets. However, according to the protagonist, she met one of the most respected mages in the entire kingdom, after which the old mage smiles slightly. He says that not everything goes according to the rules and adds that, when he cannot sleep, he sometimes works here, to which Lady Ingrid replies that she is still very surprised by such an encounter. Lady Ingrid examines the old man and reflects that this man holds a very high position in the Tower of Mages due to his outstanding skills. She understands that she does not know this person, but there have always been many employees in the Tower of Mages who never show themselves to the public. The older man casts a curious glance at Penny and asks Lady Ingrid if she is looking for a blood mage for the young lady. Lady Ingrid says that this is true, since there is a high possibility that this girl is pregnant. Then she adds that they are looking for medicine that can solve this problem. The old mage says sympathetically that he is clear on it now, and adds that he regrets that such a young lady has already encountered a vicious man on her path. With that, he begins to create green energy around his hands, sending a magical swirl towards Penny standing in front of him. However, before the swirl reaches Penny, the mage carefully throws her a small ball of green energy, which quickly approaches her and enters her body. A sphere of greenish pulsating energy dissolves into Penny's body, and suddenly her legs begin to give way, even though she hasn't even managed to let out a squeak. Lady Ingrid lifts the unconscious Penny, and the mage calms her with a soft voice, telling her not to be alarmed, since he only put her to sleep for a short time, as the procedure can be painful. He carefully examines Penny and tells the protagonist that everything strange that is now in Penny's body will disappear at the end of this procedure. Lady Ingrid asks the blood mage if this approach is dangerous, to which he replies that other alternatives to abortion would be much more dangerous for the young lady's health. The old man says that in such cases, the most rational solution would be to immediately resort to magic, while there is still an opportunity. However, according to him, there are now practically no mages willing to help with magic, and now it is easier for everyone to give a drug that will be more effective, even if it severely affects the patient's health. Lady Ingrid looks closely at the blood mage and tells him that she will be very grateful if he can keep this a secret from everyone. In response to this, the mage only smiles politely and says that everything that happens in the Tower of Mages never goes beyond its limits, and adds that his personal life and dignity are safe. The mage looks at Lady Ingrid and the sleeping Penny and thoughtfully scratches his chin, saying that when he looks at them, several questions arise. He asks Lady Ingrid if his conjectures that she arrived at the Tower of Mages at that moment, for the sake of the maid, are correct, to which she nods, and he respectfully points out that she is a very caring housewife. Lady Ingrid carefully strokes the sleeping Penny and tells him that one must always help those who need help, especially if it concerns a loved one. She says that in Penny's case, she was generally ready to take her anywhere, as long as they could help her in the current situation. Lady Ingrid adds that she does this because Penny is her closest servant and one of her truest friends. After a while, she asks the blood mage when Penny will wake up, to which he calmly tells her that there is no need to rush such matters, and that everything will happen in due time. He adds that, from his point of view, Lady Ingrid still has time to have tea before her dear maid finally wakes up. With these words, he casts a simple spell, and a tray with a teapot and cups floats in the air towards Lady Ingrid, after which the teapot rises into the air and pours its contents into the cup, while the old mage, with a smile, asks Lady Ingrid to make herself more comfortable. Lady Ingrid thanks the mage for his care and takes a cup of tea in her hands, thinking that the Mage Tower is the last place on Earth where she should be surprised by what is happening. She turns her gaze to the old man, who is enjoying freshly brewed tea as if nothing had happened, and asks him if he wanted to talk to her about something. The mage says with a smile that he has no serious topic to discuss, and adds that he was just curious to know what kind of person she is. He takes a sip of tea from a cup and tells Lady Ingrid that his name in this tower is much more famous than the name of the kingdom's princess herself. The old mage says that at the moment, Sir Sternraft became the lord of the tower. He thought the entire Mage Tower would move to the middle of the sea. He also sincerely confesses to her that he thought he would want to see the face of the king. Full of despair, but he did not act at all as expected of him. Contrary to the expectations of the entire Mage Tower, Sir Sternraft received an aristocratic title and joined secular society. Lady Ingrid looks down sadly and tells the mage that if he thinks Sir Sternraft made this decision because of her, then he is sincerely mistaken. The old mage looks closely at Lady Ingrid and asks her if she is sure of her assumption, to which she replies that she is absolutely sure. She recalls that in a past life, Sir Sternraft, although he did not know her, chose a title and an engagement, and in this life neither he nor his principles changed. Lady Ingrid points out that as soon as Sir Sternraft becomes Duke of Sagna, he will eventually marry some girl. The protagonist tells herself that, even if it is not her, in any case there will be a whole crowd of girls willing to become engaged to a person of such high rank. She plunges back into her thoughts and wonders if, in her current situation, she could so easily congratulate him on his engagement. She begins to have unpleasant thoughts, asking herself if she will be able to cope with her emotions if she sees him in the wedding hall with another bride. Lady Ingrid examines her interlocutor closely for a while and asks him if he is a time mage, to which he nods with a smile and notes that Lady Ingrid, apparently, observed very closely how he uses his magic, to which the protagonist replies that she noticed the shine of his watch and added that because of this, she assumed he uses it as a magic carrier. With sadness in her voice, she looks down and says that a long time ago she had the opportunity to meet another time mage. The old-time mage listens to this information with genuine interest and asks her where she could have met another mage. Without waiting for an answer, he asks Lady Ingrid if this mage was the one who cast the time protection spell on her. And Lady Ingrid freezes in her chair from surprise and shock. She gathers strength and looks up, after which she asks the time mage what kind of spell he is talking about. The mage, smiling, says that he is surprised that Lady Ingrid does not know about it, since this protection means that she is receiving help from a magical attribute. After which he says that, as a rule, the use of such magical attributes requires a talent for magic. He adds that this skill is mainly used for defense, and points out that mages use it to protect themselves from the magic they use to prevent accidents. He also says that if ordinary people receive such protection, then this is the work of an incredibly powerful mage. After which he makes a reservation, pointing out that he has never seen similar cases before. He tells the protagonist that he no longer knows any mages of the era, which means he must have been a mage from somewhere else, or even from another era. Lady Ingrid, with emotion in her voice, asks the mage if he means that someone cast time magic on her. Nervously clasping her hands, the old mage calmly replies that all this points precisely to this, and adds that he has practically never encountered cases where time magic was used on other people. However, according to him, he is now facing such a special case that it cannot be confused with the action of some other magic. Lady Ingrid looks heavily down, and the old man surprisingly tells her that she has gone pale, and asks her if she is all right. Lady Ingrid quickly replies that she is fine, mentally trying to comprehend what just happened, not believing that her daughter could send her into the past. She clutches her dress and realizes that she has no other options, since she no longer knows any mages except her dear daughter. She recalls the words her daughter told her on her deathbed, who tried to ask her to do something if she were reborn. Lady Ingrid understands that the fact that she has returned to being 19 years old is not the result of some miracle, but the work of her daughter, who used time magic. The protagonist wonders if her daughter really said those words to her at that time, since she was going to return her to the past with the help of her magic. She plunges into the last memories of her past life and points out that when she died, she only heard her crying and a sad voice telling her something. Having reviewed these moments in her head, she comes to the conclusion that she did not think there could be a mistake in this matter, and her return to the past is definitely due to her daughter's actions. The old man tells Lady Ingrid that she does not look well, to which she replies that she was simply lost in thought and was not prepared for such information. Lady Ingrid admits to her interlocutor that she does not know any high-level mage who could impose such protection on her. The old mage smiles kindly at her and says that something tells him that Lady Ingrid still has some assumptions about how she came to possess such an artifact. He smiles again and tells Lady Ingrid that he will not interrogate her or extract information from her, and adds that he is simply curious as an old man, after which he says that such events can happen very naturally. He decides to share his knowledge and says that in aristocratic families, the phenomenon of mixing magical blood is quite common. So it is possible that Lady Ingrid does not even feel the magical reaction that is occurring. He notices that Lady Ingrid's face is still frightened and tells her not to worry so much, adding that her life is not in danger because someone cast a spell on her. Lady Ingrid looks down and replies in a lost voice that she understood everything, after which she falls silent, waiting for Penny to wake up. A few hours later, they return to the estate and are met by a frightened Miss Rode, who asks them where they went so early in the morning. Lady Ingrid calmly replies that they were not doing anything special, to which she screams with concern, saying that Lady Ingrid looks paler than death. She notices the bruises on Penny's face and asks her what happened and who hit her so hard. Calling her a poor child and stroking her face, Lady Ingrid asks Miss Rode to leave Penny alone for now and adds that she needs to rest, to which Penny thanks Lady Ingrid and apologizes for wasting her time. Lady Ingrid tells Penny that they both stayed up all night and adds that tomorrow they will think about everything else. Miss Rode asks Lady Ingrid what happened to them and who hit Penny like that, and adds that she must inform the mistress about this, to which the protagonist replies that it is unnecessary, since she will tell her mother everything herself. Lady Ingrid quickly undresses and goes to bed. She says she is sleepy and asks Miss Rode to leave her alone, to which she tells her that she can stay nearby if she is not feeling well. However, Lady Ingrid briefly loses her composure and in a loud and trembling voice. She orders Miss Roth to leave her alone and exit the room. Finding herself alone, Lady Ingrid begins to be tormented by questions about why her daughter did this, and if it was really her doing. She recalls that before her daughter's level of magic was not very high, and a moment passes before her eyes when her daughter boasted that, thanks to her efforts, the Phrygia had not yet withered. Her beloved daughter told her that this time she used everything she had learned at the academy on this flower, and asked her if it was incredible. At that moment, Lady Ingrid hugged her daughter and told her with surprise that she did not suspect that such magic could be used in such a way. To which her beloved daughter replied that she was studying hard. She recalls that her daughter was best at taking time to pause on certain objects, which allowed her to perform strange actions. One day, Lady Ingrid's daughter stopped time for the teapot so it wouldn't cool down too soon, and waited for her arrival. Furthermore, one day she decided it would be a good idea to stop time so that the flowers would be perfectly preserved until her dear grandmother arrived. Lady Ingrid at that time laughed sincerely and asked her daughter with a smile if she could handle such manipulations with objects. Lady Ingrid's daughter enthusiastically replied that it would not be difficult for her, and added that she was already an experienced mage who would soon learn to manipulate time even better. Lady Ingrid understands that her daughter's magic was useful in everyday life, but compared to other mages of the era, she was by no means an outstanding sorceress. However, Lady Ingrid understands that denying reality makes no sense and wonders how her daughter could have returned a person to the past. The protagonist runs through several options in her head, trying to understand if her daughter initially had the strength to cast such a costly spell in terms of mana and mental strength. She moves from one thought to another and realizes that everything points to her daughter really using time magic to return her to her 19 years. She looks out the window where the morning sun begins to rise and wonders if, in her daughter's eyes, her life was really that miserable. Lady Ingrid admits to herself that, although she certainly wasn't happier than many others, she wasn't that unhappy either. She recalls that every day she spent with her daughter was always filled with joy and warmth, which helped her overcome difficulties. Lady Ingrid recalls the day she took her first step without her help, and the warmth of the sun that shone that day filters into her heart again. She recalls how happy her little daughter was when she managed to reach her mother alone. However, at that time, her daughter was very small, and she could not remember all these moments that brought Lady Ingrid so much happiness and warmth. She remembers how once, several years later, they had a fight, and as a form of reconciliation, she prepared a sweet tea with a fragrant aroma of flowers. Before her eyes, the fireplace reappears, in front of which they sat, discussing mutual grievances, trying to reconcile with each other. She remembers that despite their quarrels, they always tried to stay together, after which she reflects on the fact that they once walked in the garden. Lady Ingrid's heart is pierced by the memory of how many beautiful roses they planted in this garden, and how often they admired them. There is a ghostly warmth in Lady Ingrid's arms, as if she were hugging her daughter again, standing in a beautiful greenhouse, surrounded by her favorite flowers. Lady Ingrid wonders if her beloved daughter really remembered or felt none of this, not understanding why she decided to send her to the past anyway. Lady Ingrid recalls that despite all the horrors and troubles she had to endure, her life was filled with joy after the birth of her daughter. She points out that, although her husband was never her prince, her dear daughter has always been the sweetest princess and beautiful to her. The day gradually comes to an end, and the sky begins to change color, warning everyone about the arrival of twilight, and Lady Ingrid decides to get out of bed. She goes to her desk and looks at the flowers that Sir Sternraft once gave her, and sadly notes that they all withered a long time ago. Lady Ingrid reflects that she is the reason why the flowers gifted by Sir Stern withered, as well as the fact that she, without thinking, approached him. Thinking that it is all her fault, she sits down at the table and takes out a piece of paper, deciding that it is time to write that fateful letter. She dips the quill in the inkwell and confesses that, although she must meet the herald, her thoughts are still occupied with completely different things. She lets her tears fall on the paper and continues to repeat the mantra that she, and only she, is to blame for everything that is happening. She can barely overcome the heaviness in her hands and the bitterness in her heart, and says that she truly regrets that everything has come to such a difficult stage. Constantly trembling with bitterness in her soul, She begins the letter by apologizing to Sir Stern for the fact that other content might severely offend him and put him in an extremely difficult position. After completing this letter, she inserts it into the beak of the same glass bird that Sir Stern Raft gave her this autumn and sends it flying. In the letter, Lady Ingrid tells her lover that she is very grateful to him for agreeing to her invitation to the graduation ball, even though it was very difficult for him, but that now she wants to do it as if it never happened. She watches the bird fly away and, with tears in her eyes, tells herself that she will never in her life be able to express all the gratitude for the kindness that Sir Sternraft showed her. In the letter, she tells him that she will now live until the end of her days, remembering the warmth, the love and sincere care that he gave her during that short time of their meetings. A great sadness falls upon Lady Ingrid's shoulders, and she collapses onto the floor of her balcony, sobbing long and silently from the bitterness and sadness suffocating her. Meanwhile, Sir Stern Raft is at his family estate for the purpose of a visit and to clarify other organizational matters. Sir Stern's grandfather tells him that he heard rumors that a messenger from the king arrived to him, who was also the son of a southern viscount and the emperor's most devoted servant, to which Sir Stern replies that it was indeed so and asks him how he knew. Marquis Raft proudly states that despite his age and not having the highest status in his family, he still has eyes and ears throughout the kingdom. He says he has a large number of informants everywhere and points out that he even knows what is happening far beyond the borders of Eld's lands. Sir Stern's mother, Marquis Sirianal Raft, drinks tea with a graceful, malicious smile and says that her grandfather is an extremely extraordinary person with many talents. She tells him that she hasn't left the castle for many years, after which she asks why he sent people to such distant lands, to which he replies that there is nothing wrong with being vigilant and adds that one must always keep one's ears open. He frowns and says that the enemy of his only daughter and his grandson is none other than the king of Elda's lands, so he will never lower his guard, no matter what they tell him. Returning to urgent matters, he asks Sir Sternraft what kind of gift the emperor's servant gave him, to which he replies that it was a valuable treasure, which he immediately returned. He calmly adds that instead of sending someone, and thus declaring his rights as a father, it would be better if the emperor came to the Tower of Mages himself, to which his grandfather angrily bangs the arm of the chair and says that this is simply absurd since the emperor cannot. Why don't you have the guts to do something like that? Sir Sternraft calmly continues his story, saying that his status is still undetermined, and adds that after becoming the Lord of the Tower of Mages, this is heard about everywhere. He tells his mother and grandfather that he came here, among other things, to finally clarify everything and decide on all legal issues. Lady Sirianel Raft surprisingly asks her son if he has really decided to do what she was thinking, to which he replies that she understood absolutely correctly. Sirius Stern Raft states that he will soon take the title and enter the society of aristocrats, and adds that he has been thinking about this for a long time, but now, in his opinion, the time has come. Marquis Raft is surprised to say that this is very unexpected news, and reminds his grandson that he has never expressed interest in such things. Sir Stern calmly replies that he is still not sure whether he will leave this country or continue living in the Tower of Mages all the time. Lady Sirianal tells Sir Sternraft that he is on the right track and adds that he would have had to do it sooner or later anyway. However, she points out that there is a possibility that he made this decision hastily, since he never mentioned it and now suddenly decided that this issue requires immediate attention. The cunning Marquis Raft looks at Sir Stern and asks if the reason for such changes is the appearance of the person he is dating in his life. Lady Sirianel, surprised by this news, looks inquisitively at her grandfather, while Sir Stern continues to drink tea calmly. Sir Stern Raft's mother looks at her son and asks if this is true, and if he really rushed to make this decision for his beloved. Marquis Raft thoughtfully says that, although often in secular society, all sorts of gossip do not spread much, the news about the appearance of Sir Stern's beloved managed to spread. A considerable number of people began to discuss that the illegitimate son of Marquis Raft, the Lord of the Tower of Mages, Sir Stern, was speaking very seriously with Viscountess Copland's daughter. Sir Stern's grandfather says that this family has its own traditions, adding that the Viscount himself is also considered an outstanding person. But he adds that if we look at the family's class, she is not up to par, and it is better for Sir Stern to choose a princess. He adds that if Sir Stern truly starts a relationship with her, then this decision will distance him from the royal family. But this may even favor him. The Marquis explains his point by saying that from the princess's point of view, Sir Stern is the one who can undermine the stability of her throne. After this, Stern's grandfather turns to his grandson again and admits that he was not surprised that he suddenly chose ladies and families of rather low class. He responsibly declares to Sir Stern that, nevertheless, he must receive a title appropriate to his position and abilities. He adds that the same should apply to his partner, to which he calmly replies that he is very aware of all this and has foreseen it. He declares that he does not need power or force, but he will not give anyone what rightfully belongs only to him. Cyrus Sternraft calmly says that he does not want to be treated like a weakling who can easily be cornered. But his mother briefly interrupts him and tells him that she wants to ask him something else. She sits closer to him and takes his hand, after which she asks if he really has a girlfriend he is dating right now. Cyrus Sternraft calmly says that this is true and adds that this wonderful relationship began relatively recently. He recalls Lady Ingrid, and a note of tenderness begins to appear in his voice as he says that her manners, her word and her soul are simply inimitable and beautiful, after which he adds that she understands him well, and he feels very comfortable with her. He confidently declares that as soon as he clarifies his status in secular society, the first thing he will do will be to propose marriage to her upon his return to the capital. Lady Sirianelle listens with interest to her son's story and confesses that she never would have thought her son would speak with such enthusiasm about another person. She smiles sincerely and says that if Sir Stern speaks to a girl about this with such ardor, then she is undoubtedly a very good person. She asks him if she is the reason he is in such a hurry, to which he replies that he really wants to return to the capital as soon as possible, because he misses his beloved. Sir Sternraft, with firmness in his voice, declares that after returning to the capital, he will request an audience with the princess and immediately swear allegiance. He adds that he sees little point in a lavish ceremony to receive the title, so, in his opinion, 3 weeks will be enough for this. Marquis Raft asks Sir Stern if he wants to resolve everything alone, to which he replies that he will ask the Tower Master for help, adding that there are customs in case one of the mages receives a title. He turns to his mother and tells her that if she wants to participate in this, he will not object, and adds that she will always be welcome. He points out that this, however, is not such an important event for mages, since he will only deal with what they have been postponing for so long. He gets lost in his thoughts and realizes that even if he organizes a magnificent banquet and invites a group of people, he will still be the subject of gossip and bad rumors. Lady Sirianelle says that, no matter what, he is still in a hurry, and adds that he suddenly decided to deal with this, and points out that his entire future life may depend on it. In a soft tone, she suggests that Sir Sternraft first receive the title before next spring, and only then have an engagement and a magnificent wedding. She excitedly tells him that she is very afraid that if he rushes so much, he might easily make a mistake that will cost him dearly. Cyrus Sternraft listens carefully to his mother's words and remains silent for a while, trying to find the right words to answer. After a while, he tells Lady Sirianelle that if she tells him this in such a serious tone, then she must consider it very foolish. He says that he promised ear with Lady Ingrid Copeland at the Academy's graduation ball, and adds that it is a very important event for her. Lady Sirianelle and Marcus Raft look at Sir Stern with surprise, trying to understand what he means by these words. Meanwhile, Sir Stern Raft says that if Lady Ingrid's partner is a person of uncertain status, then she might feel extremely uncomfortable, and then adds that this may lead to rumors that will harm her reputation. Sir Stern's mother and grandfather look at him closely and realize that their dear son and grandson have suddenly become a very responsible young man. Lady Sirianelle jokingly asks her son if he really cares so much about these things, to which he replies embarrassed that these things are very important to him and his chosen one, after which he looks down in silence and says that the last thing in the world he wants is for her to suffer any harm due to his bad reputation and his uncertain status. Lady Sirianelle looks at Sir Sternraft and proudly tells him that he has grown a lot during this time, and adds that she is more proud of him every day. She says that, when he was still a child, he gave them many reasons to be very excited, after which she laughs and says that she is glad he has matured so much. She adds that today even his voice sounded different, pointing out that after hearing him, it started to seem to her that he had become much stronger, when suddenly, the sounds of birds' wings began to be heard in the air. Sir Stern instantly catches a familiar sound and realizes that these are sounds that only the magic bird Maddock can emit. He opens the window and wonders why the magic canary flew here, after which he realizes that if it flew here now, Lady Ingrid sent him at dawn. He opens a letter from Lady Ingrid and begins to read it, when suddenly Lady Serial and Marcus Raft notice that his hand begins to tremble, his silhouette slightly staggering. They ask their precious offspring what happened, but he does not answer them, looking at the text of the letter with a focused gaze, and nervous for a while. To Lady Serial's next question, he replies worriedly that he must return to the capital immediately, and begins to hastily prepare for the trip. Meanwhile, Lady Ingrid recovers early in the morning from the aftermath of a dream she has already seen several times, in which she meets Spring with Sirius Turnraft. In the dream, their joyful pastime is described with colors, and Lady Ingrid admits that it seems quite strange and unrealistic. She recalls that they started dating on those cold days, but their relationship never lived up to the real thaw. This pleasant dream completely fades in Lady Ingrid's mind, and she finds herself alone in her room, lying in her soft bed. Suddenly, her drowsiness is dispelled by her younger brother, who cleverly asks her to wake up, looking at her with his cheerful and radiant eyes. Miss Roth tries to calm the young offspring of the Copeland family and tells him that Mrs. Ingrid is resting now, to which he replies that he hasn't eaten anything for a long time. He asks her if she is sick, after which he calmly asks if she really feels that bad, to which Lady Ingrid sternly tells him that it is very rude to ask such a thing. Lady Ingrid's little brother carefully examines his sister and says that, judging by her appearance, she is very sick, and hands her a chocolate candy, saying that if she eats this, she will immediately feel better. Miss Rod severely addresses her little brother and tells him loudly that under no circumstances should she eat food that has been in bed, while her brother hastily leaves to attend to his own business. Lady Ingrid picks up the candies and reflects on the fact that she doesn't even have the strength to eat anything, and Miss Rod tells her that the young master is apparently very worried about her and her health. She sits on the protagonist's bed and carefully puts her hand on her forehead, saying that she doesn't feel a high temperature, to which Lady Ingrid replies that she is fine, and she is not sick. She says that the only thing she has is heaviness in her soul, and adds that she will feel much better if she rests for a few more days. Miss Rod looks at Lady Ingrid worriedly and, getting out of bed, tells her that her mother is also very concerned about her health and her mood. Lady Ingrid tells Miss Rod that she will definitely visit her mother after washing up and having a quick snack, and adds that she plans to get up soon. She reflects that she should not expect Penny to come and tell her that her morning bath is ready, and asks Miss Rod where she is, to which she tells her that the head maid called her early in the morning. Miss Rod adds that Penny seemed to say that she would return before Lady Ingrid woke up, but there is still no news from her. Lady Ingrid listens carefully to Miss Rod's story and mentally wonders why the head maid would need such an urgent call from Penny. Suddenly, the realization of what is happening flashes through her head, and she quickly jumps out of bed, hurriedly looking around for her everyday clothes. Miss Rod looks at Lady Ingrid worriedly and tells her that she should not get up so suddenly, considering that she has not recovered yet, but the protagonist grabs her by the shoulders and tells her that she is fine and asks her to look for Penny. Now, wherever she was not there. She adds that if Penny has met the head maid, then she should tell her that she is urgently calling her, and that in the meantime, she will meet her mother and visit her. She says that she cannot go to her mother in pajamas, so she needs Miss Rod to send someone to her dressing room, to which Miss Rod responsibly tells her that she understood everything and that all her orders will be carried out. Miss Rod begins to leave the room, and Lady Ingrid tells her that there were other girls in this house who are the same age as Penny. Miss Rod listens carefully to the protagonist's clarifications and tells her that she understood everything, after which she quickly leaves the office and retreats to the corridors. Finding herself alone for a while, Lady Ingrid orders her thoughts and tensely recalls that Penny almost never communicated with the head maid. She recalls that most of the time, Penny worked by her side, and the head cleaner managed completely different servants who were responsible for other duties. In housekeeping tasks, she walks further into the room and reflects that if Penny secretly approached Miss Rod, then the head cleaner must not yet know all the circumstances. However, she is still tormented by the fact that the head cleaner suddenly called Penny for some reason, since her motives are still unclear. Lady Ingrid recalls Penny's cheerful words when the head cleaner introduced her, and her chosen one, and added that he was simply an ordinary person. A few seconds later, a friend of the maid opens Lady Ingrid's room door and politely apologizes for the disturbance, after which she tells her that Miss Roth sent her with her. Lady Ingrid quickly approaches the maid and tells her to come in quickly, adding that she wants to ask her something, to which the maid is surprised and asks what Lady Ingrid wants to know from her. She grabs the maid by the shoulders and asks how often the head maid introduces a person considered good and ordinary. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the estate, the head cleaner asks Penny why she is standing, and not uttering a single word to the questions. The man, also in this room, asks Penny in an angry voice what happened to such a kind lady, and understanding like her, after which he adds that he deeply regrets this incident and that she must take responsibility for everything that happened. The head maid orders the suspicious man to leave with a peremptory gesture, telling him that enough is enough for today, and adding that she will handle her herself. The man places a small bag full of jewels on the table and says that thanks to the head maid, he was able to meet Penny, and adds that this is his small token of gratitude for this service. The head maid quickly accepts this man's gift and tells him that he must leave the estate as soon as possible, to which the man replies with a wicked smile that he understands everything, after which he hastily leaves the room. Penny, who has been present in this room the entire time, stands still, not allowing herself to utter a word, realizing that, in this situation, she still cannot do anything to protect herself. The men leaving the room walk down the hall and meet the gaze of Miss Rode, who is walking hastily and continuing her search for Penny. She turns and looks at him irritably, thinking that someone must have been looking for him, and he dares to walk here as calmly as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Penny, who is left alone with the head maid, tells her that she came here because she thought there would be no other visitors besides her. The head cleaner tells her that she should have taken responsibility for what happened. Then she asks her what happened to her reaction and adds that it is strange to meet such a man. She says that she will talk about everything with Mrs. Ingrid and that this issue will be resolved very easily. But Penny begins to resist, telling her that Mrs. Ingrid has a different opinion on this matter. Penny, struggling to utter the words, says that Lady Ingrid will not easily allow her to marry the first person she meets, after which she steps back fearfully. The head maid asks her what she means by this, to which she replies that she will not marry this man under any circumstances. The head maid gets angry and tells Penny that she cannot end all this so abruptly, to which Penny repeats that she will not marry him and adds that he hit her severely. The head cleaner raises her voice at Penny and threateningly asks her why she cannot stop crying, and adds that she does all this because she cares about you. Penny, overcoming the tears constantly welling up in her eyes, angrily replies to the head maid that her decision has nothing to do with her person and her decisions. She adds that Lady Ingrid said she should stay by her side, adding that according to Lady Ingrid, the love of someone who treats her like that cannot be sincere and real. She throws an angry glance at the head maid and tells her that she completely trusts Lady Ingrid's decision and believes every word she says. The head cleaner looks angrily at Penny, wondering what she will do with her, when suddenly Miss Rode opens the pantry door, who heard loud shouts from the corridor. The head maid turns to the unexpected guest and greets her in surprise, and asks her what she is doing here at this hour. She adds that this entire part of the house is under her responsibility, after which she wonders what brought her here, and if she wants to tell her something. Miss Rode, with a serious face, says that Mrs. Ingrid Copeland is looking for both of them, and then asks them why there is such an unsettling atmosphere in this room. The head maid makes a small grimace, but realizing that there is nothing she can do about it, she decides to follow Miss Rode and gestures for Penny to follow her. After a while, Miss Rode escorts Penny and the head maid to Lady Ingrid's office, noticing that a small group of very young maids are standing around. She opens the office doors and tells Lady Ingrid that she has brought Penny and the head cleaner, asking her if there is anything else she should do. Lady Ingrid, with icy calm, thanks Miss Rode for her help and tells her that she does not need any more help at this time, and asks her to go to the office. The head maid realizes that Lady Ingrid has summoned the butler and wonders why she needed to gather so many servants here. She angrily observes that she has found someone who is on her side and who tries to act as if she were the mistress of the house. Lady Ingrid looks at Penny and asks her to go to her room and clean up, to which she replies that her order will be carried out immediately. Lady Ingrid looks at her servants and tells them that she is not feeling well today, so they will not bring up the topic again. With these words, Lady Ingrid directs her attentive and cold gaze at the head maid and asks her how well she knows the fruit vendor whom she tried to court Penny to. The head maid, in a frightened tone, asks Lady Ingrid what she means by these words, to which Lady Ingrid calmly replies that it is better for her to tell everything honestly, since she understands everything perfectly well. She says that, according to the butler, it was with her help that the servants in her house met others, without the knowledge of the co-planned family members. The head cleaner confidently replies that she only did it because it was better for them, and added that she only chose partners for them with good character. Lady Ingrid says that since the head maid holds this position and is in charge of many matters, it means she is familiar with merchants, after which she concludes with disappointment that she now understands the methods for attracting merchants. Lady Ingrid sternly looks at the head maid and says that from all the above, it follows that she brought a man with whom she only communicated through work, and tried to pair him up with her favorite maid. The protagonist asks her interlocutor if she considers it normal to introduce Penny to a stranger, hiding behind her own personality. She looks at the head maid with disdain and concludes in an icy tone that such tactics are quite clever. Lady Ingrid says that she found out that it was not the first time her interlocutor introduced young maids to other strangers under various pretexts. Lady Ingrid adds that at least 2 of these men told them about their impending marriage and promised to take them with them. According to Lady Ingrid, one of these maids returned to her homeland immediately after she mentioned the wedding, and the other quit her job altogether. She adds that all this time, it seemed to her that it was their close relatives who were so interested in the engagement, but everything turned out to be a lie. The protagonist continues her reasoning and says that this time, the head maid had to make a great effort to bring Penny closer to a man. She says with anger in her voice that all this time she thought this man was a generous benefactor of the head maid. Lady Ingrid coldly points out that there must be some reason why this man paid her such a generous sum for this transaction. She asks the head maid how much she charges for meeting the naive and foolish maids who work in aristocrats' houses. The head cleaner says that these accusations are simply outrageous, to which Lady Ingrid replies that if she is mistaken, then she will be able to sleep peacefully, knowing that nothing terrible is happening behind her back. After a short pause, she says that if suddenly the man whom Penny met earlier is really connected to the head maid, then this could become a big problem for her. Lady Ingrid says that the man's relationship with Penny can be read in his facial expression. Then she adds that she was so upset by this that she couldn't sleep. She continues her story by saying that when she saw that her closest maid was returning with her in this form, she simply couldn't stand idly by. The head cleaner listens tensely to Lady Ingrid's story, thinking about the fate that awaits her in the future if her connection with this vegetable seller is really revealed. Lady Ingrid calmly continues her speech, stating that she is very worried about Penny's fate, and then says that the head maid's duties include monitoring the others. She says she would really like the other maids to form very good relationships and marry only decent men. From Lady Ingrid's point of view, in this case they could find their match and live a happy family life without worrying about their future. The protagonist states that recently young maids have appeared in her house, and adds that she is confused by the fact that sometimes they quit their jobs under the pretext of circumstances. Lady Ingrid says that such incidents can only mean that there is some major problem in her house. She also says that a very important factor is that no one outside the mansion will find out about this issue. She explains her reasoning by saying that in this case, her dear mother's reputation may be affected first, since supervising servants is among her duties. Lady Ingrid says that if her mother has a bad reputation as the mistress of the mansion, and if she doesn't watch the people in the mansion, then this could haunt the head maid again. And then she asks if she understands the gravity of the problem. Lady Ingrid addresses the head maid and tells her that in this case, she will be recognized as the head maid, under whose care the maids say goodbye. She adds that the head cleaner is someone her mother trusts a lot, and adds that she would hate for her to suddenly get into trouble. The head maid clearly understands the threat arising from Ingrid's words, while the protagonist expresses the hope that a similar situation will never happen again. Lady Ingrid adds that the problems of her personal maid are hers, asking the head maid to be more careful in the future. To which she replies that she perfectly understood everything Lady Ingrid wanted to tell her. Lady Ingrid, with feigned good nature, tells the head maid that she can leave now, adding that she still has a lot to do, and then thanks her for her time. The head maid bows to the protagonist and tells her in a trembling voice that she will immediately start her duties, after which she quickly leaves. As soon as the head maid leaves, Lady Ingrid addresses the butler and asks him to tell her father to quickly break the contract with the man who was selling vegetables to the estate. She adds that it would be too humiliating for her house to have an agreement with a person who allows himself to hit the weak. Lady Ingrid also tells the butler that she really wouldn't like to run into him in the capital, to which he nods in understanding and tells Lady Ingrid not to worry about this man in the future. The butler calmly says that he will convey everything to Mr. Copeland, and adds that everything will be exactly as the young lady wishes. Miss Rode asks Lady Ingrid how Penny is feeling, after which she says with astonishment that she could not have thought that the man Penny was dating would be capable of such a thing, to which Lady Ingrid replies that Penny is fine now. She says she managed to escape from there when her strength gave out, and adds that the man hit her head against the wall, and that is why she was in such a terrible condition. Mrs. Rode says that this matter also concerns Mrs. Ingrid's honor and, therefore, she will keep everything that happened in the strictest confidence. She adds that, among other things, she will immediately ask a doctor she knows to secretly go to the estate and cure poor Penny, to which Lady Ingrid replies that she is very grateful to Miss Rode for her concern. After a while, Lady Ingrid enters her room and notices that Penny is crying loudly because she heard everything that was happening in the next room. Lady Ingrid tries to calm Penny by telling her that she must stop crying or her eyes will swell up again, and adds that she no longer needs to worry about anything. The protagonist says that she is the only one who should apologize in this situation, adding that all this happened even because of her fault. She, disappointed, says that the only thing she could achieve was only the expulsion of that man from the capital, to which Penny, wiping away her tears, says that Lady Ingrid does not need to be so critical of herself, adding that she is immensely grateful to her. Penny admits that she was incredibly scared because someone she liked so much suddenly turned into a terrible person, and adds that she still cannot believe that this really happened to her. She says that she was so scared that she didn't dare to tell anything to him or the head maid's face, and adds that if Lady Ingrid hadn't helped her, her life would have gone downhill. Lady Ingrid tries to calm her beloved maid by telling her that this is normal, since in such a situation she too would have been very scared, after which she advises her to rest and recover. Finally, she tenderly hugs Penny and thanks her for being by her side all this time, adding that without her, she would not have been able to go through this difficult path. Lady Ingrid points out that Penny showed miracles of resilience by staying in this house despite everything that happened to her. After a while, Mother Ingrid says that, when she saw her after arriving from the tower, she thought she was seriously ill, and after hearing the story about the head maid, she got worried, even though she trusts her daughter. She says that she was very afraid that Lady Ingrid would faint because she was worried about Penny, to which the protagonist replies with a smile that she is not as weak as she seems at first glance. Lady Ingrid's mother says that her daughter is very caring, and that is why, when any matter worries her, she tries not to interfere, after which she says that despite this, the last incident was a bit unexpected for her. Viscountess Copeland says that she knew very well that Lady Ingrid cherished Penny, but she did not think that their love would be so strong as to involve the butler to solve the problem. Lady Ingrid replies that she sees Penny as her sister and adds that, among other things, they should have this behavior from the head cleaner now. She also shares the results of her investigation. This fruit and vegetable seller was married more than once, and his ex-wife ran away from him at dawn. Lady Ingrid's mother tells her that the head maid will soon leave this house, and adds that she used to think she was a conscientious woman, despite a certain degree of stubbornness in her decision-making. She adds with emotion and indignation that she did not realize at all what was happening behind her back while she was busy with her affairs. She apologizes to Lady Ingrid for not watching her servants, expressing the hope that her dear daughter was not harmed because of this misunderstanding. The Viscountess hugs Lady Ingrid and tells her that she has already suffered a lot, to which Lady Ingrid replies that she is fine, and that she is more worried about Penny and the other maids. However, while in her mother's arms, she admits to her that she has been very tired lately. She looks ahead with sadness in her eyes and wonders if she is doing everything right, and if she is getting into another trap. Lady Ingrid admits to her dear mother that lately she has no confidence in doing the right thing, and is not guided by false fantasies. She hugs her mother and says that every day it becomes harder for her to understand what she really wants. However, once she regains her composure, she sits next to her mother and tells her that she will definitely manage no matter what happens to her. Mother Ingrid looks at her daughter with a gentle smile and says that she believes her daughter is capable of facing all problems and trials. She strokes her hair and says that someday all these problems will be forgotten, so she should not worry so much about what is bothering her right now. She hugs her dear daughter again and tells her that unfortunately time spares no one and nothing, adding that in this there is good news, since adversity also disappears under its influence. Lady Ingrid clings to her mother and reflects on the fact that she needs to end everything once and for all. And it doesn't matter whether she succeeds or fails in her endeavor. She thinks that, in any case, it is impossible to live one's life in such a way that in the end, you do not regret anything. Lady Ingrid realizes that if she had simply died that day from the terrible accident, sooner or later time would heal her daughter's soul, and she could live a new life. Lady Ingrid remembers that she was once crushed by the death of her beloved parents, and could not recover from this for a long time, but time healed her. She recalls that after some time she was able to hug her daughter, who was standing in a wedding dress with a smile, and rejoice for her fate. She thinks that her daughter will someday take her son's hand and walk with her with a smile, enjoying the weather and their company. She recalls her daughter's words that she will always be her daughter, and adds that many things can change in life, but this fact will remain the same. Ingrid realizes that she was wrong to think that time could heal everything, realizing that a small choice could change her life. She reflects that even after losing so much time, she is still going to meet her daughter, even if it means suffering again in her family life with Harold Hadley. Meanwhile, the weather in the capital begins to seriously worsen, and dark clouds gather over the city, foreshadowing the beginning of an unimaginable storm. The old-time mage observes what is happening, and from the height of his age, understands the nature of this phenomenon with great regret, reflecting that such weather can only be created with the help of magic. A strong storm soon arrives, and Miss Rode, standing near the windows alarmed, says that, apparently, a strong hurricane is approaching. She tells Lady Ingrid that such a hurricane is extremely unusual at this time of year, and recommends closing the window so she can sleep well at night, without being distracted by the sound of large raindrops. Lady Ingrid goes to her room, and the nanny asks where she is going, adding that the food is almost ready. But Lady Ingrid tells her that she will go to bed early today. An alarmed Miss Rode tells Lady Ingrid that she should eat at least something. However, she tells her that, unfortunately, she is not hungry now and will feel much better tomorrow. Reading the silent question on her nanny's face, Lady Ingrid tells her not to worry, and adds that it is not due to the situation with Penny. She explains her behavior by saying that all sorts of sad thoughts come to her mind that have been overwhelming her for several days and weigh heavily on her soul. Mrs. Rode offers her help, but Lady Ingrid replies that she can handle everything herself, and thanks her for her care and attention, after which she heads to her room. Lady Ingrid walks down the hallway and wonders if that magic bird could have flown to Sir Stern Raft, and if he safely received this letter. She reflects on what she heard about Sir Stern's magical abilities, but she remembers that from here to the Raft family castle, the road is very long, after which she wonders what will happen if this bird flew in the wrong direction, and her letter is simply based on what some wasteland. A difficult question haunts her mind about what she should do if Sir Stern Raft, as if nothing had happened, appears in front of her again with a smile on his face. One heavy thought follows another, and Lady Ingrid, with heaviness in her soul, realizes that her head is simply starting to split from questions for which there is no answer. She enters her room and reasons that she really does not want to think about it, despite the inevitability of having to solve this problem. Lady Ingrid looks up and stands frozen, unable to utter a word, and her body refuses to obey her, refusing to move forward. She realizes that standing on the balcony of her room is none other than Ceres Sternraft, who slowly turns around after hearing someone open the room door. After a few seconds, Lady Ingrid manages to regain control of her body and mind, and asks Ceres Stern what he is doing here. Ceres Sternraft looks at Lady Ingrid with a worried expression and asks her what happened to her, and adds that it seems like she is suffering a lot. Lady Ingrid looks at him fearfully and asks him in a trembling voice how he got here, and why no one noticed him. Sir Stern slowly approaches Lady Ingrid and tells her that he deeply regrets that everything turned out this way, but that he simply did not find any other options to meet her. He, with regret in his voice, says that there is no excuse for him to enter the young lady's room without permission, adding that he would really like to visit her officially, but he knows that she does not want to see him. Lady Ingrid asks Sir Sternraft if this terrible hurricane is his creation, to which he replies that you can move much faster with the wind. With these words, he takes a magic bird out of his pocket and asks Lady Ingrid what her letter meant, without stopping looking at her with heaviness in his eyes. Lady Ingrid cannot find what to answer Sir Sternraft and only backs away, trying to find a clear answer to his question. Ceres Turnraft approaches his beloved and asks her if she is afraid of him, to which she replies that he misunderstood everything, and that she is not afraid of him at all. Ceres Turnraft looks sadly at Lady Ingrid and asks her why she is standing with such an expression on her face, as if she had seen a ghost. Lady Ingrid begins to tremble and tells him that she seems to be starting to get a little cold, and continues to back away a little. Timidly, she tells Ceres Turnraft that she explained everything to him in the note that the bird brought, and adds that she has nothing more to say about it. Lady Ingrid states that she would really like Ceres Sternraft to forget about her request to accompany her to the graduation ball, and then sincerely apologizes to him for the inconvenience caused. Ceres Sternraft, with a hint of resentment in his voice, asks her if she really believes that everything that happened between them should remain a simple piece of paper. The protagonist remains silent for a few seconds, after which she gathers strength and tells him that this is exactly what she wants right now, adding that it is unlikely her wish will change in the future. Cyrus Sternraft loses his temper for the first time in a long time and enthusiastically asks Lady Ingrid if she did something wrong. He begs the protagonist to tell him what he did wrong, promising to improve, but Lady Ingrid tells him that this is not his fault. She, with bitterness in her throat, says that she feels she can no longer be in this relationship, and adds that this is the only reason why they ended their relationship. Cyrus Sternraft approaches Lady Ingrid and gently caresses her cheek with his hand, noting loudly that she has started crying again and sighs deeply. Looking at her, he observes that the same thing happened the last time they met, and a strong sadness begins to appear in his voice again. He assumes that Lady Ingrid already wanted to break off their relationship then, but did not dare to say it directly. He is incredibly offended and asks her why she kissed him. However, due to the bitterness in his throat, he does not finish his question. An image of their tender kiss appears in his head. Sternraft's heart begins to break into 1,000 small pieces, and his mind begins to sink into a whirlwind of sadness. He can barely keep his eyes on Lady Ingrid and asks her if she is afraid that he will propose marriage to her, mentally trying to unravel the reason for his beloved's behavior. The protagonist still clumsily tries to explain her intentions to Sir Sternraft and says that he misunderstood everything and that this is not the reason for her refusal. Sir Sternraft asks Lady Ingrid why she doesn't want anything to do with him and wants to erase his name from her own life forever. He asks her with bitterness in his voice if the fact that they spent so much time together holding hands, walking and dancing, means nothing to her. Lady Ingrid again cannot say anything intelligible to him and only replies that this is not the reason for her refusal. After which, Ceres Stern cannot stand it and asks her what is really the reason for such a sharp change in attitude towards him. Sir Sternraft steps away from Lady Ingrid and asks her if the reason for her refusal is the fact that he turned out to be the illegitimate son of Marquis Raft. After a while, he turns to the protagonist again, and in tears, he asks her if this fact is the reason why she can no longer be his lover. Previously, Sir Stern reflected that he and Lady Ingrid did not spend much time together, unlike all the other couples he knew. He remembers that only 3 months have passed since their first meeting at the mansion, which from the point of view of any relationship is simply a ridiculous figure. However, from the point of view of Ceres Sternraft himself, this time was more than enough, since every day of their meeting was truly unforgettable and unique. He recalls the image of Lady Ingrid and admits to himself that he has never felt such warmth that inexorably filled his cold heart. He recalls the best moments of their dates and points out that he did not want to take anyone other than Lady Ingrid to so many beautiful places. In her company, he felt he could be happy not just for many years, but for an eternity. Sir Sternraft knew very well how difficult it is to be a constantly happy person from the example of his own life. However, with the arrival of Lady Ingrid, he began to think that he really wanted to try to be happy only with her. His entire relationship with Ingrid seemed to him simply a wonderful dream. But at some point, he began to be confident that with her this dream could come true. Ceres Sternraft, not hearing Lady Ingrid's answer, reiterates the painful thought that, because he is an illegitimate son, he is not allowed to be her lover. Lady Ingrid briefly regains consciousness, trying to tell him that this is not what she meant. But Ceres Sternraft, already overwhelmed by this thought, takes a step back. He reflects that, in the end, this is still only his problem, which he did not solve in time. Ceres Stern admits to himself, with heaviness in his soul, that he alone made the decision to receive the title for her, although she did not ask him to, so he has absolutely nothing to blame her for. Meanwhile, Lady Ingrid reflects on the fact that she hurt her lover, realizing with annoyance that she should have stopped all this much sooner so as not to hurt him. From her point of view, all indications of a romantic relationship should have stopped even before Sarah Sternraft invited her to the Tower of Mages. She perfectly understands that the most critical moment before which it was necessary to break off their relationship was the moment of their kiss. She understands that no matter how she makes excuses now, all this is just a consequence of her greed and frivolity. Lady Ingrid admits that her desire to spend at least a little more time with Sir Sternraft led their relationship to such a tragic point. The protagonist moves away from her lover and says that she still believes that neither he nor Marquise Raft has any reason to doubt themselves or their own worth. She slowly turns in his direction and tells him that the reason for her refusal lies on a completely different plane. Lady Ingrid, barely suppressing her bitterness and tears, says that she has her own reason, completely different for this. She looks sadly at her lover and understands that he is the Duke of Sagna, whom she will not be able to touch at all in the future. She understands that if she falls even more in love with him, she will never be able to reverse everything that happened between them, condemning them both to suffering. Lady Ingrid reflects that if she is sad looking at him from afar, who has become the Duke of Sagna, then it will be much easier than constantly hurting each other through even formal communication. The protagonist admits to herself that if at some point she feels weak because of this, she will never be able to forgive herself for such actions. Lady Ingrid, bowing her head, says that she perfectly understands that she acted very ugly towards Sir Sternraft, and that she deeply regrets that everything turned out this way. She adds that she did not plan to continue talking to him after the graduation ball initially, even after he accepted her invitation. Lady Ingrid says that the same applies to the day she first spoke to him and asked him to accompany her to the ball. She confesses to her lover that on that day she was convinced that he would refuse her, and that is why she decided to ask him for company. Lady Ingrid says that she lacked courage, but now she wants to live and manage her life herself without depending on anyone else. She says that she should get married and adds that she has a family, friends, and her own personal life that Sarah Sternraft was never a part of. Lady Ingrid sadly states that since her birth, she lived as the daughter of a simple viscount, without aspirations for anything serious. She admits to him that she has never thought about another life and is unlikely to ever be able to do so, since she has her own destiny that she must follow. Cyrus Sternraft sadly tells the protagonist that she must be aware of her true status and the fact that she will soon be able to receive an aristocratic title. He says in a trembling voice that even though he planned to get it, he can easily change his mind if the situation demands it. Cyrus Sternraft, struggling against tears of despair, tells Lady Ingrid that this is not something that can harm her, and adds that he swears it by the entire Tower of Mages. Lady Ingrid tries not to give in to her feelings and asks her lover not to change his plans for the sake of a woman like her, and to live his own life. Ceres Sternraft says that he is doing everything he can because he wants to build a happy future with Lady Ingrid, and adds that his dream is a life where he can hold her hand in his. However, Lady Ingrid remains relentless and only silently thanks him for his sincere feelings and warm ones, thinking that now she will have to overlook once again. She adds that despite everything Sir Sternraft said, she will never be happy with him, and adds that she has her own reasons and her own problems. She asks Sir Stern for forgiveness for her decision and tells him that, to be honest, she is very glad she was able to apologize to him personally. But her lover, desperate, shouts at her that what she wants to hear from her is not an apology at all. He approaches her and asks her if she never took him seriously, and if all their encounters were nothing more than simple flirting. However, Lady Ingrid decides not to answer this question, and coldly tells him that she has decided to become the wife of a simple nobleman. Sirius Sternraft freezes at his beloved's words, as she continues talking about how she will become a mere baroness, who is distinguished neither by wealth nor influence. She adds that the charm of her husband will never compare to that of Sirius Sternraft. There will never be great love between them, and her heart will never beat for him. However, according to Lady Ingrid, she will still fulfill her destiny and give birth to a child who will be her salvation. She adds that although her family life will cause her much difficulty and unhappiness, with time, all these wounds will heal. From her point of view, as soon as she has a daughter, she will devote her whole life to her and wait until she herself grows up and gives her a grandson or granddaughter. Tears spring from her eyes, and she tells Sid Sternraft in a trembling voice that she will live a life such that she can tell stories of her youth to her children. Lady Ingrid says with tears in her eyes that she cannot live her whole life simply loving her husband, and adds that this will not be enough for her. She says that if she only has her beloved daughter, she will be able to face absolutely any adversity. The protagonist tells her lover that she no longer feels like suffering because of this and hurting his feelings, and adds that she deeply regrets that everything has reached this particular scenario. Lady Ingrid declares that from now on, she only wants to calmly follow her path, and bows before Sir Sternraft, asking his forgiveness once more. Cyrus Sternrath stares at her dumbfounded and realizes that his entire image of a bright future is slowly turning to dust, and for a long time gathers strength to reply at least something. After a while, it is difficult for him to say that Lady Ingrid is trying to convince him that she is leaving him, forgetting one important thing. He squeezes her hand and says that she destroyed everything inside his soul with her attempts to make him renounce his love for her. Lady Ingrid insists on her position, saying that Sir Sternraft will definitely not be one of those people who can love a girl like her. But her lover says that the reason is no longer important now. He says it doesn't matter where it started, what it was, or who started or ended it first, since everything finally went down the drain. Ceres Sternraft looks sadly at his beloved and tells her that if she no longer feels absolutely anything for him, then he cannot force her, even though everything inside him is shattered. He says that he now perfectly understands that Lady Ingrid does not want anything to do with him, and adds that he couldn't even imagine that Lady Ingrid only had difficulties because of him. With these words, he opens the balcony door and tells her that this is the end of their meeting, and Lady Ingrid tries to follow him in an attack of sincere feelings. However, Sir Sternraft quickly disappears into the hurricane, and Lady Ingrid only manages to shield herself from the heavy rain that beats against her face in a dense stream. Lady Ingrid approaches the edge of the balcony, and making sure that Sir Sternraft has disappeared, she sadly reflects on the fact that she has once again hurt him. After some time, the young princess, who is receiving a guest, tells him that she did not expect him to suddenly want to become Duke of Sagna. She asks Sir Sternraft what made him change his mind, and reminds him that he was never interested in such things before. Mentally, she wonders what Sir Stern would be doing, as he arrived so suddenly in the capital to ask for an aristocratic title. Sir Sternraft calmly tells the princess that he only wants to gain power and strengthen his status, even if she thinks it's just his whim. The young princess, with a barely perceptible sly smile, replies to Sir Stern that it would be a big mistake to call the Lord of Water capricious and wind, and adds that something completely different worries her. Sir Sternraft understands what the young lady is getting at, and replies that he is not going to fight her for the throne, emphasizing that she should not worry about this issue. He calmly informs the young princess that the title of Duke of Sagna, which she so wishes to receive, is one of the most enabling that exists in the Empire of Elda. He adds that this title has nothing to do with his right to inherit the throne, so it should not cause her any problems in her life and future career. He calmly looks at the young princess and tells her that, nevertheless, he will be forced to ask her to grant him this title by right of birth. The young princess replies to Sir Sternraft that if she can help him, then she has no reason to refuse, since such an opportunity rarely arises. The young princess falls silent for a moment, studying Sir Stern with an attentive look, and trying to understand what problems it could cause her, even if she grants him this title. After a few minutes of silence, she asks him with interest how Lady Ingrid Copeland is doing, provoking a sharp change in the mood of her interlocutor. Cyrus Turnraft tells the young princess in a cold tone that she has absolutely nothing to worry about, and adds that he is not eager to discuss this topic. He says he will only say what he said before, and points out that he is not interested in the throne, and that court life is unlikely to become interesting for him. He also says that if the young princess is so worried about this, then she should know that he will never have a son who can inherit the throne by right of birth. The princess immediately changes her expression, and, with a barely perceptible insidious smile, says that now everything is clear to her, reflecting on the fact that, in general, the reason for Sir Stern's refusal to give birth to a child is not important to her, since this will only benefit her. She joyfully reflects that now Sir Sternraft will definitely not be able to harm her, while a very heavy rain continues to fall on the kingdom. Having finished her audience with the princess, Sir Sternraft goes out into the courtyard of the imperial palace and stops, letting the heavy rain beat against his body. He decides to take his time, returning home and staying here a little longer, drawing inspiration from the terrible weather, which gets worse every minute. Sir Sternraft looks up at the sky and freezes in place for a long time, plunging into his sad thoughts about the difficulties of life that await him next. After a while, Sir Sternraft returns to the Tower of Mages, and the old-time mage tells him that he heard that he will receive the title of Duke, after which he asks if he wants to block all paths for the young princess. Sir Sternraft calmly replies to the old man that he only wants to stop lying to himself and hide it, adding that this has absolutely nothing to do with anything else. An old-time mage asks Sir Stern if this means that all this time he has been living by deceiving himself and hiding his true intentions. Sir Sternraft thinks for a long time about the answer and finally tells his interlocutor that his point of view is valid, and adds that he is no longer so interested in the past. Sir Stern's mentor tells him that he has been watching him for a long time, and adds that Stern has always been someone who is not interested in power or aristocratic titles at all. He adds that Sir Stern now speaks as if he had been hiding it from the very beginning, after which he points out that such self-deception leads to nothing good. The old-time mage asks his student if his intentions are serious, to which Sir Stern replies that he has absolute confidence in his plan. The time mage asks Sir Stern if he wanted to get rid of his weakness by receiving this aristocratic title. The old man looks at Sir Stern and tells him that if that were the case, the girl whose thoughts had consumed him for months would look at him differently. Sir Stern finds nothing to reply to these words, and for some time simply remains silent, surrendering to not very pleasant memories of his beloved. He asks his interlocutor what he knows, confidently asking him to tell him, to which he replies that Sir Stern behaves as if he had never grown up. He looks at Sir Stern with slight reproach and asks him if he is sure that this girl rejected him only because of his status as an illegitimate son. The man adds that even if Stern becomes emperor in person, this girl will still not accept him, based solely on his high insignia. He asks Sir Stern if this girl would love him more if he did not become a duke, but simply a nobleman. Sir Stern listens carefully to his mentor's words and reflects on them for a while, trying to understand what he is getting at. He tells the older man that he speaks as if he knew her very well and wonders when they met. The older man replies calmly that he was simply curious about the girl Sir Stern fell in love with, and adds that he only saw her once. He says that seeing her just once was enough for him to understand everything about her, after which he adds that he has met many people, but not all of them made him want to know more about them. He notes with a smile that the only exception he found was none other than God himself. The time mage tells Sir Stern that all people must be fascinated by power and their desires, but some find something else, much more important in their lives. He asks Sir Sternraft if these words do not describe him, after which he smiles affably. Sir Stern, thoughtfully, lowers his gaze and asks his mentor what is the best way to act in such a situation. Sir Stern's mentor tells him that he should not focus on his own problems, but try to understand the problems of others, and adds that he should also think about how he can solve them. He asks his student if this information will help him if he tells him everything right now. He adds that Sir Stern is already an adult man, capable of guessing how he needs to live, and what to do to achieve happiness. The time mage admonishes his student, telling him that he has something that can both help him and destroy him, adding that everything depends on him and Sir Stern, upon leaving the Tower of Mages, reflects that his teacher was right, and the image of Lady Ingrid reappears in his head, and he realizes that his problem had nothing to do with titles or his status in secular society. He recalls that she said she wanted to become a baroness, and notes that the day she spoke about it, she didn't look happy at all. He wonders what prompted her to take such a step, and with these thoughts, he heads home. Some time later, his carriage arrives at his estate, and the butler greets him by asking how his trip went. Sir Stern calmly tells the butler that everything went well, and asks him if he received a letter, to which he replies with a brief denial. Sir Stern says this is good and stops there for a while, after which he decides not to think about it anymore, and return home. He tells his butler that he needs to change clothes, because he was caught in a heavy rain on the way back, to which the butler replies that his wish will be granted, and that they will prepare new clothes for him as soon as possible. The butler informs his master that, among other things, Lady Stella has come to visit him along with her friend, and adds that they are now in the living room waiting for him. Cyrus Stern reflects that there are quite a few living rooms on the estate, after which he wonders why Stella came to his living room, after which he reflects that she is his cousin, so there is nothing special about it. He says that the only problem is that he is not in the right mood to receive guests, especially ones as noisy as his cousin. Sir Stern Draft's cousin, named Stella, upon seeing her brother, immediately rejoices, and tells him that she is very happy to see him. Sir Stern greets his sister, and she asks him to come in as quickly as possible. She asks him if he wants a cup of tea, and adds that they have just started the tea party. With these words, she introduces him to her friend and asks if he has seen her before. Sir Stern's sister's friend turns out to be none other than Kylie Wayne herself, who greets him with an enthusiastic look and tells him that she is very happy to see him. She states that she was invited to this tea ceremony, and that is why she came to this estate, and adds that she really likes the look of the interior of this house. Kylie Wayne cautiously approaches Sir Stern and asks if she can have some time to talk, but he quickly cuts off her offer with a sincere apology. He calmly tells her that he got caught in the rain on the way here, so he doesn't think he should meet a lady in such an inappropriate manner. He tells Kylie that she is his sister Stella's guest, after which he asks her not to pay attention to him and have fun for her own pleasure. Stella asks her brother if he can spare them at least a little time, adding that 5 minutes will be enough, to which he calmly replies that he has a lot to do today, after which he apologizes and is about to leave. Stella excitedly asks him if he will come down to dinner with them tonight, to which he tells her not to be distracted by him, since this is his house. He declares that it is time for him to deal with his affairs, after which he politely wishes them a good time, and retires to his office. Kylie Wayne dismisses her friend, standing motionless in the center of the room, and trying to cope with the bitterness of the fact that she was simply rejected, without even being taken seriously. Sid Stern's words begin to repeat in her head, and she instantly loses interest in the world around her. As if falling into a trance, she quickly turns around and starts getting ready, answering her friend Stella's question that she had something urgent to do at home, heartily apologizing for the inconvenience. Stella observes her friend's behavior with surprise and decides to investigate the current situation, after which she heads to her brother's office. Cyrus Stern is very surprised by the sudden appearance of his cousin and asks her what she is doing here. He asks her if her guest has left, to which she replies that Lady Wayne referred to domestic matters immediately after he hastily left them. She begins to say with frustration that it seemed Lady Wayne was about to cry, and then tells her brother that he clearly overdid it when he interrupted them so abruptly. Sir Stern looks at his sister without understanding, and reflects that he always did this when his sister's friends started talking to him. He apologizes to his sister, telling her that it is all her fault, to which she replies that she did not say that everything was her fault, after which she begins to examine him carefully. She tells him that she knows very well that many girls try to talk to him. However, from her point of view, this time he misunderstood everything, after which she expresses her desire to explain everything to him. Cyrus Stern politely tells his sister that he has no bad thoughts, and adds that he is now in a very important period for his future, after which he confesses to her that he doesn't really like awkward gatherings. Lady Stella apologizes to her brother, saying that this was partly her fault, since she behaved quite carelessly and did not think about how he might feel. With these words, she sits down at the desk and tells him that she would like to talk to him about something very important. She asks him if the rumors that he will leave this house and live independently are true, and adds that her mother told her that he would move out next spring. Sir Sternraft hesitates at first, but after a while, he tells her that he will start a family as soon as he receives an aristocratic title. He says that is why he will be forced to leave, since you cannot live forever at your family's expense. And at some point, you have to recover on your own. Stella tells her brother that she agrees with this point of view and adds that she would still like to live together as a family. She tells her brother that no one in this house believes that he lives off the family, and adds that she will miss him a lot if he leaves. However, she immediately changes her expression and says that if he leaves this palace, she would be very happy if he came to the main building more often. Sir Sternraft looks at his sister and mentally notes that she and Lady Ingrid are only 2 years apart. But his sister behaves like a small child. Stella tells her brother that if he achieves something he has to tell her, after which she asks him if he agrees with this arrangement, to which he replies that he will fulfill her request without any problem. Stella is about to leave, but at the last moment turns to her brother and asks him what he thinks of Lady Kylie Wayne. Cyrus Stern looks inquiringly at his sister and asks her if she means Earl Wayne's daughter. She tells him that she means her, surprised that he even remembers her name, even though she introduced herself to him recently. Stella tells her brother that Lady Wayne will graduate this year, but everyone says she hasn't set a date for the prom yet. Stella admits that this is why she wanted to talk to her brother today, and adds that she has an important proposal. She tells her brother that if he doesn't have a date for the prom, he could go with Lady Kylie Wayne as his date. These words do not have the best effect on Sid Sternraft, and the image of Lady Ingrid reappears on his face from the day she invited him to be her knight. He remembers how nervous Lady Ingrid was, and how sincerely she hoped he would accept her request. He begins to think that he really wants to dance the first dance, to take someone's hand, and he imagines Lady Ingrid dressed in a festive outfit. He starts thinking about his beloved, and wonders if Lady Ingrid believes that an ordinary man from an ordinary family is suitable for marriage. Ceres Sternraft takes out his cufflinks decorated with magic stones and tells Stella that he is forced to decline Lady Wayne's request. Stella is interested in the reasons for Stern's refusal, to which he replies that Lady Wayne should choose a more worthy knight for the prom. With these words, he asks his sister to leave him, telling her that he is very tired and wants to rest, to which his sister does not dare to object and carefully leaves the room. Left alone with himself, Sid Stern admits to himself that deep in his soul, he has already begun to be engulfed in incredible despair and pessimism. He remembers that 10 days have passed since their last meeting, but his heart wounds have not healed for a second, and he continues to experience daily pain in his soul. After showering, he leans against the window and feels his soul begin to burn with unbearable indignation, of bitterness and despair, which grow inside his body every second. Heavy thoughts also affect his physical state. He closes his eyes and realizes that even trying to open them takes considerable effort. He opens the curtains, looks at the starry sky, and promises himself that he must take one more step, in the hope of seeing his beloved at least once and talking to her. Meanwhile, at the Copeland estate, Lady Ingrid is sitting at her desk, still immersed in sad thoughts about future life and the decisions she will have to make. Lady Ingrid gets up from her chair after a while and looks at the magic bird next to her, which has not made a single move for the past few days. She tears off a piece of paper, folds it, and inserts it into the magic bird's beak, but it remains motionless in her hands. She looks sadly at the glass bird and realizes that it is not moving at all, despite having a piece of paper in its beak. Lady Ingrid, with heaviness in her soul, looks out the window and realizes that this is now definitely the end of her relationship with Sir Sternbraft, and sadly approaches the balcony. The protagonist looks at the starry sky and the huge moon that has entered its orbit, and mentally says goodbye to her first and only love. The next morning, Sir Stern goes out onto one of the roofs of the magic tower and surveys the capital from a great height. Feeling the breath of a cold wind, the new year arrives, and the Tower of Mages of the Elda Empire welcomes Sir Sternraft as Lord of Water and Wind and a full member of the Magic Tower Council. Sometime later, Sir Sternraft was elected new Duke in the Imperial Palace and successfully appeared at the presentation ceremony led by the young princess. Fortunately for him, the title of Duke of Sagna is not one of the very important ones in the Empire of Elda, which gives him an undeniable advantage over everyone else. Due to the isolation of this title, it is not influenced by almost any member of the imperial family, which makes him quite autonomous and independent. After a while, Viscount Copeland, present at a business meeting, overhears a conversation between two of his friends about how His Majesty did not participate in the ceremony of bestowing the title upon Sir Stern. One of his friends wonders who granted him the ducal title, to which another replies that, according to rumors, it was granted by a young princess. Based on what he heard, Viscount Copeland concludes that slowly, everyone is beginning to prepare for the serious changes coming in the imperial family. It turned out that the news that the princess would bestow the title upon the new Duke of Sagna came from a reliable source who deliberately spread it. Thanks to this, the princess currently has the Duke behind her, and all power is concentrated in her hands, which makes her an absolutely beneficial figure for everyone. Lady Ingrid, learning this news, understands that the next ruler is obviously already predetermined, and that an aristocratic society awaits an incredibly strong shock. Cyrus Stern arrives at an audience with the young princess, who tells him that she heard that His Majesty once sent him a very valuable gift. Cyrus Stern says that such a case really happened, to which she tells him that she also heard that he didn't even touch it and sent it back. Cyrus Stern says that is exactly what he did, adding that he had heard rumors that His Majesty was very upset about this, to which the young princess tells him that he should not worry about what other people say. She adds that the palace has always been, is, and will be the most important place for constant gossip, and adds that this doesn't make it any less. She tells the Duke that it would be much better for them to focus on their current affairs, since the palace will always live its own life, to which he tells her that he is satisfied with this viewpoint. However, mentally, the young princess fears that by collaborating with Sir Stern, she might damage the health and the reputation of her beloved mother. After some time, Sir Stern returns to his family estate and meets another relative who tells him that he has been waiting for his return for a long time. These relatives turn out to be a nobleman named Adore Raft, who asks his cousin if he was visiting young Princess Elda. Cyrus Stern tells him that is exactly where he was, to which he points out that lately she has been calling him very often, and adds that after the end of the title ceremony, this was already the second visit in a week. He smiles sincerely at Cyrus Stern and asks how he is doing, after which he says he would love to see him more often, even though both are very busy people. Sir Stern, in a sad voice, says that, unfortunately, he has a lot to do and adds that he is now cleaning up a pile of documents and building himself a new house. Adore tells his brother that he perfectly understands his situation, adding that it must be very difficult for him, after which he states that, when he received the title of nobleman, everything was completely different, and it was much easier for him. He tells Sir Stern that, although he perfectly understands him, he shouldn't push himself too hard as everyone at his home counts on him a lot. Stern, with his characteristic mask of equanimity, listens to the instructions of his relative, after which he replies that he appreciates his concern and will definitely follow his advice. After some time, an old friend of Lady Ingrid's academy named Mariella, known for her extremely active character, comes to visit Lady Ingrid. Upon seeing her friend, she immediately starts saying with dramatic notes in her voice that Lady Ingrid looks very haggard after her illness. She quickly takes her hands between hers and asks how she feels, and if everything is all right with her now. To which Lady Ingrid replies with awkwardness in her voice that the food has improved a lot, thanks to Mariella for the visit. Mariella moves on, and during breakfast tells her that everyone was very worried, and adds that the day before yesterday, she found out that Lady Ingrid had already had guests. After a brief silence, Lady Ingrid's friend tells her that she has heard rumors about her personal life that have recently begun to spread in secular society. Without waiting for her friend's question, Mariella explains that these rumors refer to her breakup with Sir Stern Draft after learning that he would receive the title of Duke. She says that this is certainly better than letting others gossip about them, which can harm her reputation and dignity. However, according to her friend, she already knew everything about the consequences that could occur. Lady Mariella says that all this would have happened without her participation, and adds that she has one more idea she would like to discuss with Lady Ingrid. She takes a brief pause to sip her cup of tea, and tells her that if she had said she was going to the prom with nobleman Gerald Hadley, she would have believed it immediately. Lady Ingrid does not understand what her friend is referring to and after a brief pause, asks her what she means by nobleman Gerald Hadley. Mariella says that, from her perspective, choosing a date for the prom is very similar to choosing a future boyfriend, and points out that many girls marry their dance partners. She says that her family must not have been too opposed to her meetings with Sir Sternraft, since they expected such a development of events. She concludes her thought by saying that before this, it seemed to her that many different things happened between Lady Ingrid and Sir Sternraft. Lady Ingrid lowers her gaze sadly and remains silent for a while, after which she says that everything that happened between them was long ago in the past. Her friend takes her hand sympathetically and tells her annoyed that she doesn't believe everything ended so sadly, after which she tries to support the main character, telling her that she will still find her love and find happiness. Lady Ingrid laughs and tells her friend that she is fine after what happened. She then adds that she was the one who really ended their relationship. Mariella looks sadly at her hands and tells her that she really wishes everything was exactly as her friend says, to which Lady Ingrid replies that everything was exactly like that. She says with a sad smile that Sir Sternraft naively believed that their relationship could withstand any obstacle and adversity. Lady Ingrid adds that, unlike Sir Stern, she quickly realized that their relationship had no future and decided to put an end to it before things got too sad. Lady Ingrid's friend says with sympathy in her voice that she is very sorry for what happened, to which Lady Ingrid says that anyway, all that is in the past, and she forgot about everything and decided to move on. She looks out the window and says that the graduation ceremony should start today, remembering that only men will be present at such an event. At this event, the male graduates of the academy received awards and gave speeches, since it was an event that attracted all eyes, in addition to an excellent career opportunity. Girls often did not attend these types of events, as most were aristocrats, and were not interested in such things. It was considered that the only important event for girls was the graduation ball, to which they could come with their boyfriend and show themselves in all their glory. The reason for this is that the graduation ball was a place where these girls could express themselves and let everyone know that they had reached the age to marry and were ready to start a healthy family. Lady Ingrid decides to ask her dear friend if her graduation dress is ready, to which she happily and enthusiastically replies that it is almost ready. She happily goes into detail and tells Lady Ingrid that previously there was a huge bow on the back of the dress, and that she spent a whole week arguing with the nanny, but finally took it off, to which Lady Ingrid replies that Mariella never betrays her character. After some time, her friend says it is time for her to leave, as she needs to spend more time preparing for the graduation ball. Mariella smiles sincerely at Lady Ingrid and tells her that they will see each other tomorrow, adding that she must dress appropriately, to which she tells her that she will definitely look her best and wishes her friend a safe journey. Lady Ingrid says goodbye to her friend and sees her off, waving her hand, after which she returns to her room, surrendering to reflection. Looking at the ceiling drawings, she realizes that the graduation ball, for which she has been preparing for so long, and for which she went through so much nervousness, will take place tomorrow. Lost in her thoughts, the protagonist tells herself that under other circumstances, she would never have attended this ball in her life. But her duty to her daughter forces her to make this sacrifice. The next morning, Lady Ingrid begins to prepare for the ball, and the maids surrounding her place a beautiful and expensive necklace around her neck. She looks at her reflection in the mirror and realizes that nothing that happens in her life pleases her anymore, and simply exists instead of living. She touches her face with her hand and realizes that even the best makeup artists in this world can apply makeup to her, but nothing can hide her gloomy mood. Lady Ingrid looks at herself and realizes that this time she even decided to take much better care of her skin. However, this brings no result, as everything has lost its meaning for her. Her dear maid Penny approaches Lady Ingrid, who is sitting in front of the mirror, and looks worriedly at her sad face. She wants to say something, but cannot find the words to comfort or support her mistress in any way, so she decides to stay away so as not to say too much. After some time, her mother enters Lady Ingrid's room and asks her dear daughter if she is ready to go to the graduation ball. She looks at her daughter's outfit and tells her that she is an incredible beauty, and adds that she thought the dress would be too mature for a 20-year-old girl. Lady Ingrid laughs and tells her mother that she already said before that she perfectly understands what suits her and what doesn't, to which her mother replies that she couldn't be so sure of this until today. At that moment, another maid enters the room and announces that Nobleman Hadley has arrived at the estate, to which Lady Ingrid's mother says that he arrived just in time, adding that they had just finished all the preparations. The maid Penny approaches the main character and hands her a small bag, telling her that she brought her shoes for the graduation ball. Lady Ingrid silently nods to her maid and asks her to place the shoes in front of her, after which she examines them carefully. Lady Ingrid's mother tells her that these shoes were chosen especially to have a very small heel, so that they would fit well with Nobleman Hadley's height. Lady Ingrid puts on the offered shoes and, accompanied by her mother, goes to the second floor of the Copeland estate to present herself to Nobleman Hadley. She looks down and sees the nobleman, who gives her the same bored and emotionless look as always, and reflects that everything seems very familiar to her. Nobleman Hadley greets Lady Ingrid and her mother, kisses her hand as well, and she asks him to come into the estate and feel at home. After that, he extends his hand to Lady Ingrid, and she reflects that even now she is very successful at feigning her smile. Lady Ingrid's father approaches Nobleman Hadley and tells him to take care of his daughter, to which he tells him that Lady Ingrid will be safe and that he doesn't need to worry about her. Having said this, he takes her by the arm and sits with her in the carriage, while Lady Ingrid's parents see off the young couple with kind glances. Lady Ingrid thanks the nobleman for accepting such an unexpected request, to which he replies that she should be grateful to him, since she gave him such an important role. He adds that, among other things, he heard that her mother offered her to him as a partner, and adds that he feels a little awkward about this. Lady Ingrid tells Nobleman Hadley not to worry about it, as she believes that the Baroness must simply be worried about her. Nobleman Hadley looks at the main character and says that everything indicates that Lady Ingrid really likes her dear mother. Lady Ingrid tells her companion that her mother must think that their families are very suitable for each other. She smiles at her companion and reflects that this situation must also be awkward for the herald, so it will be much better if they both feel awkward with each other. She tries to calm him down and tells him not to worry so much about the upcoming graduation ball. Lady Ingrid says that she knew quite a few people, and among them there were not many knights. She adds that the news that Nobleman Harold would join her calmed her down a lot, and she realized that everything would be fine. The herald smiles slightly and lowers his not particularly interested gaze, saying that he is very glad that Lady Ingrid thinks so. Lady Ingrid observes his expression and thinks that in her past life he always smiled like that when he stopped being nervous. She recalls her past, in which she lost her father when she was a child and very early became the head of the family, so she always suffered under the yoke of others and their responsibilities. The main character is trying to convince herself that in this life, she will definitely have to help him overcome all difficulties and live a new and much happier one. She looks again at the bored face of her chosen one and tells herself that at this moment, she is the one who knows him better than anyone in this world. Upon arriving at the ball venue, Lady Ingrid tells the nobleman that if he doesn't want to stay here for a long time, they can simply dance the mazurka and go home. Nobleman Hadley tells her that he is not against this scenario, after which he asks Lady Ingrid if she really wants this, and adds that, after all, this is her graduation ball. Lady Ingrid smiles affably at Nobleman Hadley and tells him that she doesn't really like such luxurious banquets and prefers to spend time doing quieter activities. She adds that this is not a holiday in her honor anyway, so this set of actions will be enough to celebrate her graduation from the academy. She also says that even if she stays until the end of this ball, people with strange interests will start approaching her, which she doesn't want at all. Nobleman Hadley says that he accepts her offer and gives her his hand, saying that they will do everything exactly as she wants. The two heroes arrive at the ball and listen to wonderful musical compositions performed by a guest orchestra. After walking through the main corridor, Ingrid and Nobleman Hadley descend to the main hall via a small staircase. Lady Ingrid is noticed by one of her friends named Deborah and happily tells her that this dress suits her very well, to which Lady Ingrid replies gratefully to Deborah and tells her that she too is incredibly beautiful today. She asks her if everyone else has come to the ball, to which she replies that everyone is already gathered, and that she is very happy that each of them has found partners for the ball. Suddenly, Deborah's attention is drawn to one of the gentlemen who appeared at the ball, and she turns her head in his direction. This gentleman turns out to be Sir Stern Raft's younger brother, named Adol Raft, who instantly attracts the attention of all the other girls. Lady Ingrid and Deborah enthusiastically look at the man who has appeared, and the protagonist's friend whispers to her that there are rumors in secular society that the young nobleman is gradually beginning to appear at such events. Deborah looks at the nobleman and tells him that he is already 24 years old and still unmarried, after which she adds that, apparently, Lady Stella will make her official debut today. Lady Ingrid says in a sad voice that, in any case, Nobleman Raft is not a person of her level, and adds that he must choose a girl from the upper circles. Lady Deborah turns to the main character and tells her that, apparently, Nobleman Raft has come as Lady Wayne's partner, and adds that they are both quite popular. She snuggles up to Lady Ingrid and asks her in a low voice if she happened to meet Nobleman Raft by chance, to which she laughs nervously and replies that they have never crossed paths in their lives. Deborah smiles sincerely and wonders if the most famous man in the Raft family will also come here. Nobleman Hadley, who overheard these conversations, approaches the girls and tells them that if Deborah means the Duke of Sagna, then he cannot be expected today, after which he adds that he heard rumors that the Duke will not appear in secular society for some time. To which Deborah, with sadness in her voice, replies that this is a great disappointment. She says disappointed that Sir Sternraft is a great man, and that she would like to look at him from afar and feel his presence. The dancing part of the ball begins, and Deborah points out that everyone will dance the polka now, and adds that they will probably rest a little longer. The orchestra begins to play appropriate music, and the academy graduates, along with their partners, decide that it is time to dance and scatter throughout the large hall. Time passes, and all the graduates gathered in the hall are already performing various dances with their young partners. However, suddenly the doors of the grand hall open, and Nobleman Hadley says that, apparently, someone else has come to the graduation ball. Lady Ingrid looks at the doors and wonders who it could be, noticing that this time the reaction to the arrival of a guest is especially strange. But after a few seconds, she freezes from shock and surprise. To everyone's surprise, none other than Duke Magnus Sternraft himself arrives at the graduation ball. Lady Ingrid watches carefully what Stern is doing and realizes that he is coming with her brother. Meanwhile, her friend Deborah notices a change in Lady Ingrid's behavior and asks her if she is all right, adding that her complexion has changed a lot, after which she suggests that she rest a little. Lady Ingrid tries to take a step aside, but her legs stop obeying her, and she realizes that she urgently needs to leave this room. Deciding not to draw attention, she quickly informs her friend that she will go to the lounge for a few minutes, after which she tells her chosen one that they will see each other later. Gliding through the corridors, she runs to the lounge and quickly closes the doors, hoping that no one noticed her, and exhales briefly. She admits to herself that recently she was sure that everything was fine for her, and she managed to put these feelings aside. But the look at Sir Stern's face shattered the last remnants of this confidence. Helplessness overwhelms Lady Ingrid, and she covers her face with her hands, realizing that she is in a terrible situation from which it will be very difficult for her to get out. She leans against the door and thinks that she urgently needs to sit down somewhere. Otherwise, she might lose consciousness due to the forces leaving her. After some time, the bathroom doors open slightly, and a familiar voice tells Lady Ingrid that they have been looking for her for a long time. Mrs. Broad enters the room and tells the main character that she has already started to worry, after which she asks Ingrid if she is all right. She adds that Lady Ingrid acted a bit rudely and left Nobleman Hadley and his friends alone in the ballroom. Lady Ingrid replies tiredly that she really did something wrong, and adds that she needs to apologize to everyone for her sudden disappearance. She hears music coming from the ballroom and realizes that the dance she wanted to have with the herald ended a long time ago. Miss Roth takes a small jug and pours a glass of water for her mistress, telling her that she understands her feelings. She gives her a glass of water and tells her that even if something bothers her, she must remain firm in any situation. With pride in her eyes, she tells the main character that a true lady never lets you lose your dignity, after which she hands her a cup of water. Lady Ingrid looks gratefully at her nanny and tells her that she knows this very well, after which she drinks the cup in one gulp. She apologizes to Mrs. Roth for the inconvenience caused, but she calmly replies that she has nothing to apologize for. She helps Lady Ingrid get up and tells her not to worry about anything, and adds that she looks especially beautiful. Lady Ingrid says she would like to sit in the room a little longer, and Mrs. Rode sits next to her on the chair, after which she asks her if she wants to return home, to which Lady Ingrid replies that she must first apologize to Nobleman Hadley. Mrs. Rode says that is a good plan, and adds that she couldn't give him anything either, since she immediately went to look for her. Lady Ingrid asks her nanny if she could invite Nobleman Hadley to meet her, adding that she will wait for him in the lounge where the tea ceremony is held, to which she replies that she will fulfill her request without any problem, recommending to Lady Ingrid not to rush. With these words, Mrs. Rhodes leaves the bathroom, leaving the main character alone with herself. And with her thoughts, after sitting a little longer, Lady Ingrid decides that it is time to get up and rises from the soft armchair, after which she heads towards the exit. She recalls her nanny's words and wonders why she thought she was beautiful. She grips her dress and tells herself that she must remain calm and act like an adult with her inherent dignity. After some time, Lady Ingrid returns to the main hall and notices that there has been a noticeable increase in people in it, after which she reflects that it will probably be difficult for the herald to come here because there are so many people. Here. Lady Ingrid decides that this room is not suitable for their meeting and tries to exit into the corridor in search of another room. However, she is suddenly stopped by a cold exclamation from Lady Wayne, who says that she did not expect to see Lady Ingrid here. Lady Ingrid turns her head to the side and realizes that Lady Wayne is again surrounded by her two close friends. The main character decides not to enter into conflict and calmly greets Lady Wayne, examining her carefully. Looking around, she reflects that Lady Wayne looks especially beautiful today. Lady Ingrid realizes that no matter how hard she tries, she will never again be the sincere girl that Lady Wayne is. Lady Ingrid politely tells Lady Wayne that they have not seen each other for quite some time, to which she replies that the last time they saw each other was in Viscountcy, when she came to visit. However, Lady Wayne decides not to waste time and directly asks Lady Ingrid if they can talk about a very important topic. She asks Lady Ingrid why she came to the graduation ball with Nobleman Hadley if her partner was supposed to be Sir Stern Raft. Lady Ingrid, with misunderstanding in her voice, replies to her interlocutor that everything is indeed exactly as she described it, adding that she has her own reasons for it. Lady Wayne, however, is not satisfied with this answer, and in an irritated voice, she says that Lady Ingrid acted extremely rudely towards her partner. She tells the main character that she heard rumors that Lady Ingrid herself invited Sir Stern to the ball, and then she herself rejected him, after which she asks him if he thinks it was extremely rude. Lady Ingrid does not answer this complaint, and Lady Wayne tells her that it was already too late to change partners. She continues to interrogate her rival, and says that perhaps Lady Ingrid did not know when she first invited Sir Stern to the graduation ball, after which she adds that changing one's mind after the invitation is simply unacceptable. She raises her voice and yells at Ingrid, telling her that she has disgraced the honor of Sir Sternraft, mentally reflecting on the fact that her father trusted the young man for the sake of his daughter, who had no partner. She recalls that the news that Lady Ingrid had become Sir Stern's partner infuriated her and completely destroyed her self-esteem. She admits to herself that she could even endure the bitterness of being rejected by Sir Stern, since she could not match his class. However, above all, Lady Wayne wanted to become a noble lady who could be close to him. And despite almost everything going according to plan, the news that Lady Ingrid had broken up with Sir Stern completely destroyed her. Lady Wayne looks at Lady Ingrid with contempt and wonders how she dared to treat the object of her adoration with such cruelty. Throughout this evening, Lady Wayne closely observed Lady Ingrid's behavior, trying to understand what was peculiar about her. Lady Wayne spent the whole night wondering why Sir Stern constantly sought only Lady Ingrid and didn't notice anyone else. Lady Wayne says that Sir Stern Raft had difficulty accepting Lady Ingrid's invitation, and she finally moved away from him and immediately started communicating with Nobleman Hadley, after which she asks the main character if she knows the feeling of shame. Lady Ingrid, having gathered all her strength, calmly replies to her aggressor that she contradicts herself, and adds that they had already talked before about the fact that Sir Stern is not suitable for her. She adds that this is especially obvious now that her origin has become known, after which she wonders how someone like her can dare to approach him. Lady Wayne shouts loudly that everything is exactly as Lady Ingrid says, after which she asks her if she thinks she shouldn't have started from the beginning, something that is absolutely beyond her strength. The main character replies to Lady Wayne that she already apologized to the Duke, and that this matter between them has been closed for a long time. She tells her that she is completely right in her judgment, and adds that she should not have talked to him from the beginning, and that everything that happens is entirely her fault. She concludes her thought by saying that the question of whether to forgive her or not can only be decided by the Duke, and that this is not a matter in which Lady Wayne has the right to reproach her. One of the ball participants, who accidentally caught this fight, says that they shouldn't fight on such a night, after which he invites everyone to sit down and rest. The young woman says that everyone here is a classmate, but other ladies and gentlemen might come at any time, and not understand the reasons for such a strong fight. The young Lady Wayne does not respond to her classmates' advice, and just walks away angrily from Lady Ingrid, without ceasing to look at everyone with a frown. Lady Ingrid, in a calm voice, tells her companion that everything is fine, and she is already leaving, after which she looks around for an exit. However, Lady Wayne's friends want to stay with the main character, and they ask her what will happen to Lady Wayne if she leaves like this, and offer her a drink and to relax before leaving. They block Lady Ingrid's way, and she asks them to get out of the way, to which they reply that they are not asking her to fight, but simply want to resolve everything peacefully among themselves. One of Lady Wayne's friends brings a glass of wine and says that she has already prepared it for Lady Ingrid. Lady Ingrid tries to resist, but the girls surround her and ask her not to be so stubborn, and not to run away from a friendly event. Suddenly, one of Lady Wayne's friends quite clumsily throws a glass of wine towards Lady Ingrid, saying that she did it by accident. Lady Ingrid fearfully looks at the glass flying towards her, and realizes that she will not have time to dodge it in any way, and decides to accept her fate. However, suddenly the wine freezes in the air, without having time to ruin the main character's dress, and Sir Sternraft, who is nearby, severely asks everyone what is happening here. Meanwhile, Lady Ingrid, by inertia, tries to protect herself from the flying crystals towards her, and does not immediately realize that she is already safe. Upon opening her eyes, she notices the shocked faces of Lady Wayne and her friends, who say that the wine simply froze in the air. Lady Wayne's friends, with distorted faces, look towards Sir Sternraft trying to find an excuse. Lady Wayne understands the situation she is in, and freezes in amazement at her lover, trying to find an excuse not to look bad. They try to say at least something to justify themselves, but all they get is a confused whisper that in no way convinces Sir Stern of the randomness of what is happening. Lady Ingrid also freezes for a moment, looking at the beautiful red drops of wine whimsically floating in the air in front of her face. Suddenly, Sir Stern's brother, Nobleman Raft, enters the hall and asks what happened here, looking anxiously around. No one answers him, and he again asks what happened here, adding that the atmosphere in this room is extremely alarming. One of Lady Wayne's friends finally decides to justify herself and says that Lady Ingrid said she was not feeling well and wanted to go home after the banquet. She hesitantly states that they thought if she drank wine, she would feel much better, and another friend of Lady Wayne echoes her, saying that everything is exactly as she explains. However, such lies do not convince Sir Sternraft, and he states in an icy tone that he does not believe their version is plausible. With these words, he turns directly to Lady Ingrid and asks her what happened here. Taking a few steps towards her, Lady Ingrid tries to avoid interaction with her former lover and tells him that she is fine, and that nothing bad happened. Sternraft extends his hand to her and asks her not to be so stubborn, adding that he only wants to help her. Lady Ingrid refuses to accept his help and replies that she can manage on her own. Cyrus Stern looks at his beloved for a few seconds and decides not to be fooled by such tricks, after which he moves even closer to her. He helps Lady Ingrid to get up and looks for a place where he can take her to rest. Lady Wayne, in a trembling voice, tries to justify herself to her lover and tells him that he misunderstood everything, but he tells her that he is not a fool and that he understands everything perfectly well. He tells her that he saw everything with his own eyes and adds that in this group, she has the greatest influence, and he knows it very well. He tells the young woman in an icy tone that he is disappointed in her, and then walks away, not wanting to waste another second of his time with her. Nobleman Raft approaches his brother and asks him to calm down, telling him that this is not something he should interfere in, since all eyes are now focused only on him. Sir Stern Raft does not answer his brother's words and only asks him to get out of the way, adding that he really needs to talk to Lady Ingrid. With these words, he firmly takes the protagonist's hand and leads her to another room. Aaron Raft, observing everything that happens, simply exhales, shrugs, and returns to his companion. He asks young Kylie if she is all right and tells her that they can go out for some fresh air, to which she quickly agrees and offers him her hand to accompany him. Cyrus Stern and Lady Ingrid follow them with their eyes, waiting until they are alone. Lady Ingrid releases her former lover's hand and thanks him for his help, adding that he has nothing to worry about. Ceres Sternraft looks at the love of his life and listens to her attentively, not wanting to interrupt. Lady Ingrid looks down sadly and says that she is very sorry for bothering him with her behavior, and adds that it will not happen again. These words only fill Ceres Sternraft with despair, and he approaches the table to take another glass of wine. Briefly moving away from his companion, he raises his glass and drinks it in one gulp, trying to control his feelings. After which he returns to Lady Ingrid. His voice begins to tremble, either from anger or emotion, and he asks Lady Ingrid to listen to him attentively and not run away from him this time. He looks at Lady Ingrid with despair and tells her that he never thought that what he did for her was an empty concern. He adds that he did everything he did out of pure free will, pointing out that no one in his life had ever made his heart beat so fast. Sir Sternraft asks Lady Ingrid if her feelings were mutual, moving closer and closer to her. Lady Ingrid begins to move away from him slightly, and he stops and asks her if she has always thought of him this strange way. Lady Ingrid clutches her dress and says with difficulty that everything is exactly as Sir Sternraft thinks. She says that this is why she wanted to show him only her best sides, and adds that she no longer has the right to make him feel uncomfortable. With these words, she steps forward slightly and says that she is already late with the official greeting. She bows formally to Sir Stern and congratulates him on receiving the title, struggling to pronounce the words. She tells him that the future prosperity of his empire is entirely due to Sir Stern, after which she adds that she, as a daughter of the Copeland family, sincerely thanks him. Sir Stern, with a heavy heart, listens to Lady Ingrid's false gratitude and asks her if she has anything else to say besides formal congratulations. Lady Ingrid coldly tells him that she has nothing more to say, congratulating him once again on receiving the title. She begins to cheer up, saying that all eyes of secular society are now focused on him, and that soon he will meet his noble lady, for whom he will have feelings. Sir Stern, deciding that he has heard enough nonsense words, each of which cuts him like a sharp knife, desperately asks Lady Ingrid why she is doing this. He approaches her and asks why she says those things every time they meet. He adds that every time he hears these words from Lady Ingrid and sees her face, his heart simply breaks into pieces. Lady Ingrid sobs slightly and asks Sir Sternraft what happened to her face. In response to this, Sir Sternraft takes several steps forward, getting closer and closer to his beloved to wipe away the tears appearing on her face. He closely observes the expression on his lover's face and remains motionless for a while, not daring to act. However, Lady Ingrid does not resist, and after a few seconds, Sir Sternraft raises his hand to help her. He looks at Lady Ingrid and gently touches her cheek with his hand, trying to wipe away the tears from her face without saying a word. Lady Ingrid says nothing for a while, but when she feels the warmth of her lover's hand on her cheek, she realizes that this will not end well. She tells him that he shouldn't do that and takes a step back, removing her face from his affectionate and warm hand. Sir Stern decides not to insist and withdraws his hand slightly, after which he says that Lady Ingrid's face has been completely exhausted since their last meeting. He asks her if she has had trouble sleeping lately, after which he asks about her health, and again takes a step towards her. Lady Ingrid tries to interrupt this conversation by taking a step back and telling her lover that he is imagining everything, and that she is completely fine. Ceres Sternraft keeps insisting and asks Lady Ingrid to look at him, after which he asks why she is avoiding him so carefully. He looks sadly at his beloved and tells her that if he means nothing to her, then she shouldn't avoid him so much because she won't lose anything. Lady Ingrid begins to blush slightly and bitterness rises in her throat. So she tries to end this conversation by asking Sir Stern to stop interrogating her. Sir Stern asks her what really happened, to which she replies in a trembling voice, and elevated, that she knows very well that no matter how much she apologizes to him, it still won't be enough. After which she once again says that she truly regrets that this happened. She says that all this happened because she was very stupid and frivolous and approached him only to play. Lady Ingrid desperately declares that Sir Sternraft should not waste his precious time on a treacherous girl like her. But Sir Stern interrupts her with his question. He asks Lady Ingrid if she has really become a baroness, and she falls silent for a few seconds and says nothing. Cyrus Stern looks at her, and she finally tells him that everything is exactly as he said, and adds that she has indeed become a baroness. He says, with some disappointment, that he is surprised that Lady Ingrid chose nobleman Hadley instead of him, and asks her if she is seriously considering nobleman Hadley. He asks her if she thinks that this person, unlike him, is exactly who she can live her whole life with. Lady Ingrid tells him that she thinks so, after which she tells him that they should end this conversation and finally go their separate ways. Sir Sternraft takes his lover's hand and tells her that she needs to answer one more question before he leaves. He looks closely at the protagonist and asks why her face was so sad during this conversation. Lady Ingrid falls silent, and Stern tells her that not long ago he wanted her to regret her decision and suffer like him. He shares his experiences and says that for several weeks he was consumed by feelings of resentment, anger, and sadness over how she treated him. However, in the end, he realized that all he wanted was for her to be happy by meeting someone else with whom she could have the quiet life and stable that she desired. He tells Lady Ingrid that he does not wish to see her suffer and adds that he will always passionately love her and sincerely, no matter what happens. He does not let go of Lady Ingrid's hand and, looking around with a sad gaze, asks her if she understands what he means. Lady Ingrid does not answer Sir Stern, and silence reigns in the hall, which is only broken by the sound of tears falling onto the stone floor. Lady Ingrid barely looks at Sir Stern and tells him that for her love is far from the most important thing in life. Sir Stern asks her what is the most important thing for her, to which Lady Ingrid replies that he is definitely not on the list of those things. Her voice begins to tremble more and more every second, and she carefully clutches Sir Stern's clothes and says that she will never confuse what is really important to her. She begins to cry silently and let her tears fall to the floor, declaring to Sir Stern that, for her, the most important thing in life is definitely not him. Cyrus Stern looks sadly at Lady Ingrid and asks her to repeat all these words, looking her straight in the eyes to make sure she is not deceiving herself. The protagonist barely looks up at her lover and begins to repeat what she said recently, but the image of her daughter reappears before her eyes. She remembers all the moments she spent with her during her past life and notices that every day they look more fragmented, as if she is starting to forget them. Lady Ingrid begins to cry even harder, realizing that she cannot admit to her lover that he means nothing to her. She remembers the moment of her last meeting with her daughter and lowers her eyes again, starting to cry bitterly. A mature daughter appears before her face, asking her to meet someone better and live a truly happy family life. She remembers her daughter's words, who was on guard by her bed on the day of her death, and asked her not to forget her promise during her rebirth. With these thoughts, she looks at her lover again and, hysterically, tells him that for her the most important thing in life is her daughter, and not him. Sir Stern steps back in shock, not expecting such a reaction, and Lady Ingrid continues to yell at him, demanding that he stop interfering in her life. She calms down for a moment and admits to her lover that, in reality, she is not the young girl he has been thinking about all this time. Lady Ingrid tearfully declares that she is not a 20-year-old girl, but a 45-year-old mother who raised a daughter. In an outburst of emotion, she tells her lover that she was in a carriage and crashed, and after opening her eyes again, she became a 19-year-old girl. She turns to Sir Stern and tells him that he can think she is crazy, but that she is in perfect health and has a clear mind. Ceres Sternraft looks at the protagonist with sincere surprise, but she, reading the silent question in his eyes, immediately replies that she is not lying. Tears continue to run down Lady Ingrid's face, and she declares that this is also not a dream. The moment her legs begin to give way, she sits on the floor and says that she perfectly remembers hugging her daughter the moment she was born, and adds that she perfectly remembers her first and only birth. She continues her story by saying that she remembers feeding her daughter milk, watching her first steps, and hearing her sincere laughter. She remembers how her daughter held her toy to her chest to prevent nightmares, and how they constantly watered the garden flowers. Lady Ingrid states that she even clearly remembers that wonderful day when her daughter called her mom for the first time, adding that it was the best day of her life. She gets up with difficulty and grabs Sir Stern Raff by his clothes again, telling him that she doesn't care if he loves her or not. She remembers her beloved daughter and says that her dear daughter is the only thing that is important to her now, and will always be important. Lady Ingrid admits that she gave birth to her, tore her body, and broke her bones, and then raised her, after which she adds that she is her only daughter and she will never abandon her. She lets go of Sir Stern and in a dull voice tells him that he must meet his son again, after which she falls to the floor again, losing consciousness. Sir Stern, who clearly did not expect such a response to his question, remains still for a moment, looking surprised at his beloved. After a while, he approaches his beloved and sits on her lap, carefully holding her in his arms. Using his magic, he takes his beloved out of this house and appears with her in his office on an unknown estate. He holds Lady Ingrid tightly in his arms, making sure she doesn't escape, and thinks about how he needs her to rest a little. Approaching the bed, he carefully seats his beloved on it, telling her that they are in his mansion, and that no one will bother them here. He tells her that it is very quiet here now, because there are not many servants here, and no one will see them, after which he steps back a few steps, carefully inspecting Lady Ingrid again. The main character gradually regains consciousness and begins to dry the tears on her cheeks. After a while, Sir Stern returns with a towel and tells Lady Ingrid that he brought it for her so she could dry herself in peace. Lady Ingrid thanks him for his concern and begins to wipe away her tears with a towel, thinking that all her makeup has gone down the drain. Sir Stern understands his lover's thoughts and tells her that to him, she will always be very beautiful, no matter how she looks. He looks at the protagonist and squeezes her hand, realizing that his master was right at that moment. According to his master, almost all people except God depend on their desires and obey the laws of this world. However, for some in this world, there are much more important things than this, and it is those people who deserve the greatest love and respect. He recalls his master's words that he should look at the problems of other people instead of focusing on his own. He reflects on the fact that Lady Ingrid really did not care about status or position, after which he wonders how it was possible, what she told him at the graduation ball. He reflects that mages have always been interested in returning to the past, but for a long time, nothing was studied. The only rule that time mages learned was that time travel was simply impossible. He looks closely at Lady Ingrid and realizes that there is only one way that can produce a similar effect. Sir Stern approaches Lady Ingrid and mentally wonders where a mage exists who can do this. He sits on the bed and asks her if it was just a vision of the future. Sir Stern Raft adds that perhaps Lady Ingrid was able to see her future so clearly that she felt as if she had really lived in it. Lady Ingrid sadly lowers her head and makes a gesture to deny Sir Stern's hypothesis, and he begins to wonder what else could have happened. He tells Lady Ingrid that he believes her, and adds that, however, many mages have explored space travel and time with approximately the same results. He tells her that in theory this was possible, but it was associated with a large number of conventions. According to Sir Stern, these conventions turned out to be so numerous that the practical application of this technique was impossible. Lady Ingrid looks at her lover and says that she, however, was able to return to the past. Despite everything said before, Sir Stern claims that magic can only be used in the material world, and time magic is in no way an exception here. He explains his point by saying that even if someone uses time magic, they must interact with matter. He says that with the help of magic, it is impossible to send a soul to the past that you cannot touch by hand. According to Sir Stern's knowledge, it is deduced that all magic obeys the boomerang law, and he decides to demonstrate it to her. He extends a hand forward and creates a thin stream of water, telling Lady Ingrid that when he uses this magic, it might seem as if he is creating new water. However, he immediately adds that this is not actually the case, pointing out that if he takes a certain amount of water, then it will be exactly the same amount, less in the whole world. He says that the volume of water in this world does not change, so it is impossible to remove something completely or create it in excess, because the world will always be in a state of equilibrium. Sir Stern adds that if someone wants to go back 10 years, there is only one way to achieve this effect, He says that to make time go backward for everyone except himself, it is necessary to make it almost impossible. From his point of view, this requires making all the clocks in the world go back 10 years. He says that, of course, this is very difficult, but it is not an entirely impossible task. And he adds that, however, there is an important nuance. He discovers that the main problem lies precisely in the fundamental rules of magic. Lady Ingrid carefully follows Sir Stern's train of thought, and he asks the question, if someone goes back 10 years in time and succeeds, what will happen to the one who did it? He says that even if someone can rewind time, even for a second, his body will receive a blow that is impossible to imagine. He says that man is a rather fragile creature who can already live a little less than 100 years. However, in his opinion, besides the mage himself who uses this spell, the water, the fire, space, and time will also receive a retaliatory blow. Sir Stern says that even if everything Lady Ingrid said is true, and there is a mage who sent her to the past, there is a very sad detail. He explains his point by saying that at the moment, this mage sent her to the past. He was literally removed from this world forever. He tells Lady Ingrid that it is because of this important nuance that time mages do not even think about sending someone to the past. He squeezes her hand and asks who would sacrifice themselves for someone like that. Lady Ingrid, who had difficulty listening to the last part of her lover's thoughts, says that this is very difficult to accept. She looks at Sir Stern with desperation in her eyes and asks him if he really expects her to believe this so easily. She says that her daughter was a time mage and now she is nowhere. After which she adds that even if she gives away all the houses in the city and the countryside, she will not be able to find her. She adds that her daughter not only sent her to the past, but sent her to an era when she had not yet been born. Sir Stern briefly sinks into her own thoughts, recalling that she had never been interested in anyone, but noticed Lady Ingrid at first sight. She recalls that the reason for this was largely because she felt that she was enveloped in strange magic. And strange, she realizes that if she had known earlier how special Lady Ingrid was, perhaps she could have helped her with something. Lady Ingrid tells her entire story to her lover, saying that her daughter once told her that, if she returned, perhaps she wouldn't give birth to her. With bitterness in her throat, she conveys her daughter's words, who told her that she must live for herself and not suffer for the sake of others. Lady Ingrid recalls that that day, her daughter told her never to give up and to live a completely different life, to create as many pleasant memories as possible. The protagonist remembers that she talked about this with her daughter that day, when she was only 19 years old. She adds that she remembers this day very well, as it was just before her graduation from the academy. She also loudly recalls that her daughter whispered something in her ear while she was on her deathbed after a terrible accident. She literally conveys her daughter's words, which say that Lady Ingrid should not remember her and live happily at the moment she is reborn again. She adds that even though it was her daughter's most sincere wish, she cannot forget her. With these words, she thanks Sir Stern and says that if it weren't for him, she would never have experienced the joy and the emotion of love that she couldn't even dream of in her past life. However, she adds that despite all these wonderful feelings, they can never compare to the liberating feeling of motherhood that helped her survive in her previous life. Sir Stern is silent for a while, trying to find the right words to speak, after which he looks at her again and gives her a concerned look. Sir Stern slowly says that he doesn't know how to choose the right words so as not to hurt her feelings. After a short pause, he says that even if Lady Ingrid marries nobleman Hadley again, she will not be able to give birth to his daughter again. These words resonate terribly in Lady Ingrid's head, who falls into a trance for several minutes trying to understand them. Only a few minutes later, she finds the strength to speak again and asks Sir Stern what he means by these words. Stern explains his idea by saying that people have known for a long time that, when a person is born, their parents give them warmth and God gives them a soul. However, from his point of view, the probability that her daughter can be reborn in the same body is almost zero. He adds that, among other things, magic is capable of completely destroying a person's body without leaving the slightest trace in this world. Sir Stern says that Lady Ingrid can try to create a new body for her daughter, but this will not change a simple and sad fact. His lover says that this fact is that she will never be able to make her daughter look exactly the same. He adds that even if a miracle happens and Lady Ingrid can give birth to her daughter in the same body, the probability that she will have the same soul remains extremely low. Lady Ingrid hysterically tells her lover that this still doesn't mean that this probability is zero, adding that this gives her at least some hope. Sarah Stern looks at her lover with complicity and tells her that this is very difficult to accept, adding that everything mentioned above is just his assumptions. Lady Ingrid looks at her lover with a desperate look and repeats to him that it is still not impossible. Sir Sternraft, with a sad look, tells her that most likely this is impossible, and that the probability still tends towards zero. Lady Ingrid loses her temper and shouts loudly that impossible and quite impossible are two completely different things. She desperately declares that what matters to her is whether she gives up her daughter or not. Lady Ingrid states that even if there is a small possibility, and it seems like she is looking for a needle in a haystack, she will take this step without hesitation. Tears start flowing freely from her eyes again, and she says that she will look for her throughout her life, whatever the cost. Ceres Stern calmly looks at Lady Ingrid and tells her that her daughter would not want this for her mother. Lady Ingrid falls silent, looking surprised at her lover, and he tells her that she herself said that her daughter asked her to forget about her and live happily. Lady Ingrid quietly tells her lover that a parent can never forget their child. With these words, she gets up from the bed and says that she will never be able to forget her daughter, and that cannot be changed. She tells him that she will never be happy without her daughter, and adds that most likely he cannot understand this because he has no children. Lady Ingrid adds that she doesn't care if she has to follow the same path, and then says that even if she dies and is punished or goes to hell, she will do anything for her daughter. Sir Stern, with sadness in his voice, tells Lady Ingrid that if she does this and lives the same life, most likely her daughter will be unhappy. Lady Ingrid looks at her lover in horror, unable to respond to such words. Sir Stern says that Lady Ingrid's daughter dedicated her whole life to this, and adds that she studied magic, improved herself, and finally risked her entire existence. He adds that his daughter made the greatest possible sacrifice for her mother. Lady Ingrid, angered by his words, asks him what he can understand in such matters, after which tears appear in her eyes again. She remembers the past in which she raised her little daughter and tries to prove something to Sir Stern, but due to suffocating despair, she cannot say anything. Sir Stern stands next to her for a while, lets her cry, and then says that he understands her perfectly. He adds that he knows very well the feelings with which mages use that power. He also adds that he can very clearly imagine the thoughts with which the protagonist's daughter trained for years and dedicated most of her life to this task, knowing very well the price she would pay for it. He helps his lover get up and tells her that if he were also a time mage, he would do the same. Sir Stern states that there were also many moments in his life when he passionately wished to go back in time, erasing himself from this reality. Sarah Stern says that every time he realized he was breathing, he never stopped thinking about this possibility. And then he admits that he should never have been born, because by doing so he ruined his mother's life. He tells Lady Ingrid that if he hadn't been born, his mother's life would be very different from what she is experiencing now, and she would be much happier. Lady Ingrid listens to her lover's story with surprise and realizes that she had never thought of this. Sarah Stern tells Lady Ingrid that even now he thinks about this possibility, even though he knows that his mother loves him. He says that his mother's life now maybe doesn't seem so terrible to her, because she knows that sometimes she even smiles at all sorts of little things. And he adds that he is even very aware of what makes her happy. However, according to Sarah Stern, he still cannot get rid of the idea of what would have happened if she had lived with someone who sincerely loved her from the beginning. Cyrus Stern says that this is why he decided to live for the sake of his mother until she leaves this mortal body. Cyrus Stern adds that he is very aware that he is her only reason for living. Lady Ingrid continues to listen to her lover in surprise, not expecting such insightful thoughts from him. Cyrus Stern says that such a life, by definition, cannot be happy and looks at her sadly. Lady Ingrid is impressed by his words and tries to say something to comfort him, but nothing comes to mind, and she remains silent. Cyrus Turnraft says that if he were also a time mage and could return his mother to the past, he would really like her not to give birth to him. However, according to him, if his mother were to choose the same man in such a case, then her sacrifice would lose all meaning because of this. He adds that if this had happened, he would have hated himself for the rest of his life. He explains his thought and adds that in this case, it would turn out that his mother would have sacrificed herself once again for him. Sir Sterndraft tells Lady Ingrid that he remembered her words that she would become the Baron's wife. and have a child from a man whose common family she dislikes. He adds that he understands Lady Ingrid's desire to devote herself to this child and find meaning in her life again. But there are several problems with this decision. Sir Sternraft suggests that Lady Ingrid's daughter will probably be very upset that her mother has chosen the same path again. He tries to comfort his beloved, telling her that he perfectly understands that only her daughter has kept her alive all this time. Lady Ingrid touches her lover's hands with weakened hands and asks him what she should do in this case. She honestly admits to her mother that even though he asks her to forget about her daughter, she will never be able to do such a thing. Sir Stern looks at his beloved with sympathy and compassion, carefully stroking her head. He seats her next to him and hugs her gently, embracing her close to him, quietly telling her that everything will be fine. Lady Ingrid begins to cry silently, being in his arms and reasoning that no one will be able to forget their dear daughter. She hugs him tighter and repeats to him that she will never be able to forget her child. Stern hugs his beloved tighter to him, and they remain in this position for several hours, as the protagonist slowly calms down, periodically sobbing. Some time later, at dawn, Sir Stern creates some water to help Lady Ingrid wash her face and eyes swollen from tears. Sir Stern asks his beloved if she has become at least a little easier, to which she tells him that, if you compare this to what it was before, then everything will seem like an improvement. Sir Stern gently kisses Lady Ingrid on the forehead and tells her that she can cry a little more, and adds that he will be there to support her at all times. Lady Ingrid wonders if her daughter was really so unhappy that she didn't want to be reborn, to which Sir Stern replies to the protagonist that it was not her fault, as she knew very well what she was doing. He adds that a child who loves their mother so much would never blame her for anything. He assures his beloved that if anyone made her unhappy, it certainly wasn't her own mother, and adds that she loved her so much that she was willing not to be reborn for her happiness. Sir Stern says that Lady Ingrid's daughter loved her madly, and that is why she decided to sacrifice herself. From his point of view, the protagonist's daughter thought the same, and found her happiness in it. He adds that all this is very similar to how he learned to love, thanks to meeting a lady. After this, Lady Ingrid and Sir Sternraft talked for a long time about their daughter and her life, sharing various stories and experiences. Tears continued to flow from Lady Ingrid's eyes, but this time they did not flow from sadness, but from the joy that boiled in her heart. Lady Ingrid snuggles up to Sir Sternraft and admits to him that she still doubts whether she is dreaming all this. She continues lying in bed next to her lover and says that all this seems to her like some strange vision that is about to end. Sir Stern gently hugs Lady Ingrid and tells her that in this case, he is just a product of her imagination, to which she, with a light laugh, says that in general everything looks like this. She admits to Duke Sternraft that not long ago, it seemed to her that she simply suffered from dementia due to the injuries received in the accident. She explains her thought, saying that in this case, her mind could return to the past, but her body remained the same as always, and all this time she was hurting her relatives. Stern smiles at this theory and jokingly says that he cannot guarantee her anything. He briefly places his hand on Lady Ingrid's cheek to wipe away another tear, and says that, when he looks at her, he does not think at all that this is some kind of dream. He adds that even if Lady Ingrid is in a dream now, for him, she is the most real person in the world. Sir Sternraft looks closely at Lady Ingrid and tells her that he asks her anyway to make her reality last as long as possible. He says that the only thing he wants now is to be able to see her and admire her all the time. Lady Ingrid whispers her lover's name softly, and he leans towards her again to kiss her gently. Sir Stern does not stop there and gives her a few more kisses, finishing with a gentle touch of his lips on her forehead. He looks with pleasure at the face of his dear beloved and tells her that he is crazy about her and loves her very much. After some time, Sir Stern receives a magical letter and tells Lady Ingrid that, apparently, her parents are already heading here. Lady Ingrid says that her parents must be very worried, as she disappeared without even writing them a letter, and adds that anyone in such a situation would seriously panic. Sir Stern looks closely at Lady Ingrid and asks her if she is sure that she should return like this, adding that he is worried about her. Lady Ingrid affectionately tells Sir Stern that he shouldn't worry, as she knows her parents very well, and she is not afraid of being scolded. Sir Stern says that he trusts her in this matter and invites her to immediately go down to the main exit, adding that her parents might arrive very soon. Lady Ingrid affectionately replies to Sir Stern that this is her business with him, so he doesn't need to worry, to which he tells her that he will still take responsibility, since he was the one who brought her to his mansion. The protagonist tells Sir Stern that she must tell him something, to which he asks that this not be the news of her possible engagement to nobleman Hadley. Lady Ingrid looks at Sir Stern in surprise, who, however, does not retreat from his post. Duke Sternraft looks closely at Lady Ingrid and tells her that she will not become nobleman Hadley's wife, since he will never allow it. Lady Ingrid is trying to tell him something, but Sir Sternraft insistently says that until yesterday, he even thought that he could not do anything if Lady Ingrid suddenly chose nobleman Hadley as her chosen one. He turns to Lady Ingrid again and, with a voice full of determination, says that his position has radically changed and that he will not stand idly by. Lady Ingrid looks surprised at Duke Sternraft when he tells her that nobleman Hadley is not worthy of a person like Lady Ingrid. Stern says that he will make every possible and impossible attempt to win her heart and prevent her from marrying the nobleman. With these words, he approaches Ingrid and takes her hand, making a brief pause, looking at her with tenderness in his gaze, which gradually turns into slight sadness. After a while, he tells the protagonist that if, despite all his efforts, she chooses nobleman Hadley as her chosen one, he will hate him for the rest of his life. After a while, our heroes go out into the courtyard, and the gates of Duke Raff's personal mansion open, giving way to a carriage from the Viscountcy of Copeland. Ceres Sternraft walks across the porch with Lady Ingrid and tells her that he will accompany her to the carriage, to which she quietly thanks him for his concern. Upon approaching the carriage, Ceres Stern tells Lady Ingrid that he would like to talk about something with her before she leaves for her property. Lady Ingrid looks at Sir Stern in surprise, and he tells her that in the near future, definitely, he will contact her with the help of that same magical bird. Lady Ingrid smiles affectionately at her knight and tells him that she will eagerly await that moment, after which she gets into the carriage and heads home. For the next few days on the estate, Lady Ingrid was under the strict supervision of Mrs. Rode and could not leave. This was all because her loved ones were very worried about the possible spread of bad rumors about Lady Ingrid and Duke Sternraft. Mrs. Rode told her pupil that what happened was a problem because there were about 3 or 5 people who knew that Lady Ingrid disappeared at night along with the Duke. Mrs. Rode was very afraid that someone would want to harm her family by spreading these rumors in secular society. But her fears were not justified, and eventually no rumors spread. Moreover, Lady Ingrid soon received a long-awaited letter from Sir Sternraft, in which he inquired about the state of her health. Lady Ingrid gave this letter to her mother to read, and she noticed that Sir Sternraft was officially inviting the Copeland family to his property to resolve misunderstandings and meet officially. Lady Ingrid closely follows her mother's reaction, who, however, does not show it thanks to her impressive control over her emotions. She asks her mother if she should write him a reply letter, after which her mother, slightly annoyed, returns the letter to Lady Ingrid and tells her to act as she sees fit. She leans tiredly against the back of the sofa and tells her daughter that she won't listen to her advice anyway and will do whatever she wants. The experiences continue to overwhelm her, and she says that if Stern suddenly changes his mind, only Lady Ingrid will suffer this. The Viscountess, with a sad gaze, begins to think about what might happen in case events develop in the most unfavorable way. Falling silent for a moment, Lady Ingrid cannot find words to justify herself and admits to her mother that she is very much to blame for what is happening, to which she replies irritably that she already knows that. Lady Ingrid's mother says that she was lucky that no one found out, but if rumors had spread, her family's reputation would have been trampled in the mud. The Viscountess adds that, in reality, only she is to blame for this, as she could not guide her daughter onto the right path. Lady Ingrid tries to comfort her mother and find the right words, but they are interrupted by a knock on the door and Penny's voice. Penny, who carefully opened the door, tells Lady Ingrid that she had a very important guest who really wanted to meet her. Lady Ingrid looks at Penny surprised and asks who could come to her at that moment, to which she asks her to wait a little. She approaches her lover and whispers quietly in his ear who came to her, which causes a real commotion on his face. Lady Ingrid asks Penny where her guests are now, to which she tells her that the guest is waiting for her in the music room, as it is usually used for this purpose. Lady Ingrid thanks Penny and thinks that somehow she needs to find a common language with her unexpected guest. With these thoughts, the protagonist moves down the hallway and reaches the music room. Carefully opening the door, her guest turns out to be Lady Wayne, and Ingrid greets her, expressing the hope that Kylie arrived without any incident. Lady Wayne bows respectfully to Lady Ingrid and tells her that she arrived here without any inconvenience. Thanking her for her concern, Lady Ingrid says that Mrs. Wayne always arrives unannounced and asks what brought her to visit this house. Lady Wayne calmly replies that she was there to apologize and points out that she shouldn't have been so rude on the day of her graduation ceremony. Lady Ingrid reacts with surprise to Lady Wayne's words, reflecting that such behavior confuses her. Kylie Wayne continues her speech, saying that she only criticized Nobleman Hadley as a sign of respect towards the Duke of Sagna. Lady Wayne honestly admits that she was simply jealous of Lady Ingrid, and that's why she really wanted to hurt her. Regretfully, she states that she never wanted to openly mock the protagonist, after which she expresses her most sincere regret for what happened. She says that in any case, this does not absolve her of guilt, because if she had not initially had bad intentions, unpleasant incidents would not have occurred. With these words, she bows again to Lady Ingrid and tells her that she deeply regrets her behavior, adding that it will never happen again. Lady Ingrid smiles a little and tells Lady Wayne that she shouldn't have gone through such a long journey, and uncomfortable because of this apology. She adds that she forgot about this day a long time ago and holds no grudge, after which Lady Wayne quickly straightens up. Lady Ingrid says she is pleasantly surprised by Lady Wayne's behavior, since she didn't expect an apology from her. After this, Lady Ingrid moves a little closer to Lady Wayne, and with an amiable smile, she tells her she is very grateful for the words she has just heard. Lady Wayne stares at her rival, and notes of slight anger begin to appear in her eyes, and arrogance that slowly consume her. Tightly squeezing the hem of her dress, she confesses to Lady Ingrid that, despite all her words, she still hates her. Lady Ingrid looks at her guest, surprised, and tells her that after everything she has done to her, and said she shouldn't like her at all. Kylie Wayne adds that Lady Ingrid has absolutely every reason and moral right to be angry with her, but for some reason she neglects them. Lady Wayne admits that Lady Ingrid's impassive expression on her face still irritates her, and that she can do nothing about it. She adds that what irritates her most is the fact that it is impossible that she doesn't like her words, or Lady Ingrid's behavior. The protagonist continues listening to her guest, a little confused about what she should say, or due to somehow end this conflict. Lady Wayne states that despite everything she just said, it does not absolve her of responsibility for the mistakes she has recently made. She adds that all the hatred and animosity she feels towards Lady Ingrid does not change the fact that he did not behave properly in society. She points out that her behavior remained at the same level, and she allowed herself to fall for unworthy provocations with the help of her friends. Lady Wayne turns to Ingrid and tells her not to misunderstand her, before adding that she will not take advantage of her kindness to get forgiveness. From her point of view, these words are unlikely to improve the situation, but she firmly decided that she had to apologize for her behavior. She adds that since she was a child, she was told that she must always admit her mistakes and have the fortitude and the strength to apologize for them. With these words, she clutches the hem of her dress again and says that the fact that this apology is only necessary for her does not change the situation at all. She bows to the lady and to Ingrid once more, and tells her that she sincerely apologizes for what happened, and adds that she will do everything possible to ensure that this does not happen again. Lady Ingrid accepts Lady Wayne's apology with a thoughtful look, and tells her that she is quite a brave girl, pointing out that this is a very commendable quality in a person. Lady Wayne looks confused at Lady Ingrid and asks her what she means, to which the protagonist replies that admitting your mistakes is a very difficult matter. She explains by saying that even if Lady Wayne hadn't apologized, the situation would have remained exactly the same, and then emphasizes that Lady Wayne decided to come here and fix things. Lady Wayne continues to look at Lady Ingrid surprised, and she tells her that this decision is never easy, praising her once more for her bravery. After this, she tells her guest that her mother knows nothing about what happened between them that strange night at the graduation ball. She points out that, although nothing special happened, it would have been enough for damaging rumors to spread. Lady Ingrid says that it would probably spread among her peers, and that it would be difficult for her to get moral support from anyone. The protagonist says that now she understands that it was Lady Wayne who prevented the spread of bad rumors about her, and the entire Copeland family. Lady Wayne's face changes, and she says in a serious tone that she was only correcting the problems of which she herself turned out to be the source. She adds that, unfortunately for everyone, her bravery has quite clear limits. And it ends here. She says in a calm voice that this is the first time she has apologized in this way, and adds that most likely she succumbed to her emotions and then asks for forgiveness for it. With these words, she quickly starts moving towards the door, saying that she will immediately ask the servant to take her to the exit, and courteously bids Lady Ingrid farewell. The protagonist sees Lady Wayne off and points out that she left in an instant, pointing out that she is an extremely demanding person. As Lady Wayne leaves the estate, the protagonist reflects that for her guest the confession of guilt was very sincere, and at the same time quite strict. Looking at her from the second-floor window, she notes that Lady Wayne has always been a very proud girl, for whom reputation was above all else. She wonders how proud her parents were of her, given the way they raised her. After a while, Lady Ingrid's house arrest is lifted, and she has some very important matters to resolve, so she decides to use the best paper for them. To begin with, she decides to send thank you letters to all the people who helped her with this matter, and passes them to Penny, saying that one of the letters was addressed to nobleman Adore Raft, adding that the letter in a colored envelope should be addressed to the Countess. She asks Penny to hand these letters to the boy assigned special assignments, to which she answers smoothly that all her orders will be carried out. Lady Ingrid justified her sudden disappearance by a serious illness, and because of this, she received a large number of different gifts from her friends. Lady Ingrid reads the wishes attached to the gifts and wonders if her legend really sounds so convincing, despite its banality, to which Mrs. Rhodes replies that it is a completely natural story and trustworthy. She realizes that her friend Mariella sent her 3 letters and says that apparently everyone was very worried about her health. Lady Ingrid informs her nanny that she will soon have a small tea party, to which they should invite all her friends as a token of gratitude for their attention. After Lady Ingrid replied to all her friends' letters, the last thing she decided to do was deal with nobleman Gerald Hadley. She admits to herself that abandoning her partner at the ball and disappearing without a trace was a great disrespect towards him. Lady Ingrid undertakes to write him a special letter and reflects that her story will end with a simple apology. She understands that nobleman Hadley is not the type of person to hold a grudge for a long time. However, from her point of view, it would be a mistake to end it like this. Lady Ingrid understands that she wants to apologize to him, not just for this incident, but for much, much more. She thinks that she should at least apologize for not being able to try harder to make their marriage happier, and also for the fact that she held a lot of resentment towards him. Moreover, from Lady Ingrid's point of view, she should have apologized for the time when they became extremely unhappy people. A special point in the protagonist's apology is that she finally decided to refuse to marry him. Lady Ingrid understands that perhaps the herald did not know what he was lacking in life, and she was not going to say it out loud, but deep down she still wanted to apologize to him. The protagonist sinks into her thoughts, expressing the ethereal hope that her daughter might somehow end up in this world. However, after a few seconds, she regains her senses and realizes that, unfortunately, they will never see her again. The next day, Lady Ingrid finishes her business and goes with Mrs. Rhodes to visit nobleman Hadley. While on the way, Mrs. Rhodes tells Lady Ingrid that she must be careful and not approach the gates, as the wind is blowing now and she might catch a cold. She also responsibly asks Lady Ingrid not to open the window too wide, to which she calmly agrees, moving slightly to the side. However, after a while, Lady Ingrid presses herself against the glass window again and realizes that this path feels very familiar to her, as she traveled it very often in a past life. After a while, the driver informs Lady Ingrid that they have finally reached their destination, and she, thanking him, gets out of the carriage. In front of her stands the large and rich house of the Hadley family, and Lady Ingrid recalls that this house was the place where she spent a large number of years. She smooths her hair and reflects on the fact that now this house has absolutely nothing to do with her, and moves forward. During her procession, she looks around curiously and notices that the gates and the garden look much newer than in her memories. She begins to think about what this house was like before, but after a moment, she is distracted by the loud voice of a breathless little girl. Looking up, she realizes that in front of her is none other than Gerald Hadley's younger sister, named Shoni, who greets her with a radiant smile. Lady Ingrid greets Lady Shoni, thanking her for giving her such a warm welcome, to which she apologizes for the inconvenience. She adds that Nobleman Hadley was supposed to meet her in person, but he has an urgent matter that requires his absence at this moment. Lady Hadley says that her mother was also looking forward to her visit, but due to the appearance of an unexpected guest, she had to leave for an indefinite time. Once again, she asks the protagonist for forgiveness for such a misunderstanding, after which she wonders if they will be able to pass the time waiting for the herald with a pleasant conversation. Lady Ingrid tells the nobleman's sister that she would be delighted to talk with her, and adds that she did not come here for any urgent business. She adds that she would love the opportunity to spend some time with her. Young Shani smiles happily at Lady Ingrid before asking her to follow her to her quarters. She also adds that Lady Ingrid can simply call her Shani, and the protagonist, smiling in a good mood, tells her that she is very happy with her company. Lady Ingrid recalls that in her past life after the wedding, Shani was the closest to her, even though at first they had difficulties due to her duplicity. Lady Ingrid adds that finally, after several years, they managed to overcome these barriers and become a real family. Lady Shani was by the protagonist's side, in sadness as well as in joy, constantly trying to support her. From Lady Ingrid's point of view, the fact that they were of different ages ceased to matter after a while. She looks at young Lady Hadley and thinks that it would be good to become friends with her in this life. After a while, the door to the reception room opens and Nobleman Hadley enters, apologizing for keeping them waiting so long. He adds that he was in a hurry on the way home, but still behaved rudely, to which Lady Ingrid tells him that he shouldn't worry about this, after which she asks him to come into the room. Sitting at the table, he asks his sister if anything important happened in his absence, adding that he was very busy, to which she tells him that she perfectly understands his situation. With these words, young Shoni respectfully bows to Lady Ingrid and withdraws to her room, leaving her alone with Nobleman Hadley. The protagonist tells Nobleman Hadley that she could easily postpone their meeting if he had such urgent matters, and adds that she would perfectly understand this decision. However, Lady Ingrid quickly recovers and says that she definitely shouldn't say something like that, given what happened. With these words, Lady Ingrid gets up from the table and looks intently at Nobleman Hadley, who responds to her with an inquisitive look, not fully understanding her intentions. Lady Ingrid bows her head with an air of guilt, apologizing to Nobleman Hadley for abandoning the banquet so suddenly, to which he replies that she shouldn't have apologized again, since he had already sent her a letter of apology. Nobleman Hadley tells Lady Ingrid that she should apologize to him, as he should have paid more attention to her well-being. Lady Ingrid replies that she doesn't need to apologize, as it was mainly because of her that he attended this event, wasting his precious time. Nobleman Hadley says that Lady Ingrid didn't force him to accompany him, as they were only following the precepts of their elders. After a short pause, Nobleman Hadley confidently declares that Lady Ingrid did him a great favor by asking him to be her escort at the graduation ball. He explains his idea by saying that thanks to this, his name was on par with the name of the Duke of Sagna himself, adding that now thanks to this, he has gained fame in secular circles. Lady Ingrid tells him with a smile that she is very glad that he thinks so, mentally admitting to herself that after so many years, there have been radical changes in her attitude towards him. She reflects that now she has come to think of him not as someone with whom she had a relationship, but as someone with whom it is very useful to have friendships. She takes a few sips of tea from her cup and mentally tells herself that she will treat him like this now, and a slight relief begins to be felt in her heart. After thinking everything through carefully, she asks Nobleman Harold Hadley if he would mind if she took a look at his wonderful garden, to which he replies that he would be delighted to give her a tour. With these words, he gets up from the table and with a confident gesture extends his hand to her, asking her permission to take her wherever she wants. Lady Ingrid, with a sincere smile, offers him her hand to accompany him and thanks him for being so kind to her, despite all the inconvenience caused. They walk through the corridors, and Lady Ingrid tells her companion that if next time he has the opportunity, she will definitely introduce him to the Duke of Sagna. Nobleman Hadley turns his head surprised towards Lady Ingrid and tells her that he is very grateful to her, and adds that it would be a great honor for him to meet Sears Turnraft. After a while, Lady Ingrid and Nobleman Hadley leave his family's property and head towards an adorned garden full of various exotic plants. Lady Ingrid looks around and realizes that they are about to reach the beginning of a large garden, and pleasant memories from a past life begin to surface in her head. She recalls that the day she first arrived at this estate, all the wonderful plants in this garden belonged to her mother-in-law. She stops briefly on one of the paths and recalls that, after the birth of her beloved daughter, they started growing flowers together in this garden so they could admire them later. She recalls that they once made a flower bed because she really wanted to grow impatiens flowers. And she also remembers the moments when she lulled her daughter to sleep, convincing her to sleep one night with special fingertips. That night, her beloved daughter asked her what would happen if she slept with them, to which Lady Ingrid replied that she had no idea, and she wanted to try it. That pleasant evening, she turned to her daughter and suggested that she take off her finger covers tomorrow. After waking up and checking what would happen to her fingers, the daughter agreed to her proposal and fell asleep delighted, saying she really liked participating in her beloved mother's experiments. A year later, Lady Ingrid planted a lot of sage in her garden, as her daughter really liked flower honey and talked about it very often. Sometimes, Lady Ingrid would watch her daughter play in the garden and notice that leaves falling from neighboring bushes would stick to her dress. Over the years, the garden gradually became the exclusive responsibility of Lady Ingrid, and she had the opportunity to equip it completely as she wanted. When Lady Ingrid planted lilacs in the garden, her daughter had already begun her training in magic, thanks to which she could cast spells on these flowers so that they remained alive for as long as possible. Lady Ingrid continues walking through the garden and recalls the various plants and interior elements she planted or placed in it. She admits to herself that even if she accurately remembered their location and could plant everything again, she would not be able to recreate this image. Nobleman Hadley, who has been accompanying Lady Ingrid this whole time, does not share her interest in plants and, with a bored expression, is thinking about something of his own. Lady Ingrid turns to him and tells him that his family has a wonderful garden, to which he, suddenly regaining his senses, thanks her for her sincere compliment. Lady Ingrid decides to change the subject slightly and asks him if everything went well at the meeting he hurried back from. He says that indeed, because he went with Lady Ingrid to the banquet, a small problem arose that required urgent attention. He admits to her that, before, he didn't understand the complexities of high society at all, since it was an extremely difficult matter for him, and he adds that because of this, he found himself in a difficult situation. Lady Ingrid looks worriedly at Harold Hadley and asks him if he has any disagreement with his guest about what happened at the graduation ball. She realizes that Nobleman Hadley is very reluctant to share details about this situation, and tells him that recently he seemed very worried. After hesitating a little, Nobleman Hadley sincerely admits to his interlocutor that in fact he recently proposed marriage to this girl. He adds that in light of these events, it was extremely surprising for him that they were angry with him, and called him an immoral scoundrel. Lady Ingrid is surprised to say that she knew nothing about this, thinking that if this girl were a noblewoman, things could have turned out much worse. Nobleman Hadley says that this trip was difficult, and adds that after he had an equally calm conversation with his beloved, he adds that besides this, he will be forced to ask Lady Ingrid if it would be difficult for her to write an explanatory letter to his beloved. Lady Ingrid replies that it will not be difficult for her, and adds that she thinks the problem is not only at the ball, and in this letter, after which she says that it would be better if the herald told him everything that happened. Nobleman Hadley says that this will not be easy, as his beloved is in a very difficult situation, which is difficult to talk about openly. He says that his beloved recently suddenly ran away to her hometown, and he had to search for her with all his might to bring her back. He adds that at the moment he found his beloved, her body was far from its best shape. Suddenly, Lady Ingrid begins to guess what might have happened. The image of Baroness Hadley, whom she saw near the mage's tower at the time of her visit to the Blood Mage, flashes in her head. Everything that happened comes together into one picture, and Lady Ingrid, despite really not wanting to believe what is happening, understands that everything happened exactly as she thinks. Once again, she mentally repeats the events of 2 months ago to make sure she remembers everything correctly, and comes to the conclusion that the time of Baroness Hadley's visit coincides perfectly. She asks Nobleman Hadley if his beloved is pregnant, greatly surprising him with her powers of deduction and observation. Lady Ingrid asks her interlocutor why he is searching for his beloved in person, instead of sending her a letter or a person, and adds that she sees no other reason for such an active search. Nobleman Hadley realizes that he cannot avoid this conversation and says that he cannot lie to her, adding that, however, he feels very uncomfortable when it comes to it. He says that Lady Ingrid's guesses are correct, assuring her that everything is fine now, since his lover told him that she doesn't want a child, after which he confidently declares that, after another conversation, they will completely solve this problem. Lady Ingrid, with manifest anger in her voice, asks Nobleman Hadley if he is sure that such things can be solved with a single conversation. Nobleman Hadley is surprised by Lady Ingrid's reaction and asks her what she means by these words, after which he wonders what made her so angry. Lady Ingrid, with anger in her voice, says that if they didn't want a child, they should have terminated the pregnancy 2 months ago, after which she adds that she knows all about this because she met the Baroness at the Magic Tower. She looks into the eyes of Nobleman Hadley, who is surprised by this news, and says she has no evidence that she bought drugs that cause a miscarriage. But the Baroness clearly did not come to the tower by herself, and adds that Lady Shoni is too young for that. Lady Ingrid says that if her beloved truly didn't want a child, then he wouldn't have spent so much time arguing with her and resisting. Nobleman Hadley surprisingly asks the protagonist how she could have found out about this, and how she could have guessed the situation of his life. However, Lady Ingrid does not answer this question and takes his hands, asking him if he really believes that this is the most important topic right now. She tells him that he is missing the most important fact, that the Baroness is trying to get rid of his child. Nobleman Hadley, surprised by what is happening, tries to say at least one word, but all he manages are some choked words about this being simply impossible. Having regained his senses, he says that his mother could never do this, as he knows her well, and is very aware of her exceptional love for children. He says that even though his mother was initially against his relationship because of her social status, she still wouldn't have done such a thing if it concerned a child. He adds that Lady Ingrid is mistaken in her judgment, to which she regretfully tells him that the world he dreams of does not exist, and never has existed. She briefly immerses herself in the past again, and recalls that they lived for 23 years without knowing love. And although all her feelings were left behind, she still feels anger and resentment for some things. But even if not all her feelings melted like snow, she understands that she only wishes happiness for the Herald. Lady Ingrid admits to herself that she now wants him to be able to live with his beloved in perfect harmony, and not worry about anything. Lady Ingrid takes Nobleman Hadley's hand again and asks him to listen to her, adding that her words may seem very strange to him, but that it is vital for him to hear them. The protagonist says she perfectly understands the Herald's love for his mother, and for his chosen one, which feeds her belief that they will be able to get along in the future. After this, she asks her interlocutor if he is sure that he will be able to convince them of something in one conversation, and force them to live in peace among themselves. She says that the nobleman performs miracles of naivety, trusting that his mother will show the same feelings for his beloved as she felt for him when he was little. Lady Ingrid adds that the nobleman also seems to trust that his wife will get along with his mother, and that respect for her will be paramount. She moves a little closer to him and tells him that in her ideal world, all problems can be solved silently and peacefully without unnecessary noise and dust. After a pause, she tells him that, unfortunately, all his thoughts about this matter are just the product of a fantasy that will never come true. Lady Ingrid draws Nobleman Hadley's attention to the fact that his mother has hurt his chosen one's feelings more than once, periodically speaking against their relationship due to the difference in social status. She points out to the Herald that for some unknown reason, he still believes that over time everything will turn out fine, and that they will finally get along. However, from Lady Ingrid's point of view, reality is far from the image that Nobleman Hadley imagined in his head, and happily believed. Lady Ingrid adds that there are no parents who would like their son to marry someone of much lower status. She says that these parents will always be very concerned about these issues, and adds that, in this regard, they may even exaggerate. The protagonist tries to reason with her interlocutor, telling him that even if his mother loves children very much, she will not tolerate a child who could drag them down. Lady Ingrid states that Nobleman Hadley is his mother's son, and that she will always love him much more than her grandson, or even his granddaughter. With these words, she takes Nobleman Hadley's hands again and tells him that he must stop floating in the clouds, and finally realize a very important fact that he has not paid attention to until now. She says that Nobleman Hadley must take responsibility for the fact that his beloved was pregnant with his child, which should be the most precious thing to him. She enthusiastically completes her thought, saying that the girl whom Nobleman Hadley proposed to not long ago wants to be his wife. She adds that the child this girl carries belongs to him, and that just for this fact he should feel joy. She tries to cheer him up, telling him that sooner or later everyone moves away from their parents' nest, and that this process is natural. Lady Ingrid tells him that if you waste your entire life, your family, and yourself, thinking only about what your parents want, the worst will inevitably happen. The protagonist states that in this situation, the parents are making a big mistake by refusing to separate their children and absorb them with their love. She looks closely at Nobleman Hadley and tells him that this time he must pull himself together and protect his loved ones, as their future depends on it. Lady Ingrid says that, just like his mother's love for him, the nobleman himself must surround with love and protection his child and the woman who wants to become his wife. She looks at the sky and tells her interlocutor that the fact of having the person he imagines when he looks at flowers is a great rarity and worthy of appreciation. She smiles at him and tells him that it is extremely rare to meet a person who makes your heart beat faster just by thinking about him, and with whom you want to live a long life. After listening to Lady Ingrid, Nobleman Hadley is filled with confidence and determination. He thanks her for these wise words and declares that he will take control of the situation. The thought that his mother went to meet a blood mage remains firmly in his head, causing him great indignation and anger. He apologizes to Lady Ingrid and tells her that he left his lover with his mother, and that, therefore, he needs to return to her as soon as possible. With these words, he quickly bows to Lady Ingrid and runs out, shouting at the driver to prepare the carriage for departure as quickly as possible. Lady Ingrid sees him off and reflects that she finally did what she wanted so much, after which she slowly returns to her carriage and decides that it is time to go home. Upon arriving at her property, Lady Ingrid immediately fell asleep because she had spent a lot of mental energy on the trip to Hadley Barony. Upon waking up, she realizes that the tiredness has not disappeared and she still feels very crushed. But after lying down a little longer, she overcomes the fatigue and sits down at the desk. Taking a pen and ink, she decides to write a letter to Sir Stern about how her day went today, and wonders what happened to Harold's son in a past life. After writing a letter, she gets up, but the question of this child's fate does not leave her, and she wonders if he could even be born into this world. She begins to feel lost, thinking that the child might have died before birth, or lived an unhappy life without a father. Lady Ingrid sits in an armchair and argues that her daughter was very intelligent, and she could learn the fate of Gerald Hadley's first son. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she tells herself that finally everything is over, and that she can rest a little, focusing on her future. Suddenly, her peace is interrupted by the sound of magic wings, and she realizes that a bird sent by Sir Stern has landed on her balcony. Lady Ingrid happily takes the bird in her arms, and the bird begins to speak to her in Sir Stern's voice, asking how she feels, to which she replies that she is very happy to hear from him. She asks why he doesn't sleep so late, expressing the hope that nothing serious has happened, to which he replies with a kind smile that everything is fine. He looks at the sky and tells his beloved that the stars are more beautiful than ever today, after which he takes the bird in his arms and begins to walk around the office. After exchanging a couple of questions, Stern tells Lady Ingrid that he misses her very much, and that he hasn't heard her voice in a long time, adding that he wants to meet her right now. Lady Ingrid timidly replies to her boyfriend that she will ask her mother for permission to go out, and adds that this might be difficult because it is already late. The bird in Lady Ingrid's arms, in Stern Raff's voice, asks her if she would like to meet him without permission, without asking her mother anything. Lady Ingrid asks Sir Stern if he will climb through the window again, to which he smiles, and says that if that were the case, he would have phrased his question completely differently. He informs Lady Ingrid that he will pick her up a little later, and adds that the night wind is especially cool today, advising her to dress a little warmer so as not to freeze. Lady Ingrid cheerfully tells him that she will be waiting for him impatiently and puts the bird aside. wondering what her beloved meant by these words. Looking around her room, she decides that this time she will have to get ready on her own, and devotes some time to thinking about what set to choose. After carefully examining her wardrobe, she chooses clothes that are quite warm and beautiful, thinking that when meeting in such moments, clothes have a special meaning. Covering herself with a dark scarf, she admits to herself that before she couldn't even imagine such situations. But now she is not afraid of such adventures at all, as during this time she has become a completely different person. After a while, Lady Ingrid's attention is drawn to a sound of glass outside her window, and she opens the doors of her balcony, frozen in place with surprise. Ceres Sternraft, controlling an entire magic ship floating in the air, asks her with a cheerful smile if she is dressed warmly enough for the upcoming date. Lady Ingrid admiringly asks her beloved what it is, to which he replies that he decided to use a special magic vessel from the Mage's Tower. Lady Ingrid asks Sir Sternraft if this ship is a valuable research object, and adds that she could damage it if she were on board. Sir Stern gallantly offers her his hand, telling her not to worry about such things, and adds that since the ship was not practical, the research was suspended, leaving it to gather dust. Lady Ingrid settles into the magic ship, and Sir Stern says that few people have ever used this ship, as only a few can cope with its movement. Lady Ingrid says she couldn't even imagine that so many stories were connected to this ship, while Sir Stern fastens his scarf tighter and looks around with a loving gaze. Having finished the final preparations, he tells his beloved that there is a place not far from here where he really wants to take her, expressing the hope that Lady Ingrid will remember this night forever. The ship begins to move, and Lady Ingrid asks Sir Stern if there is a danger that someone might see them, to which he replies with a smile that she should not worry about that, as the ship is completely invisible. Lady Ingrid asks him if he is sure that no one will see them, to which he replies that while this ship was in the Mage's Tower, one of the light mages cast a special illusion spell on it. Lady Ingrid decides to tell Sir Stern what happened this afternoon, while enjoying the beautiful starry sky from a bird's eye view. She places her hand on the side of the flying ship, touching small magic sprays floating near them, and says that she found out that Harold Hadley had a child before his wedding. She tells her beloved that she once lived her whole life with him, but she couldn't even imagine that everything would turn out so strange and confusing. Cyrus Stern asks her if she would have married him if she had known all this even before her daughter sent her back to the past. Lady Ingrid honestly admits to him that it is difficult for her to answer this question now, and adds that if she had known earlier, her life would have changed a lot. She says that if she had known when it had already happened, after a while she might have even accepted it. Lady Ingrid smiles at Sarah Stern and says that with some probability she could come to terms with this, but now it is difficult for her to give guarantees about it. She thinks for a moment and says that if she were as devastated at that time as she was then, she would most likely accept it. After that, she again begins to admire the views and says that now it doesn't matter, since all these difficulties are in the past. Floating in the night sky, Lady Ingrid admits to her beloved that not long ago she thought she could live without regrets. But it turned out that life almost always does not go as people want. She says that even before their meeting, and even after, she buried the hope that everything would be fine no matter what. Cyrus Stern, upon hearing Lady Ingrid's story, says that he now knows many details of the story, and adds that he is very happy with how the story finally turned out. Lady Ingrid says that now she understands that all this time she was quite useless, selfish, and short-sighted in her decisions and actions. Lady Ingrid explains her thought by saying that even living the second time, she couldn't live a year without regrets and failures, after which she suggests that, apparently, this is the natural order of things. Cyrus Stern turns to his beloved and tells her that not long ago his mentor said that there is a strict taboo on time magic that hardly anyone dared to break. He adds that the past must remain in the past for people to remain people, even if they are not ideal and make a lot of mistakes. Lady Ingrid wonders if her daughter would have done the same if she had known about this taboo. But Sid Stern tells her that the issue is not so important now. He takes her hands in his and tells her that he perfectly understands her thoughts, adding that if he were in her place, he would think the same, to which Lady Ingrid smiles sweetly. Feeling the warmth of her beloved's hands, she says that in any case, all this is also in the past, but she will still keep the memory of it until the end of her life. With these words, Lady Ingrid looks tenderly at her beloved and tells him that she will definitely be able to cope with everything. After which the image of her daughter appears in her head again. She remembers her words, that she really wants her mother to finally be able to live according to the dictates of her heart, even if she doesn't give birth because of it. Lady Ingrid reflects that she has no idea what the ideal life her daughter wanted looks like. But this time, she will do everything possible to make sure she doesn't repeat those words again. She looks at the magical starry sky and promises herself that she will now live fully, in accordance with what her dear daughter bequeathed to her. She remembers her again and promises herself that from now on, she will hold tightly to the life she gave her. And she addresses her beloved, saying that she wants to tell him something important. Looking him in the eyes, she says with confidence in her voice that from now on she wants to be much stronger and braver than ever. She says that she will no longer regret her actions and will accept her past no matter how sad or desperate it was. Sarah Stern smiles upon hearing these words, telling her that she will only be happy to spend as much time as possible by her side in this life, to always be there for her. Lady Ingrid admires the northern lights and reflects that she will never get back what she lost. But now she has the opportunity to start her future from scratch, even if she had to go back to her 20th birthday to do it. Happily, she realizes that now she can cope with everything, because in this life she was already able to talk to her first love, as her dear daughter advised her. After a while, the magic ship docks on something strange, and Sarah Stern helps Lady Ingrid get off, telling her that she should be careful with her steps now, as the path ahead will be a little uneven. Lady Ingrid looks around and asks her beloved where they are, adding that she does not recognize these places at all. Cyrus Stern tells her not to worry about anything and just trust him, and he takes her hand in his and then squeezes it tightly, instilling confidence in her. Lady Ingrid looks at him and realizes that he is looking at her with a kind smile, pausing for a moment to admire her properly. After a while, they decide to continue their walk, and Cyrus Stern asks her if she remembers telling him that they couldn't be together because he was too good for her. Lady Ingrid nods silently in response to these words, and Sarah Stern says that at that moment, it seemed to her that she would never accept his feelings, and that he would be doomed to live unhappily. He says that despite this, his whole life he felt inferior, as his whole life consisted only of disappointments and suffering. He adds that he never expected anything nor painted pictures of his future, as he always felt that his future looked rather gray and gloomy. Lady Ingrid looks at her, beloved with compassion in her eyes, and he tells her not to worry, since he didn't bring her here to complain about life. Sir Stern looks at Lady Ingrid and says that he is not sure if he will ever understand why she imagined their future life this way. The protagonist smooths her hair, and Sir Stern tells her that, despite all this, he knows at least one thing for sure, after which he waves his hand. A moment later, the ground beneath their feet begins to glow with a magical color, and Lady Ingrid notices that they are in a place surrounded by a huge amount of lilac flowers. This wonderful sight takes her breath away, and with her inquisitive gaze, she anxiously observes the colorful surroundings, realizing that this place reminds her of something. Before her eyes appears a picture that she once drew in a circle, and which sunk so deeply into the soul of Sir Stern Raft as soon as he saw it. Sir Stern smiles and notes his beloved's delight, and tells her that he is absolutely sure that she will immediately recognize this landscape he has just created. Admiring the resulting spectacle, she says that if she could talk to her daughter, they would find common ground on at least this topic. Lady Ingrid looks at him surprised, and he tells her that her daughter would understand why her paintings attract so much attention, and why they settled in her heart. Cyrus Stern cautiously approaches Lady Ingrid and tells her that it is impossible to imagine the amount of words he wants to tell her, but that for now, he wants to limit himself to a few. With these words, he takes her hands and gently tells her that, generally speaking, her reasons are not important enough to express at this moment. He looks at his beloved, and with a sweet smile and love in his eyes, tells her that more than anything in the world, he wants to be part of the beautiful landscape of her life. He adds that he would like to be a reason for her joy for many years, until his last breath. And Lady Ingrid, blushing with shame, whispers Stern's name. Lady Ingrid expresses the hope that her beloved perfectly understands that she will never be able to forget her daughter, to which Sir Stern replies that this is not a problem for him. Lady Ingrid says that even if she has another child, she will never be able to erase her daughter from her memory, to which Sarah Stern replies that she should not worry, as she will always remain the first. and the next child will be her second. He adds that he perfectly understands Lady Ingrid's feelings and adds that he will always respect her love for her precious daughter. With these words, he turns to his beloved again, asking her to tell him more about her daughter, adding that in this way, her daughter will be able to become part of his daughter. Lady Ingrid, excited by such a proposal, falls silent, and the loving couple briefly dissolves into the gentle rustle of the lilac flowers surrounding them. Sir Sternraft takes a cautious step towards his beloved and tells her that these things are very important to him, after which he adds that he wants his beloved to feel as comfortable as possible with him. Lady Ingrid briefly steps away from him, saying that she wants to ask him a question she has been dreaming of for a long time. Tears of happiness well up in her eyes, and crossing her fingers, she asks Sir Sternraft if he will accept her as his wife. Sir Stern smiles affectionately at his beloved and tells her that if her parents allow it, he will be very happy to become part of her family. With these words, Lady Ingrid throws herself into the arms of her beloved companion, and they seal their long-awaited confession with an affectionate and tender kiss. Lady Ingrid admits to herself that her kiss tasted like tears of happiness, something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Our heroes set the wedding date for the 5th month of the new year, and after a while, Sir Stern came to Lady Ingrid's house to officially greet her family. Lady Ingrid's father greets his daughter's beloved and tells him that he must have traveled a long way, to which he kindly replies that this journey seemed quite fast and serene to him. Mrs. Roth was present at the official welcome ceremony, accompanied by other maids, who bowed respectfully to him as a greeting. Lady Ingrid introduces Sir Sternraft to her brother and tells him that he is the youngest member of the Copeland family. A boy excitedly asks Sir Stern if he is really a mage, to which Lady Ingrid and his mother tell him to have manners when dealing with elders. Sir Stern, however, not believing there was any disrespect in the boy's question, calmly replies to him that he really is a mage and that he is casting a simple spell to entertain him. However, Sir Stern's father, who learned of his engagement from Lady Ingrid's father, angrily bangs his fist on his throne and asks what the point could be in marrying the Viscount's daughter. The Emperor shouts that even a wedding with a princess from a neighboring kingdom would be a much better option for Sir Stern. Viscount Copeland says that the parents and other relatives are participating in the wedding organization, and adds that no investment is required from the imperial family. He adds that his daughter might not be that great, but the wedding has already been approved by the mother and Duke Stern's maternal grandfather. The Viscount adds that, since the Duke has no relatives on his father's side, he sees no reason to refuse the engagement and the subsequent wedding. The Emperor sits threateningly silent for several minutes, before telling the Viscount that he feels loyal to the crown. Lady Ingrid's father calmly replies that his loyalty cannot be questioned, since he is loyal to his homeland, which is the kingdom of Elda. The Emperor cannot find the right words and continues angrily, looking at his subject with a threatening gaze, when suddenly the sound of footsteps is heard in the throne room. An old-time mage, who is the master of the magical tower, calmly enters the hall. Tapping his staff, he tells those present that they must put an end to this useless discussion. Smiling broadly, he asks the Emperor if he really planned to force the lady into a sham marriage with the Duke of Sagna. The Emperor, irritated, replies to the old man that no one called him here for anything. The old-time mage replies that he came here solely because he has something to say. He says that the marriage of two high-ranking people must take into account a large number of conditions, and adds that these decisions must be made taking into account all the nuances. He adds that even an old man who does not pay attention to government policies understands that a marriage for love can easily turn out advantageous for him. He looks closely at the Emperor and says that any attempt to change the decision of the love-struck Duke will look incredibly pathetic and doomed to failure. The Emperor says that this Duke is not simple at all, and adds that he has great potential that can bring great benefits to the kingdom. The old man smiles and says that he knew perfectly well that the Emperor would say exactly that, after which he turns his back on him, paying no attention to the anger in his eyes. He heads towards the exit and tells the Emperor that it is time for him to stop doing all this nonsense and concentrate on something more important. Smiling, he tells His Highness that he lost the opportunity to become this child's father a long time ago, and that now all he can do is let him go freely and not interfere in his life. Meanwhile, the engagement of Lady Ingrid and Sarah Stern begins to be discussed at all levels of high society. And this news becomes central throughout the kingdom. Penny tells Lady Ingrid that she hears about it every time she goes out, and adds that everyone is talking about them. To which Lady Ingrid tiredly replies that it's getting boring. She admits to herself that before she feared that after the engagement, strange rumors would start spreading throughout the kingdom. But fortunately, this did not happen. A few days later, Lady Ingrid received an invitation to the castle of the Marchioness of Demon, and went there for the purpose of a friendly and welcoming visit. Once at the castle, Lady Ingrid wished Marchioness Demon great prosperity that would last as long as the flow of the Rolda River. Dressed in a festive and formal outfit, the protagonist officially greets Her Highness, who is visiting Marchioness Demon. The princess, who granted the title to Sir Stern, looks respectfully at Lady Ingrid and tells her that she is very happy to meet her, inviting her to sit at the table. Marquise Damon herself is also at this table, observing with great interest the actions and words of the main characters. Lady Ingrid accepts the princess's invitation and thanks her for her kindness, after which she approaches an empty chair and carefully sits in it. Damon, the Marchioness's daughter, immediately gets up, picks up the decorated teapot, and serves her new guest a cup of exotic, expensive, and high-quality tea. Lady Ingrid respectfully observes what is happening and mentally wonders if Marchioness Damon and her daughter are probably here on behalf of the queen herself. Meanwhile, the princess closely watches Lady Ingrid's actions, giving no indication of her true thoughts or intentions, hiding them behind a polite expression. Marquise Damon leans carefully towards her and tells her in a low voice that young Lady Ingrid seems very polite and very aware of the rules of etiquette and manners. After a short pause, the princess puts the cup on the saucer and says that she has heard a lot that Lady Copeland is incredibly reserved and wise. She takes off her mask of politeness and decency and sincerely tells her that she sees no reason to test her, and adds that all she wanted was to celebrate her engagement. Lady Ingrid respectfully bows in response to these words and tells the princess that she incredibly appreciates her kindness and sincerity in this matter. The princess says that if Duke Sagna is so confident in his decision, nothing bad will happen if Lady Ingrid stays with him. Lady Ingrid respectfully nods at these words, and the princess continues her speech saying that she called her today to formally introduce herself. She tells Lady Ingrid what the future holds for her, and says that, when she becomes the Duke's wife, they will attend the same events together. She makes a short pause, focuses her piercing bright blue gaze on the protagonist, and says that after their marriage, their states will be very similar to each other. She then adds that she is truly delighted by the union of the Duke and the young lady, and asks Lady Ingrid to accept her most sincere congratulations. Lady Ingrid replies that her fiancé will be very happy to hear these words, and the princess gestures with her hand, asking the servant to give her something. She hands Lady Ingrid an adorned case and tells her that this gift is exclusively for Lady Ingrid, and then expresses the hope that she will like it very much. Lady Ingrid opens the case and discovers inside a luxurious necklace decorated with purple precious stones that shimmer in the light. Lady Ingrid warmly thanks the princess and tells her that this gift seems very valuable and that she will do everything possible to keep it safe. The princess says that she wants to present it to the future Duchess of Sagna on behalf of the royal family, and adds that Rosalda's family gave it to her on her birthday, but she never wore it and simply kept it carefully. The princess adds that this jewel has a special meaning for her family and hopes that Lady Ingrid will make good use of it. Lady Ingrid sincerely thanks the young princess and tells her that she will never forget her sincere kindness and care. She adds that if such is Her Highness's will, then she accepts this gift with great joy. The protagonist once again bows respectfully to the young princess and remains silent for a moment, awaiting her next speech. The young princess briefly lowers her gaze, and notes of sadness appear in her eyes for a moment. After a few seconds, she returns to her previous state and says that since the Duke will now have an heir, all she can do is strengthen her position in society, and adds that spending time in high circles will be much more pleasant. The young princess adds with suspicious enthusiasm that if Lady Ingrid wears this necklace at her meeting, then she will have absolutely nothing to worry about. With these words, she says that unfortunately she will not be able to attend the wedding, but expresses the hope that they will see each other very soon. After that, she gets up from the table and says in a calm tone that she hopes to see her bright smile. Lady Ingrid accompanies Her Majesty with a respectful bow and says that she will remember her words and will definitely give her this opportunity in the near future. After saying goodbye to Her Majesty, the elderly Countess Richard approaches her and tells her that she showed respect for the princess, to which Lady Ingrid thanks her for the compliment. The Countess invites Lady Ingrid to have tea with her and tells her that she will now prepare a special flavor for her that Lady Ingrid will remember for a long time. Lady Ingrid accepts the Countess's invitation and thanks her for her warm welcome, after which the woman tells her that, as one might suppose, the princess expects a lot from her. The Countess says that the Duchy of Sagna has recently made a name for itself in high society and still has something to prove in its spheres of influence. The Countess tells Lady Ingrid that if she is going to attend any gathering, then it is better for her to be present where the princess also appears. To which Lady Ingrid replies that she understands her concerns very well. She honestly admits that she is not a very sociable person and adds that she prefers to interact with close people and rarely attends important events. However, to the Countess's surprise, Lady Ingrid says that despite this, she will always be happy to receive an invitation to such events. The Countess reflects that when Lady Copeland became the Duke's fiancée, she initially thought that she would want to gather her circle of people and isolate herself from everyone. The Countess respectfully observes that, apparently, the rumors about Lady Ingrid's wisdom were not exaggerated at all, and she is indeed a very wise girl. The Countess says with relief that after such words, it immediately became clear to her that there was nothing to worry about, and adds that the princess would be very happy with this approach. She smiles at Lady Ingrid and wonders where such an incredible girl could come from, and extraordinary, after which she sincerely congratulates her in advance on her wedding. After the reception, Lady Ingrid returns to Sir Stern's mansion, and they spend time walking through the halls and discussing their upcoming wedding. Sir Stern says that, since the engagement will take place at their home, it would be better to hold the wedding at the Raft family estate. After which Lady Ingrid expresses her fear that her mother will feel uncomfortable if she travels to the capital. Sir Stern asks his beloved if she really wants this, and adds that the Duchy of Sagna is quite far from here. He adds that this might not be very convenient for her relatives, and points out that, unlike relatives, friends are most likely to arrive in full force. Lady Ingrid tells him that they cannot hold the wedding without her mother, and adds that she spoke with her about this topic recently, and then says that she replied to her message almost instantly. Lady Ingrid says that Sir Stern's mother told her that she would be incredibly happy if her friends stayed with her, while the wedding preparations were taking place. Lady Ingrid tells her beloved that soon her mother will start sending her wedding invitations, inviting her to stay at her estate, and adds that, in her opinion, this would be the best. Lady Ingrid gently hugs her fiancé by the shoulders and tells him that she doesn't want her wedding to be too grand anyway, adding that her ideal option would be a simple, quiet wedding without too many people. Ingrid notices a speck of dust on Sid Stern's suit and tries to remove it, while he tells her that he is not at all against this option for the wedding ceremony. Lady Ingrid knows very well that aristocratic society might be shocked by such news about the number of wedding guests. She laughs coquettishly and says that if they make the wedding a grand affair, they will only create more rumors that could damage her reputation. Suddenly, a rather drunk Marquis Raft jumps into the hallway and says that he protests against this decision, declaring that all his life he dreamed of organizing an incredibly magnificent wedding for his grandson that could shake society for the rest of their days. He says that they should make it very big and celebrate it in the capital, a grand parade in which the newlyweds can ride a special carriage. But his crazy fantasies are interrupted by Aaron Raft, who jumps behind him and asks his grandfather where he saw that from the wedding they made a whole parade. He quickly grabs the Marquis by the arms and apologizes to the future bride and groom, saying that he got carried away a little, and adding that he will immediately take him away with him. Sir Stern asks them why they ran off so suddenly, while his brother, while arguing with his grandfather, tries to drag him into another room. After the new year, in early March, Lady Ingrid, in the company of her mother, and Penny, went to the Marchioness of Raft's estate to prepare everything for her wedding. Almost immediately after her, all her dear friends left, and they would soon arrive to help her with the preparations and congratulate her. Some time after her arrival, Sir Stern approaches his beloved and tells her that the carriage with her friends has arrived, inviting her to meet them. Upon entering the main hall, Lady Ingrid realizes that her friends are cheerfully throwing themselves into her arms and tell her that they are incredibly happy for her. They all hug her tightly and tell her that even though the time has not yet come, they want to sincerely congratulate her on her wedding and the beginning of a happy family life. They shower her with compliments, saying that she looks especially good, and Lady Ingrid asks them what happened to them, admitting that they embarrass her with their words. Lady Ingrid tries to calm her friends, telling them that everyone is waiting for them in the main hall, and invites them to greet everyone, to which they immediately respond with exclamations of understanding, saying that their conversations can wait. Sir Stern respectfully greets Lady Ingrid's friends, saying that he has heard a lot about them, to which they reply that they are very happy to meet him, calling him Sir Duke of Sagna. A few minutes later, Lady Sirianel approaches them and tells them with a friendly smile that it was probably difficult for them to reach the court. Lady Ingrid's friends respectfully bow to Marquise Raft and introduce themselves, after which they thank her for inviting her to the wedding. Lady Sirianel honestly admits to them that she hasn't had so many guests for a long time, but she is still very happy to see them all in her home. She asks Lady Ingrid's friends to follow her and tells them that the rooms have already been prepared and furnished in the best possible way. After that, she shows them the tea room and tells them that this style might seem old-fashioned to them, but these rooms are very sunny and quiet, which makes them the most suitable place for tea. She concludes her tour by telling them that they can enjoy Ingrid's company, and that if they need anything else, they can ask her butler. Lady Ingrid smiles happily and thanks Lady Sirianel for her help, before expressing her joy that everyone is having fun here. The butlers courteously address Lady Ingrid's friends and tell them that the building where they will stay is in the courtyard, and add that the other servants have already taken their things there. With these words, he asks them to follow him and escorts them inside the house, while the young ladies cheerfully say that spring has just begun, but there are already flowers everywhere. Lady Ingrid takes care of her friends and reflects that a weight has been lifted from her shoulders, that everyone liked everything and no one was offended. Sir Stern approaches her and tells her that it seems the guests have brightened up the atmosphere of this estate, to which Lady Ingrid asks him if he finds them entertaining, adding that they are full of strength and energy. Lady Ingrid, in the company of her friends, takes a short walk around the estate, after which they read books, and end up having tea under the rays of the spring sun. The protagonist, together with her friends, devotes time to discussing the love adventures of each of them, losing track of time in pleasant conversations. In response to one of her friends' dilemmas about whether she should accept a man's proposal, she replies that it would be better for her to first find out what he is like when she is not around. She adds that it might not be obvious at first, but if a person pretends to be good, then the wedding and married life will be very difficult. Polana addresses Lady Ingrid, telling her that sometimes she is like a mother caring for her child, to which Lady Mariella says that despite this, Lady Ingrid is right, and adds that she asks other young people about their chosen one's potential. Lady Ingrid smiles at her friend and thinks that she should not worry, as she will still be happy in this marriage. That evening, Lady Ingrid and her friends enjoyed dinner and conversation, after which everyone fell asleep together as the warm spring night arrived. Lady Ingrid later noticed that her last hours as a single woman passed very well. Meanwhile, Lady Sirianel devoted all her energy to preparing a grand wedding for her son and Lady Ingrid, and from the morning, she had been giving orders to the workers on the best way to arrange the greenery in the garden. Thanks to her extraordinary talent, she decorated the rooms of the estate and placed decorations in the garden so quickly that Lady Ingrid didn't even have time to help her. Lady Sirianel also decided that the Viscount Copland's cook would be responsible for the main dishes, since from her point of view, he had an undeniable advantage. Because a large number of guests from the capital were supposed to attend the wedding, the capital's chef knew like no one else what the guests might like. Lady Sirianel tells the Viscount's cook that his master regularly organizes large banquets, which means that he can be trusted to prepare dishes for such an occasion, to which the head chef enthusiastically replies that he will do everything possible to ensure that the guests remember this feast for a long time. After this, Lady Sirianel turns to the cook of her estate and tells her that her experience exceeds 10 years, so she entrusts her with preparing the wedding desserts, adding that Lady Ingrid greatly appreciates her cakes. An elderly woman who works as a cook on the Raft estate with no less enthusiasm, tells Lady Serial that she can trust her, and adds that she will prepare incredible dishes for the guests. Mrs. Serial also made a large donation to the church so that the Archbishop would attend the wedding and bless their marriage with prayer. This goes against generally accepted rules, according to which a wedding of mages cannot be held in a church. But Lady Serial manages to convince the bishop that this world is not governed by rules, but by people. She tells Lady Ingrid and her son this while having a cup of tea, which causes the protagonist genuine surprise and delight at her diplomatic skills. Sir Stern, with a slight smile, tells his fiancée that every day they are gradually moving away from the quiet wedding she previously desired. It was also decided that the Raft family would cover all wedding expenses for the guests, and Lady Ingrid's mother, upon learning this information, met with the Marchioness Raft asking her to allow them to pay at least something. However, Marchioness Raft smiled politely and said that she could handle such expenses, after which she thanked Lady Ingrid for traveling such a long way and taking care of her dear son. She tells her interlocutor that Sir Stern now seems gentle and kind, but since childhood, he hasn't liked people and almost never laughs. She opens the curtains of her mansion and says that her cousin was the only one she could call a friend. She then adds that even though Stern has many colleagues at the Magic Tower, he has very few real friends. Lady Ingrid's mother says she finds it hard to believe this, as many in the capital support Lord Stern, to which the Marchioness Raft replies that there is a big difference between someone who cares about you and a person with whom you have a true connection been established. She looks nostalgically out the window and tells Ingrid's mother that she probably knows that, due to the circumstances, Sir Stern could not afford to behave differently, and adds that she has never been able to scold him for it. She shares her experiences with her interlocutor and tells her that for a long time she wondered if the reason for his hatred of people and his refusal to marry was that she had raised her son incorrectly. She says that from a very early age they had status issues, and adds that her son was constantly stubborn and did not want to inherit the place that was rightfully his. She also says that Stern could have become the head of the Magic Tower many times, as he was periodically asked to do so. Lady Serial says with a smile that her son always refused these offers, adding that he didn't even accept his father's lands. Lady Ingrid's mother approaches Marcus Raft and tells him that, as a mother, she wants Stern to overcome his pride and live normally, to which she replies that it burned a lot of her nerves when her son avoided the wedding. She adds that at one point, an incredible miracle happened, and her stubborn son suddenly forgot his beliefs in order to be with Lady Ingrid. Viscountess Copeland says with a smile that Mr. Stern is a very nice young man who is always welcome in her home. Marquise Raft, with a note of regret in her voice, says that her character is full of flaws, and that is why she cannot show her face with pride, adding that she doesn't even have a husband who can be with her at the wedding. With these words, she bows to Lady Ingrid's mother and says she is very grateful to her and her future daughter-in-law for being sincerely willing to accept her and her son as they are. Lady Copeland looks with embarrassment at Marcus Raft's behavior and tells her that she shouldn't thank her so much, since it is her responsibility as a mother. Lady Serial looks up and tells her interlocutor that, for the sake of their children, they must try to have the most beautiful wedding. Lady Ingrid's mother addresses Marcus Raft and tells her that she cannot even express the degree of gratitude that such a woman becomes her daughter's mother-in-law. She makes a respectful bow and says she will eagerly await her children's wedding. After a while, the wedding day of Ingrid and Duke Stern arrives, and Marcus Raft greets all the guests who attended the wedding with his strong bass voice. She loudly thanks everyone who came to celebrate such an occasion with her grandson and his beloved, adding that all guests can feel at home. She notices one of her relatives and surprisingly asks him how he ended up here, after which, amidst laughter, she tells him to go ahead and make himself at home. One of the visitors approaches Rodrigo, who is sitting on a bench drawing, and asks him why he cannot afford to enjoy the wedding. Rodrigo says he wants to paint a picture for a young lady, so he has no time to rest, and then returns to his work. Sir Gerald, after having drunk a good amount of wine, says with annoyance in his voice that he did not expect Mr. Stern to marry before him, wondering how this could have happened, to which his friends tell him that he has now become a duke, which makes the gap between them truly colossal. Meanwhile, Lady Ingrid's friends, who are at the estate, are completing their final preparations, and talking among themselves about how many carriages have arrived for the wedding. One of Lady Ingrid's friends says she can hear the voice of Marquis Raft even from here. To which Polana replies that, apparently, he is the most excited. Lady Mariella asks her friends why it takes them so long to put on makeup, and then says she will go see the bride. A young lady, cheerfully having fun, runs through the halls, washed to a shine thanks to the efforts of the persistent servants. Meanwhile, in the bride's room, Mrs. Rode and the other maids are putting the finishing touches on her look. Adjusting her dress and finishing her makeup, Penny approaches Lady Ingrid, brings a mirror to her face, and asks if she is happy with the result. Lady Ingrid examines herself in the mirror for a while and replies that she likes everything very much, thanking her servants for their excellent work. Her friend bursts into the bride's room and asks how things are going, looking at the result. Lady Mariella quickly runs to Lady Ingrid and starts babbling about how absolutely beautiful she looks. And Lady Ingrid shyly thanks her for the compliments. Her friend says that so many guests have arrived at the estate that she might not have enough time to greet everyone, and adds that even people from the guest house have come. Lady Ingrid is confident that her mother-in-law is capable of handling them, to which her friend replies that she also thinks so, since her tea parties used to be very popular in high society. She adds that it even saddens her a little to think that now Marquise Raft lives far from all this, and is hardly friends with anyone. Mariella is confident that everyone shares this point of view, even if they don't say it out loud, and adds that even though the estate is far away, it still shines with its beauty. Immediately, she decides to clarify her thought, saying that this does not mean that she does not like this estate. To which Lady Ingrid, smiling, says that Mariella should not worry since she understood everything. Having spoken, Lady Ingrid's friend says that she is still very happy for her, and adds that when she looks at her smile, a fire immediately lights up in her soul. She adds that it was impossible to look at Lady Ingrid when she broke up with Sir Stern because she was very sad. She states that here, she realized that the Marquis, the Duke, and Lady Sirianal are very happy to be with Lady Ingrid, adding that she is very lucky with her family, after which she expresses confidence that Lady Ingrid will live happily. At that moment, her other friends burst into Lady Ingrid's room, cheerfully announcing their arrival, after which they again showered her with compliments, saying that today she looks especially beautiful. They tell her that all her peers from the academy have already arrived and are waiting outside, adding that everyone is very happy for her. Lady Ingrid surprises them by saying that she did not expect such a large number of guests, thanking them for attending, to which her friends reply that they would have come anyway. Meanwhile, amidst the noise of the guests, a young woman dressed in modest but beautiful clothes approaches Lady Ingrid's room. She carefully slips into Ingrid's room, while voices are heard behind her that girls like this usually don't have the opportunity to visit the property of Marquise Raft. Lady Ingrid notices the unknown guest and asks Penny to bring the girl to her, wondering who this young lady might be. Penny carefully moves past the other guests and brings the young lady to Lady Ingrid, after which she politely asks her friends to leave them alone for a while. Lady Ingrid looks closely at her guest, and after a while realizes who has come to her. The protagonist looks at her guest and realizes that in front of her is the herald's wife, Hadley, whose wedding was recently celebrated. Lady Ingrid greets the new Baroness Hadley and tells her that she is very happy to meet her, to which she timidly replies that the feeling is extremely mutual and introduces herself by the name Laura. Lady Ingrid turns to Penny and asks her to bring the tea with petals and saffron that she recently received as a gift. And Penny quickly replies that her wish will be granted in a few minutes. She then addresses the Baroness and tells her that she must take care of herself, even if it seems to her that she is completely healthy, after which she asks her to sit in a chair. She points out that for Laura's son, her health is as important as her own, which embarrasses the young lady. Lady Laura tells the protagonist that Harold told her that he knows everything, after which she thanks her for helping to save the family relationship. Lady Ingrid replies that she knows little about what has happened since then, as she was at Baron Hadley's estate last autumn, and has not returned there since. She asks her interlocutor with whom she left the child, to which she replies that she asked the nanny for help, adding that she wanted to leave the child at home, but without her, he cried all the time. Lady Laura says that if a child cried on such an important day, it would cause a lot of inconvenience to the people around him. Lady Laura adds that, fortunately, the Duke of Sagna provided them with a special room for rest, taking into account the presence of a child, to which Lady Ingrid replies that this is good news. Once again, she sincerely smiles at Baroness Hadley and tells her that she would really like to see her son the next time they meet, expressing the hope that this meeting will happen very soon. She thanks Lady Laura for taking the time to attend the wedding and points out that it is very difficult to travel far from home with a child. Lady Laura smiles and says that she is really not in the easiest situation, and adds that it was very important for her to congratulate Lady Ingrid. Laura says that only she and Duke Sagna sent gifts for her wedding, and only they congratulated her on her son's birthday, so she could not leave such complacency without due attention. She adds that Harold told her everything about how he stopped his mother, staying silent for a while. After a few seconds, she wonders aloud how the Baroness could do this to her own son's child. She adds that she is ashamed to admit it, but at that moment, she was so exhausted that she already wanted to give up everything and run away. Lady Laura, with a smile, tells the protagonist that she is only here because she saved their relationship, and that is why she, along with her husband, is very grateful to her. She points out that Baron Hadley can sometimes be a terrible bungler, and that his mother is not always polite, and adds that it might be difficult for her to get used to such a life. However, she realizes that they are still working on their relationship and living happily together without focusing on the bad parts. Laura says that she comes from a rather humble background and apologizes in advance for her words if they suddenly seemed rude to Lady Ingrid. However, the protagonist quickly tells her not to worry about this and adds that she should not bury herself in the past, after which she says that she must remain strong, if only for the sake of her son. Remembering something important, Lady Laura briefly turns around and says that she would really like to give Lady Ingrid something. She hands over a small bag, telling her that her husband sent a gift for the wedding, but as a token of gratitude, she wanted to bring something of her own. Lady Ingrid takes a pincushion out of her bag, and Laura says that she made this ornament herself, adding that it is not as valuable as the gifts Lady Ingrid will receive in the future, after which she hopes that, nevertheless, she will accept it with all her heart. Lady Ingrid notices that this pillow looks very pretty, and tells Laura that she is a true artisan, after which she thanks her for such a sincere gift. Baroness Hadley says that, in fact, not long ago she worked as a seamstress and specialized in floral embroidery, and adds that it was better not to tell anyone. Lady Ingrid says that since Laura has time to relax, she should make the most of it, and adds that the Raft family estate is very beautiful. Lady Ingrid says that there is still some time before the ceremony, and adds that she would really like Baroness Hadley to join her, to which she timidly replies that she would not like to intrude. However, after a few seconds, she gives the heroine a grateful look, and tells her that, if Lady Ingrid insists, she will be delighted to walk with her around the estate. After a while, Penny enters Lady Ingrid's room and informs her that Baroness Hadley said she was very well looked after, to which Lady Ingrid thanks her for this information. With these words, Penny wipes her eyes and admits to the protagonist that she cannot believe that she is about to get married. With tears in her eyes, Penny admits that she didn't realize this fact until this very moment, to which Lady Ingrid asks her why she is crying. Meanwhile, Sir Stern Raft enters the room, already dressed in his festive attire, and Penny exclaims with joy upon seeing him. Immediately, composing herself, Penny smartly shouts at Sir Stern that the groom must under no circumstances look at the bride before the wedding. Otherwise, this will cause terrible trouble. Sir Stern calmly walks past Penny and tells her not to worry, since mages never believe in such superstitions. Sir Stern enters the room and pauses for a moment, carefully examining his future wife with his eyes. After a few seconds, he bows in front of her and tells her that she looks simply incomparable, and adds that he had never seen her so beautiful and radiant. Lady Ingrid tells him that this is exactly the effect she was counting on, and adds that she has been dressing and grooming since morning. Sir Stern looks at Lady Ingrid with tenderness again and tells her that she looks simply incomparable. Lady Ingrid blushes at these compliments and timidly asks her future husband not to look at her like that, adding that this embarrasses her greatly. However, this only arouses Sir Stern's curiosity, who slowly approaches her, without stopping examining her with his inquisitive gaze. After a few seconds, the couple moves even closer to each other, and Lady Ingrid thinks that they should not do something like this. But her body stops listening to her. Fortunately, the situation is saved by Mrs. Rode, who, appearing out of nowhere, tells Sir Stern in a stern tone not to dare to do anything, as he will stain his bride's makeup. Sir Stern turns to the nanny who suddenly appeared, and with subtle disappointment in his gaze, nods his head and then steps aside. Sir Stern turns around and notices that Lady Ingrid is holding a small bag in her hands, and asks her what it is, to which the protagonist replies that it is a gift she received from Baroness Hadley. Lady Ingrid turns to her favorite maid and asks her to take care of this thing, preserving it for a long time, to which Penny replies that her order will be executed immediately. Lady Ingrid tells her beloved that she is very happy that the Hadley family came to the wedding, and adds that her son is still very small, and she feels a little sorry for the Baroness. Sir Stern tells her that he understands her, after which he asks her how old her son is, to which Lady Ingrid replies that the baby is no more than a year old, and adds that it is very difficult to travel with such a child. She asks him if they should let the Hadley family stay here for a while, and adds that they can go to the capital, accompanied by their parents. He adds that he heard that Baroness Hadley brought a nanny with her, but this will not be enough when traveling such long distances. Lady Ingrid shares her concern that something might happen to them on the way. Sir Stern takes his beloved by the shoulder and tells her that several people from the Magic Tower also plan to stay here for a while. He asks her if they should then return to the capital with everyone else, and adds that the Wind Mage will be of great help on the journey. He says he will pass this message on to Cheryl, and adds that Lady Ingrid does not need to worry about this, to which she sincerely thanks him for his concern. She presses her cheek against his hand and says that she feels much lighter now, as if a huge mountain had been lifted from her shoulders. Stern removes his hand, and the protagonist realizes that she has some makeup left on her. However, his beloved tells her not to worry, and adds that he will accept it instead of kissing her. After a while, the wedding ceremony begins, and the estate starts moving. The invited orchestra begins to play beautiful music, and all the guests start approaching the wedding hall. Her father and mother enter Lady Ingrid's room, after which Viscount Copeland asks Sir Stern what he is doing here. Lady Ingrid's mother tells Sir Stern that the master of the magical tower has been looking for him, and adds that the ceremony will begin soon, so he should meet him as soon as possible. Saying goodbye, Sir Stern hugs his fiancée and tells her that he will see her soon, to which she, smiling shyly, tells him to hurry up. Lady Ingrid's mother smiles while looking at the future newlyweds and comforts Sir Stern, telling him that this time will pass very quickly. Meanwhile, Penny tells Lady Ingrid that they only need to put the finishing touches on her look. With these words, they put the same necklace that the young princess gave Lady Ingrid during Lady Ingrid's recent visit around Lady Ingrid's neck. In addition, the protagonist is handed a bouquet of flowers, and a veil is placed on her head, and she appears before her parents in all her splendor. Lady Ingrid's mother wonders when her daughter managed to become such a beauty. Lady Ingrid's father, sobbing, tries to cheer up his wife, telling her that they are not separating from their daughter forever, adding that they will live very close and therefore be able to see each other often, to which his wife replies with, "It slightly annoys her that this is great for her, known without him." Lady Ingrid looks at her parents and admits with a slight laugh that they will never change, realizing that this is why she loves them. With these words, she hugs her parents and promises them that now she will definitely live happily and have a wonderful life. Lady Ingrid remembers that she had said something similar in the past, adding that she then dreamed of a future she did not know, and hoped for a love that she simply could not have. However, now these words have taken on a completely different meaning, since her life is now diametrically different from what it was just a few years ago. Lady Ingrid is happy to have been able to find love and continue living, slowly moving forward, but surely in a direction that could not have been predicted beforehand. With these bright thoughts about her future, Lady Ingrid approaches the wedding altar. Meanwhile, Sir Stern is already waiting for her, looking with pleasure at his future wife. As soon as Lady Ingrid approaches her future husband, he extends his hand to her, inviting her into his arms. Lady Ingrid immediately accepts his invitation, and they seal their marriage with a tender kiss full of love. And Lady Ingrid realizes that, as if by magic, her second life begins now. After a while, the news spreads throughout the country that a child will appear in the Duchy of Sagna. This news greatly excites the minds of secular society, because if the Duke has a son, the Sagna family will find an heir. Unfortunately, there were many people in the country who wanted Sir Stern to challenge the princess, and the news of the birth of a successor to the Duke gave them hope. At social gatherings, they talked about how they needed to spread the news about the Duke's son to control the princess's powers. and change the situation in their favor. These groups of people were very happy that a child who could inherit the throne was finally born. The Magic Tower also watched the young couple's son with special attention and caution. Cyrus Stern was the first mage to become a master at such a young age, but the heirs of the masters were extremely rare. Although a child does not always inherit the magical abilities of their parents, the mages of the tower really hoped that the duke's son would receive their talent. Behind the duke's back, they secretly hoped that the child would be as great as his father. And they added that if his magical talent was the same as his father's, the tower would turn upside down. Sarah Stern, of course, did not like the great popularity of her unborn son. In the end, all he cared about was the health of his wife, and safe childbirth was only a few weeks away. One summer evening, Stern says he really hopes his son will be like her, and then wonders what the child will take from his mother if it turns out to be a girl. Lady Ingrid tells her husband that he is very much like his own mother, and adds that he has adopted many good qualities from her. Sir Stern tells his wife that he doesn't care what his child looks like, and then expresses the hope of not taking anything from a single person. Lady Ingrid tells her husband not to say such words, adding that the child has not yet been born, but hears everything, to which Sir Stern replies that he knows, after which he says that he only wanted to say that the child's appearance does not matter to him. After that, he carefully places his ear on Lady Ingrid's stomach and expresses the hope that, after all, it will be a girl who will look like her. Lady Ingrid smiles tenderly at her husband, pats him on the head, and tells him that anyway, the child will be very happy to be born into their family. Stern asks his wife what they will do if the child is suddenly born a mage. He says that they grew up in families with a talent for magic, but the probability of inheriting a magical gift is very low, and adds that he does not want his child to have to worry about that. After a while, the day of birth arrives, and the entire estate freezes in tension, awaiting its end. Marcus Raft, Cyrus Stern, and Lady Ingrid's father anxiously await the results. Sitting in a spacious and special office, Sir Stern asks his father when the contractions began, to which he calmly replies that they started 8 hours ago. Sir Stern anxiously asks if the labor should last that long, to which Marcus Raft replies that it still does not compare to the time it took him to give birth. He adds that Lady Sirianelle suffered contractions for a whole day, but he still refused to leave, after which he adds that he needed to quickly find a mage who could help her. Marcus Raft says that this is why he told him to take good care of his wife during pregnancy. He calmly concludes that when a mother gives birth to a child, all the father has to do is pray for a successful outcome, and ensure that the preparations for the birth are completed successfully. Lady Ingrid's father, with tiredness in his voice, tells the Marquis that he is right, after which he sits down on a chair. He asks the Marquis if he would like to share a pipe with him, to which he replies that he will gladly lend it to him. The Marquis hands a pipe to Lady Ingrid's father, and he thanks him, adding that he just realized that the feeling during the birth of a wife and a daughter is very different. He says that now he feels as if his son is giving birth to a child. The Marquis encourages the man, telling him not to worry about this, adding that midwives nowadays are much better than before. Lady Ingrid's father says that he just wants his daughter and her baby to be healthy. Cyrus Stern approaches the window, unable to hear the two men talking, and gets lost in his own thoughts. He reflects on the fact that he has been studying magic all his life. But now, he faces an unusual situation where he is absolutely useless. Suddenly, he feels a magical presence pulsing next to him. Turning around, he sees a small golden light wandering around the room. He realizes that there is an unusual flow of magic in front of him, and decides to find out how it ended up here, and why it is necessary here. Suddenly, the flow of magic transforms, and the silhouette of a young woman about 19 years old appears in front of Sir Stern, who looks at him intently. Turning around, he sees this girl looking at him from behind the door and smiling, as if winking at him. He runs after her, mentally asking her where she is going, but the mysterious girl does not answer him. Stern continues following the girl and sees her run down the hall towards the room where the labor is currently taking place. He realizes that next to this girl floated a magical pocket watch in the air, whose time was frozen at a certain mark. Suddenly, the vision dissipates, and Mrs. Roth appears in front of him, asking him where he is going. Sir Stern asks Mrs. Roth how everything went, to which she replies with relief that everything went well, and that she had a beautiful daughter. Cyrus Sternraft runs quickly towards Lady Ingrid, and she finds him, lying on the bed. surrounded by maids and her own mother. Lady Ingrid tells her husband that what worried him so much did not happen, and their daughter looks like him, to which he replies that he is sure she looks more like her mother. He tells Lady Ingrid that even if the body is recreated, the chances of returning the soul will be very small. After these words, a smile appears on his face, and he tells her that it is still possible. Lady Ingrid, very tired after giving birth, does not understand her husband's words, and asks him what he means, to which he replies that she should not think about that now. After which he kisses her and asks her to rest well. Taking his newborn daughter in his arms, he reflects that the chances of the soul returning are close to zero, but they are not yet equal to his. With these thoughts, he looks at his daughter and tells her that he is very happy to see her, calling her by the name Aster. The scene of action shifts to an unknown time and place in the forest at sunset, through which the carriage travels. The only passenger in the carriage attentively studies the letter, holding it in his hand. After a while, the carriage stops, and the servant opens the carriage door, notifying the passenger that he has arrived at the place. The passengers find themselves in the presence of Stern Raft, quite elderly, who thanks the servant for his work. And then he gets out of the carriage. The servant tells him that he will wait for him here, to which Sir Stern tells him that this might take a long time, and recommends that he return to the carriage. The servant replies to the master, Stern, that in that case, he will wait for him in the carriage, after which he leaves. After a while, Sir Stern walks through the empty estate, looking around. He goes up the stairs and reflects on the fact that there are no people here, and adds that no one came out to greet him. After a while, he reaches an open room, on one of whose walls hangs the same painting that once attracted his attention in his youth. A young woman appears behind him and tells him that he is looking at this picture again, just like in the old days. Sir Stern turns towards the girl and asks her what old days she is talking about, to which she replies that a long time ago, he asked her to give him this painting as a gift, but that she could not do it. With these words, the girl smiles and says that it was a gift from her beloved mother. Sir Stern looks at the young woman with confusion as she thanks him for agreeing to meet her. Sir Stern looks closely at the girl and replies that he cannot refuse her, calling her Master Aster. Aster laughs and says that Master is the name given to the best mages at the Magic Tower, and adds that she is just an ordinary mage who was lucky enough to receive this title. Cyrus Stern says that it is unlikely that society will see her as she describes herself, and adds that Master Aster does not betray the rules of modesty. He looks at her and says that only fools who cannot distinguish between magical powers and talent would dare to think that Aster does not deserve such a title. He recalls that Master Aster's ability was to accumulate magical energy, but it was not very well developed, and only years later did she manage to reach the rank of Master. Cyrus Stern understands that if the basis of talent were only magical power, he would never have been able to become a member of the Magic Tower and achieve success. However, the most important thing was that in Master Aster's head was an understanding of how to control the most complex time magic in the world. Ceres Stern follows her and tells her that if she is not a true master, then probably no one is worthy of this title, to which she replies that she always has been, calling him Master. Ceres Stern asks Aster why she calls him Master, and adds that he never taught her magic. Aster turns around and says that this is not true, adding that he taught her something, even though a lot of time has passed since that moment. Sir Stern does not understand Aster's words and scratches his head thoughtfully, wondering what she means by this. Master Aster asks Sir Stern if he feels that his magical energy resonates with something at this moment. She adds that his magical energy reminds her, even if her mind has already forgotten it, before adding that this may be hard to believe. Sir Stern looks closely at Master Aster and then says that he believes her words. Master Aster asks Sir Stern if he is interested in knowing what will happen next, but he replies that his magical powers are not enough to activate the spell circle. Master Aster says that, unfortunately, not a single mage is left alive who would be able to activate such powerful magic. Cyrus Stern guesses what Aster is referring to and continues her words, saying that he is the only living mage who is still capable of casting this spell. He says that the reason Master Aster started time travel is because he once helped her. Aster says that Sir Stern is completely right, and adds that an ordinary person cannot do such a thing, since it requires powers beyond the human world. She says that although she completed the spell, he was the one who laid the foundation for the idea. The young master says that she had no choice, so she invited him here, as she cannot activate the spell without his help. She tells Sir Stern that she believes God knows the concept of justice. She says with sadness in her voice that Sir Stern is very similar to his mother, who also did not want to fight her destiny. Sir Stern stands in the center of the circle and tells Lady Astor that she speaks as if she knows him very well. Lady Astor replies with a smile that this is true to some extent, since she was his student, after which she says that he is a talented and powerful mage, but she thought his life would soon end. She admits to him that she felt the same way when she looked at her mother in childhood. She remembers that she was tormented by the feeling that her mother still could not feel the joy of her own life. After this, the young master says that she found this painting in her mother's closet and was very surprised. Lady Astor admits that at that moment, she did not believe that her mother could draw such a masterpiece. She admits that, apparently, she didn't even know what kind of person her mother was, and she really regretted it. With these words, she recalls her mother's sad fate and tells Sir Stern that she promised herself that she would never let her die like that again. Sir Stern looks at Astor and asks if this is the reason she doesn't stop trying, to which she replies with a brief yes, expressing confidence that Sir Stern will agree with her on this matter. She adds with a smile that this is actually the second time they are discussing it. Lady Astor states that she knew everything anyway, and adds that she is well aware that Cyrus Stern himself wanted to return to the past. She says that she once found out that Stern was diligently studying time magic in the hope of changing his own mother's life. She says that he wanted his mother to be happy and wanted to give her a chance at a new life. Cyrus Stern understands what young Lady Astor means and remains silent for a while. Ordering his thoughts, he squeezes her hand and tells her that if he helps her, the axis of time will revolve around her magic, and the world will return to the moment before she was born. He asks her if she understands what this means for her, and adds that she will be lost forever. He develops his idea by telling her that her husband will probably be angry when he finds out what she did to herself. Lady Astor says that this is a very strange question, and adds that she has always been very selfish. Sir Stern thinks about his student's words, and maintains that his life was full of pretensions from an early age. He realizes that he himself never lived for himself, and in the end, never found happiness. He initiates a time spell and tells Esther that he will do what she wishes. He even flies up and asks her if he can ask her a favor. She says that if Sir Stern has the opportunity, he should date his mother, since she was his first love. Ceres Stern looks at his student with a smile and tells her that he won't remember anything about it anyway. Young Aster says that no one knows for sure. She adds that a small passage can change everything, and then asks her master to be happy. Ceres Stern observes the magical procedure and says that if he cannot find happiness, it is better not to be born. Lady Ingrid has a wonderful dream in which she finds herself among a large number of lilac flowers. As she walks through the huge flower field, she sees a beautiful, bright blue flower and approaches it. Getting closer, she begins to admire it, smoothing her hair and wondering what kind of flower it is. After a few seconds, she approaches the flower and carefully picks it up, feeling the magic flowing from it. She inhales its aroma and sound waves begin to appear around her, after which she hears Sir Stern's voice, who asks her to wake up. Lady Ingrid opens her eyes, and Sir Stern tells her that it is already noon and she is still sleeping. He asks her if she slept so well that she didn't want to wake up. Lady Ingrid stretches and says good morning to her husband before looking around a bit. Sir Stern tells his wife that he hasn't slept enough, but that she needs to eat and go for a walk, adding that if she still feels tired, she should go back to bed. Lady Ingrid rubs her eyes and says that she had a wonderful dream, unlike anything she has ever seen before. Sir Stern asks Lady Ingrid what this dream was about, to which she replies that she was in a field where tall flowers grew, that were very beautiful and shone with silver. Sir Stern thoughtfully repeats Lady Ingrid's description and says that it is quite interesting. After a moment of thought, he says that it was probably a prophetic dream. Lady Ingrid asks him what this could mean, to which he tells her that he will explain everything a little later. Lady Ingrid settles back in bed and asks Sarah Stern to let her sleep a little longer, adding that she is still very tired. Sarah Stern tells her that it has been a long journey and adds that she must be very tired. Lady Ingrid timidly tells her husband that she thinks her fatigue is not only due to the journey. Sarah Stern, with a soft smile, says that he then takes all the blame, to which Lady Ingrid replies that her whole body still hurts. She lies down in bed and tells her husband that this time she seems a little more tired than usual. Cyrus Stern leans over her for a moment and examines her with a kind gaze. After a few seconds, he decides to move from words to action and leans over his wife, kissing her tenderly. After this, he smooths his wife's clothes a little and tells her that he will wait for her outside after dinner. A few hours later, Lady Ingrid wakes up from her sleep and realizes that this time she feels rested. She slowly scratches her back and thinks that it is probably lunchtime already. She gets out of bed and thinks that she needs to warm up quickly and wonders what her husband is doing now. After their wedding, Lady Ingrid and Sarah Stern decided to spend their honeymoon in the southern regions of the Duchy of Sagna in a place called Dommel. Lady Ingrid looks around and reflects that the smell of the sea air has benefited her greatly. She continues her walk in the courtyard of the estate and realizes that Penny is talking about something with one of the servants. Lady Ingrid quietly approaches her beloved maid, and she, seeing her, gets very scared and apologizes for not noticing her presence earlier. Lady Ingrid asks Penny why and why she apologizes so much, to which she replies that she apologizes for not being with her at that moment. A little later, Penny braids Lady Ingrid's hair, and she asks her who the young man she was talking to was, adding that they seem to be quite close, to which she replies that he is the housekeeper's second son, who now works in the administration of the state. Lady Ingrid asks her if she likes this young man, to which she replies with a smile that she feels something romantic for him. However, confidence immediately abandons her, and she says that this is most likely wrong, since she knows that she is not at all worthy of this person. Lady Ingrid turns to Penny and tells her that she is underestimating herself, and adds that she is a sweet and kind girl. She tells her that she must not allow bad experiences to deprive her of happiness. Otherwise, they will greatly derail her on the path of her life. Ingrid tells Penny that if she thinks this housekeeper's son is a good person, then they must come up with something so that they can meet. Penny cheerfully asks Lady Ingrid if she has eaten today, and adds that she will bring food to her room. Lady Ingrid asks him where Sir Stern is now, to which she tells him that she saw him walking towards the ocean. She says she overheard a conversation with the cook, and added that Sir Stern asked for his dinner to be prepared earlier. Lady Ingrid is surprised by such a request and decides to go talk to the cook herself. Meanwhile, the estate kitchen is living its own life, and the head chef asks the assistants if they have finished with the oysters yet. He says that the Duchess has not had breakfast today, so lunch must be prepared perfectly. Lady Ingrid enters the kitchen and greets everyone present. The cooks and waiters ask her in a frightened voice if she is looking for anything special, to which Lady Ingrid asks them not to be distracted from their business, adding that she came just like that. The cook runs to Lady Ingrid and greets her, telling her that she is very surprised by her arrival, to which Ingrid replies with the same polite greeting. The cook asks the protagonist if she wanted to order something, reflecting that she cannot believe what she sees, adding that the young wife of an aristocrat does not seem at all picky. Lady Ingrid says that she would not want to bother anyone with her presence, and adds that she heard her husband ask them to bring him lunch. The cook replies that everything was exactly as Lady Ingrid said, and adds that after that, Sir Stern went for a walk on the beach, and Lady Ingrid wonders if he wanted to practice magic. Saying this, she turns her head to the side and sees a plate of oysters. She then reflects that in the past, she used to help with kitchen chores. She reflects on the fact that she never cared how many servants worked in the house, since cooking with her own son always gave her special pleasure. She addresses the head cook and tells her that today she would like to help prepare dinner, and asks her if she will allow her to participate in this procedure. The cook tells Lady Ingrid that she will be delighted to help, and ties an apron around her back. She asks her what ingredients they have, to which she replies that they have prepared oysters, and sea bass and quails are planned for dinner. The cook says that if it is difficult for her, she will definitely help her, adding that she can call her at any time, to which she replies with gratitude. Lady Ingrid approaches the table and reflects that she hasn't cooked in a long time, so it reminds her of the old days. The cook observes Madame Ingrid's progress and says that she is doing very well. Madame Ingrid says that she is glad that the head chef appreciated her cooking, and adds that these are simple and easy to prepare dishes. Penny enters the kitchen and tells the protagonist that she can take care of the food, to which Madame Ingrid replies that she agrees with this arrangement, after which she asks Penny to take the wine too. Penny asks Madame Ingrid when she learned to cook, to which she whispers that it is a secret. Madame Ingrid addresses the servants and thanks them all for their hard work before telling them that they are going to have lunch outside, adding that there are plenty of ingredients left so the servants can prepare a delicious lunch for themselves. All the servants working in the kitchen unanimously thank Madame Ingrid, saying that she is very generous. The servants talk among themselves and say that at first they were a little nervous because they thought Madame Ingrid would be quite strict, but she turned out to be incredibly kind. The cook overhears these conversations and says that she also considers Madame Ingrid a good person. Meanwhile, Lady Ingrid goes in search of her husband, taking a special hat to protect herself from the sun. Looking up, she sees magical pillars not far from the shore and realizes that she has finally found her husband. With these words, she approaches Penny and takes the lunch bag from her, to which she tells her that it is heavy. Madame Ingrid replies that she is used to such heaviness and adds that it is rude to interfere with the mage's sorcery. Meanwhile, Duke Sternraft continues his magic studies, creating another magical flash in his hands. Madame Ingrid watches Sir Stern's lessons with delight and thinks that it would be very rude to interrupt him. She observes the effects and realizes that the spell sounds like an echo, noting that everything reminds her of a theatrical performance. Sir Stern continues his studies when suddenly a sigh of admiration from his wife reaches his ears. He turns and sees his wife, who is intently examining him. He asks her how long she has been here, to which she replies that she has been sitting here for a short while. He extends his hand to help her up, and Madame Ingrid tells him that she was waiting here because she didn't want to bother him, to which Sir Stern replies that there would be nothing wrong with that, since he was only thinking about his own things. Madame Ingrid asks Sir Stern if it is a violation of magical etiquette to spy on undisclosed magic. Sir Stern says that Madame Ingrid has nothing to worry about, since none of this bothers him, after which he adds that there is nothing in his magic that she should not see. Madame Ingrid hands Sir Stern a container with food and decides to accompany him on his walk. They find a nearby terrace and decide to stop there to eat something. Sir Stern shows his wife the old villa and tells her that it is not used frequently, so it hasn't been tidied up yet. Sir Stern leaves the container with the food on the ground and says that the summer wind blows very nicely here. They unwrap the food, and Sir Stern admits that he was thinking about waking the wind with magic in case of their absence. After a while, Lady Ingrid realizes that Sir Stern is happily eating his lunch, and she decides to feed him. She hands him a fork with skewered food and asks him to try a piece of cake too. Sir Stern carefully chews a piece of cake and tells his wife that it turned out very tasty. He adds that the chef knows how to cook simple food, before adding that he was a little worried about the rush to hire staff. Madame Ingrid says that she prepared this dinner and adds that the ingredients were prepared slightly differently. Sir Stern looks at the prepared food with surprise and asks his wife if she really prepared dinner for him. Ingrid replies that she was a little nervous, as she hadn't cooked in a long time, and adds that she was very happy that in the end, everything turned out great. She says that they are very lucky to be located by the sea, so the oysters turned out quite fresh. She adds that it is difficult to eat such fresh seafood in the capital, as it is very expensive and scarce. Stern looks thoughtfully at the prepared dinner and remains silent for a while, not uttering a word. Madame Ingrid asks him if he doesn't like oysters and looks at him fearfully. Meanwhile, Sir Stern continues to examine the oysters on his plate, as if not noticing his wife's question. He thinks about the fact that his loved one prepared dinner for him, and this thought makes his heart happy. He comes to his senses and tells his wife that he really likes oysters, and adds that he was only thinking about his own. He tastes the oysters and says they turned out delicious, reflecting that he had never thought about the taste of food before. He recalls his life before meeting Lady Ingrid and realizes that he never thought about what to eat next or what his favorite dish was. After finishing the meal, our heroes sit in silence for a while, after which Sir Stern turns to his wife. He asks her if he can cook something next time and adds that he really liked her food. Ingrid smiles affectionately at her husband and tells him that she will definitely try to surprise him next time. And he once again plunges into the thought that since the moment he met her, his feelings seem to be born anew every day. Several more hours pass during their conversations, and at this point, a bright evening looms over them. Cyrus Stern tells his wife that she had better not fall asleep here, and adds that they can go for a walk. Madame Ingrid stands up with difficulty and asks Cyrus Stern if he can take her back home. Cyrus Stern Raft tells her that there is something he really wants to show her, and adds that it has to do with her dream. Lady Ingrid asks if she can see it tomorrow, to which he replies that tomorrow they will no longer have that opportunity. Sir Stern says that this place can only be reached once every 4 years. He adds that today he wants to show her the water flower that she saw today in her dream.